Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Choose your destiny.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, 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 bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please, for your own benefit. Do it. Do it now. Type something in your search bar every now and then. Stop letting them feed you whatever the hell they want to feed you. Stop letting them push your buttons and you get all emotionally charged about stuff you don't know anything about other than what these people are saying, just taking their word. Man, please. Yeah, so we're back. Another installment. I know the regular viewers probably noticed that the schedule has changed a little bit. Instead of Friday and Saturday nights, it's been Saturday and Sunday nights, or sometimes Saturday or sometimes Sunday. Been really busy with school, and I have projects and assignments that are due on Friday. So I've not been able to do the show on Friday nights because I have to do schoolwork and get the stuff in time. So, and that's the same reason why some weeks it's only been one show on Saturday or Sunday night. You know, this week we did a show last night and we got one tonight. So moving forward, the show is going to be Saturday and Sunday night, or Saturday or Sunday. You know, I'm gonna at least give you guys one show a week for sure. I can't guarantee that it'll be two every week, but I'm gonna try. But yeah, stay tuned for Saturday night and Sunday nights to catch the live show. And then we're gonna do the clips, of course, and those come out in the week, during the week. Usually Tuesday and Wednesday night I usually post. Tuesday and Thursday night I usually post. Sometimes more. You know, it takes a lot out of me. You know, I'm only one person, and I really need like a whole team to do this stuff. But I'll keep improving the content and trying to get it better and better for you guys. And that's what we've been doing. So, it's slow boogie, but we're going to keep on improving. I know a lot of people like to have the links in the description, and I could do that, but it would take me hours of work to do it. And I'm just not trying to do all of that work. I ain't going to lie to y'all. And the stuff is really simple to just look it up in your search bar. Whenever everything I post, it's always, where I got it from or whatever. Everything is usually there on the screen. So it seems redundant to me to have to put it in the damn description again. So you could just type it in, and I'm not going to announce it all the time. Whatever articles I cover, I always say, the name of the article and who wrote it and where it came from. So you guys could just type that stuff in your search bar and check it out yourself. Like, it's really not that hard, man. I don't know why everybody wants to be led by the hand nowadays. Like, it's a crazy world we live in. And it's like, oh, your stuff is not professional because you don't have the links in the description. Man, just type it in. Look it up, please. Like, oh my God. And that's what I'm trying to motivate people to do anyways, Be a little more active with your consumption of information, take some personal accountability. Anyways, peace and love, y'all. The name of the show today is Just a Distraction. Okay. So, hey, yeah, this show right here is just a distraction. It's an election year here in the States, and we have a lot of distractions. It's actually local elections going on right here in Houston right now. Like I say, it is just a distraction. The freaking border issue is just a distraction, okay? Not to say that it's not a real thing and it's not things that are happening there and it's not something that needs to be dealt with. It's just that it's put up on the pedestal. The border doesn't even make my top 10 of critical things that needs to be dealt with. Not, like I say, not to say that it's not something that needs to be dealt with. There's a number of things that will be ahead of that on my list of triage of things that needs to be dealt with. Like healthcare would be on really, that'd probably be number one. Freaking our schools, the way our schools is done, the things that are, what's happening in the schools, that's higher on the list, definitely. And I'm not talking about no LGBTQ stuff. I'm talking about how we teach the kids. Like, what is the structure, the after school program stuff for young and teens to do after school, that is higher on the list. Like, our freaking justice system, how we build our cities, I mean, like I say, there's a number of things that I would feel is much more important and needs to be dealt with immediately, like our infrastructure, things related to our infrastructure, like our water. Much higher on the list of importance for me, anyways. Oh, peace and love again. Can y'all hear me? Let me make sure here. Peace and love again. Okay. Worst thing is to be sitting here talking to myself literally, and it's just a screen playing, and I don't have anybody to tell me that it can't hear me. So yeah, just a distraction. Let's look at this right quick. Let's look at the definition of distraction. Let's start there. So we've got Merriam-Webster up on the screen here. Distraction, something that distracts, an object that directs one's attention away from something else. Especially amusement, it says, a harmless distraction, a book of word puzzles and other distractions. 2, the act of distracting or the state of being distracted, especially mental confusion, driven to distraction by their endless chatter. So yeah, that this point of the definition is kind of what I want to focus on here is the state of being distraction, mental confusion. You know, we have these unlimited stimulus that's coming at us as we scroll our TikTok or Instagram or Facebook. A lot of it is the same stuff, really, you know, and it's just like endless entertainment or endless like sound bites, endless like total like mental fog where you just go from one subject or topic or whatever to another like in seconds. And you know, it's freaking, it's the state that we're in, you know, a state of fog, like a constant fog, like can't see anything clearly, can't even think clearly, you know, can't even stay focused on anything longer than a couple of seconds. Like our attention span has been shortened dramatically. You know, us as adults, we got attention spans the level of children, the way it was for children back in the days, you know. And as you get older, you should be able to focus better, but they don't want us to focus. So let me see. Do I have, let's look at the synonyms of it. Let's look at that right quick. State of mental uncertainty in my distraction. I forgot where I was. That could sum up our whole freaking civilization, our whole society right there. I forgot where I was. Synonyms or similar words: confusion, fog, tangle, bewilderment, mystification, befuddlement, bafflement, bamboozlement, discomfiture, discombobulated, bemusement, embarrassment, head scratching, perplexity, distress, maze, puzzlement, confusedness, muddle, dismay, commotion, upset, disquiet, fluster, bother, agitation, disturbance, turmoil, abashment, discernment, dither, mortification, whirl, perturbation, chagrin, I don't know this word, flurry, fuss, stew. That is the state of us, especially when as it pertains to our politics, and especially the closer we get to election years, you know. And like last night, we had the long argument about the immigration deal and the border and all of that. And it's so much lies and confusion with that. And like I say, it's a huge distraction to get you all emotional, you know, about the border, you know, and they just use it as a tool to accomplish their goals, you know. And they don't really care even, you know. I've seen so many stories of the people who actually go down there to the border and see things for themselves. And they're like, it's not what I thought, you know. I was expecting an invasion, you know. And with the numbers that they throw around, I wonder why, you know, I don't see freaking, I don't know, fruit stands everywhere, or lack of avocados at the grocery store, or like, you know, street vendors at every corner. Like, where's the evidence to support all of these huge numbers of foreigners coming into the country? Like, where do the people go? They just disappear once they get here. What's up, Pat?
Well, now,
You there?
can you hear me?
Chilling. Yeah, I can hear you. The name of the show is Just a Distraction, and I was looking at the definitions and the synonyms of
So,
it.
yeah.
I can't talk right now. Yeah, and I was saying that this like the state of our society, especially during election years, and they throw up distractions to keep us confused and in a mental fog, making it really difficult for us to make decisions, that are good for us, you know. And news story after news story, headline after headline, just throwing us off our square.
Football game, basketball game, whatever, whatever it is
Exactly.
that's keeping you from doing the things that you really should be doing, like preparing for all the immigrants that's coming in. I,
Yeah.
I I was hearing you before I got on with that mess, but I mean you obviously don't go many places, huh?
I mean, I do. I get around a little bit. I mean, mostly I just go to work and school, but
Okay, yeah, I guess it's not a heavy population of immigrants enrolling in college, so I mean I guess and maybe they don't like Italian food. I don't know, but
well,
you know,
there's a
by
number of
you
them
by
that's.
by by you personally not having the evidence, I'm not gonna just sit here and say that, oh, well, he got a point. No, you don't. But however, you do have an opinion. You have your feelings, and I'm gonna let them be what they are, and go off of because I mean, like I said, I mean, either we're gonna go with the whole idea that we're gonna follow the Trump thing and say that the media is full of lies and anything that they say is not has no truth in it, or we can there's because I take it that there's certain things that we can utilize from the news, like mainstream media, and of course that has to be taken in with discernment as well. But however we look at it, like these numbers, say it's inflated or not. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. I mean, one thing is that either we're going to protect the laws that we have or we're not, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we're a country of laws, so either we're gonna abide by them, we're gonna make people that come here abide by them, and we're not gonna be we're gonna follow straight, do what's necessary, do what's right. But
Well, on one hand, you have the people that are genuine and concerned or whatever related to the law, if you will, and related to like the future of the country. But the immigration topic is like if you want to be bigoted, if you want to be racist, if it's used in that way to as a cover. They have a cover over it to hide their actual racism and bigotry, that leads to it. It's like before Brexit happened in the UK, that was the thing, the immigrants, the immigrants, the immigrants. That's why, we got to leave the European Union because they're allowing all these foreigners in here and it's destroying our country and all of this.
do you think I'm racist?
No, I don't. I'm not calling you racist. I'm
I'm not
saying that
I'm not saying that you're calling me racist, but at the same time, I mean, if I mimic any of these sentiments that's going around, if I feel that, these things are true and I'm, making justifications for what others have said or whatever based on immigration, I mean, I would be in the same boat as those people, right?
you would be in the same boat of those people, but that doesn't mean that you fall as racist, that you're influenced by those
Well,
folks and some
well,
of those ideas.
okay. Well, but at the same time, if I am not, because these are immigrants, these are people, non-Americans that's coming in, and whether they're my color or not, because I think a lot of them are not. If we, really go by the criteria that America goes by allowing people to come in to this country, most of them are probably not our skin, melanated people for the most part. So how is it that we're gonna say that I couldn't be racist? And I would just also add that those people that who are saying some of these things, regardless of their race, could also not be racist because of the ideology or the belief that they have on immigration. Maybe it's just trying to follow the law, or like security. That's one of the main things that's been thrown around is you know our homeland security.
Yeah, but
So
also those people could just simply be racist and hateful and bigoted.
okay, but I mean that's a easy out. That's like with no facts, nothing to really prove it other than your opinion, to say that that's what it is. Like it's not right to do. Like we become more than judgmental when we do things like that, because
Well,
there's no evidence pointing to it being because of racism. It could be for the same very reasons that we may have you know s-
well
judgments or beliefs towards like that.
there's historic precedent related to the border and racism and bigotry. Like there's many examples of it
Okay,
historically.
but that's always been a minority, and it's used as if it's the big, like the bigger picture. Like that's everybody's sentiment when they talk about it. So I mean, because I'm black, I can't be, you
It's
know,
not because you're black. It's because I know you. You
okay,
know, that's
all right.
the reason. I know you.
So,
If
but when
it
you don't know somebody, is it still like, can you still say, because I mean, is it, because you could easily say, look, I know you. Yeah, you racist as fuck. Or, hey, I
exactly
know you, you're not racist at all. So when you
right.
don't know the people that's saying it, like, is it
I get it.
really,
I get it. It's a fair argument. How can I determine if they're racist if I don't know them?
yeah.
That's a fair argument. I'm just saying there's a historical precedent related to it.
Yeah, and
That
like I said,
that
I agree with you, but only to cover those rare instances that we see, and we can determine based on what we heard from those few people. But to cover everyone to say that that's their reasoning for feeling the way they do about immigration, now I don't think that's a stance we should try to take. Let's find other reasons why it's wrong. I be more accepting of those reasons, because that right there just seemed like a cop out.
okay. I haven't seen this video, but I watch a lot of Robert Wright, so hopefully it's good. As it goes, stop me when you want to make a comment. Okay,
Wait a minute,
it's only
Robert
3 minutes.
Wright.
Yeah, Robert Wright. He's an
Oh, this dude.
economist. Like yeah.
Uh, Yeah,
So yeah, let me
very
play some of this. And
far right. I mean, far left.
okay, well, let me play some of this and
Yeah,
debunk or rebuttal his comments. Let's go.
yeah. I'm down.
Republicans are lying about immigrants and the border. Here are 5 of their biggest doozies. Number 1, they claim Biden doesn't want to secure the border. Rubbish. Biden has consistently asked for additional funding for border security. Republicans have just as consistently refused. They're voting to cut customs and border protection funding in spending bills and blocking passage of Biden's $106 billion national security supplemental that includes border funding. Number 2, they blame the drug crisis on immigration. That's more rubbish. While large amounts of fentanyl and other deadly drugs have been flowing into the United States from Mexico, 90% arrives through official ports of entry, not via immigrants illegally crossing the border. In fact, research by the Cato Institute found that more than 86% of the people convicted of trafficking fentanyl in 2021 were U.S. citizens. Number 3, they claim that undocumented immigrants are terrorists. Baloney. For almost a half century, no American has been killed or injured in a terrorist attack in the United States that involved someone who crossed the border illegally. Number 4, they say immigrants are stealing American jobs. Nonsense. Evidence shows immigrants are not taking jobs that American workers want, and the surge across the border is not increasing unemployment. Far from it. Unemployment has been below 4% for roughly 2 years. Number 5, they blame crime on immigrants. More baloney. This has been debunked by numerous studies over the years. In fact, a 2020 study found that undocumented immigrants have substantially lower crime rates than native-born citizens and legal immigrants. Notwithstanding the recent migrant surge, America's homicide rate has fallen nearly 13% since 2022, the largest decrease on record. Local law enforcement agencies are also reporting drops in violent crime. So who's really behind these lies? Since he entered politics, Donald Trump has fanned nativist fears and bigotry, now leaning into full neo-fascism and using the actual language of Hitler to attack immigrants.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done.
Trump wants us to forget that almost all of us are the descendants of immigrants who fled persecution, or were brought to America under duress, or simply sought better lives for themselves and their kids. Don't fall for these Republican lies. Know the truth and spread it.
Okay, comments.
Well, maybe we should hit the go back and hit the bullet points because like there's
That's fair.
uh
The first one was, hold on. They claim Biden doesn't want to secure the border. That was the first one.
okay. Well, I mean, I think that's an easy claim to you know, to you know, to say that okay, when the president really wants something done, what does he do?
Suggest legislation.
No, they do. They write executive orders, just like they do for Ukraine and Israel and people, things that they really give a shit about. They write executive orders, and it bypasses legislation to get funding for anything that he wants to get done.
Yeah, but executive orders are temporary. As soon as another administration comes in, they can throw those out the window.
True.
The better way to go is to get
that's very true. But if you're really standing on what you believe and this, that, and the other, then you're not gonna leave it up to Congress to figure this thing out. And if you really saying, hey, look, this is what needs to happen, you can make that executive decision to get it done right then and there, and then we'll just have to deal with that the repercussions of it later. And we've they've done it so many other times with things that like I said, that they actually care about. So to say that he cares about the border, he hasn't done one executive order other than the one that took away that allowed the catch and release, because that was an executive order that it stopped the whole thing, them staying in Mexico while they're waiting and seeking asylum. So he made an executive order for that, but he didn't make one to change to make the mistake that he that he made to begin with. All right, number 2. What's number 2?
All right, let's go to it. Hold on 1 second. He says they blame the drug crisis on immigration.
Okay, I don't know that part. So I mean, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. So I can't really argue on the behalf of that, but right now I'll just trust that what he's saying is at least potentially true. Because I mean, Americans like to sell drugs too. So, but 86%, if what the numbers he's using, the 86%, I mean, we're still looking at, okay, the 14% is still done by foreigners, which 14% is not a small.
It's actually 77%, but it's the way majority of well over almost 80%
are coming over through by legal Americans.
Yeah, are U.S. citizens,
legal citizens.
But that also includes people of dual citizenship and stuff like that.
But that's 20%. That's still 20% that would be coming in through immigrants. And that's at the least. We'll say right at the 20% mark. I mean, that's not something small to sneeze at.
Depending upon which statistic you use, it ranges between 77 to 86% are supposedly American people or dual citizenship and stuff like that.
Yeah, so either way, whichever number you go with, then you can't say that the drug crisis is being carried by illegal immigrants.
The problem is you're trying to hold people. You're trying to hold people to absolute statements, and this is not an absolute statement. It's not an absolute situation going on. I mean, you got to understand there's serious reality to the questions going on about what's going on. And because of that, you can't sit there and deny the fact that it's happening, even though these dumbasses with their calculators sitting up on Capitol Hill can't figure this out, because half of them they're reading reports. They're not talking to the people on the ground. They're not listening to how much gets through that doesn't get documented, reported, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but the point is, it's one of the talking points that's used all over, constantly, why we need to close the border for, illegal immigration is because they're bringing drugs over, and the fentanyl crisis is going across the nation, and people are dying and overdosing.
Dude, you want to take guns away from everybody because less than 0.01% of their use.
I never said take guns away from people. I said common sense laws,
No, you said take AKs away from people. You've said
we don't need guns
several times.
Certain weapons,
the AKs.
Yeah, certain weapons don't need to be on the streets. Weapons of war don't need to be on the streets. For what?
Those aren't weapons of war, though. They're weapons of defense.
Yeah. That can be argued, but certain weapons should not be available.
Because I'll tell you, I would by far rather my girl with her size have an AK at her hand than a shotgun or a pistol or something like that, for her own protection, for her own safety.
Yeah, I don't think you need something that has like 1,000 rounds a minute. You know what I mean? I just
doesn't have 1,000 round a minute capability. They're semi-automatic. They only fire a bullet when you pull the trigger, just like a handgun. Don't ask me, dude. Seriously, I'm facting you with this right now. You are working off of things. Can they be modified? Yes. Do criminals modify them? Yes. But
I mean,
normal
shoot,
people
even
don't
even
walk
e-
around with fully automatic weapons and haven't since the 80s. You haven't seen that kind of shit, except in the hands of gangs and criminals.
The bullet point number 3 was they claim undocumented immigrants are terrorists.
well, I wouldn't say that all of them are, but definitely some of them are.
They've caught a couple of hundred people that are on the terrorist watch list over the last few years coming through the southern border. And to be honest, he did not mention anything about that. All he said is no act of terror has been committed by someone traceable to illegal immigration. However, those towers were brought down by people who overstayed their visa and took advantage of the immigration system in another way. And that takes nothing away from the border. It takes nothing away from the other people that, because there's a lot of people in business and stuff like that that overstay their visas or just don't go back. And that's what those guys that flew those planes were ones that didn't go back. They actually came over, most of them on student visas.
Yeah, well, the talking points are that, you know, the immigrants are terrorists.
No, the absolute point. You will not allow any other factor, any other thing except the point you want to hammer on in the argument. That is absolutism. Nothing matters except this statement. That's not the way it is, though.
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm saying. But I mean, like, if 1%, if 1% of them are terrorists, then you can say, okay, there's a percentage of them that are terrorists. But if you're saying, you know, these immigrants are coming over, they're terrorists, and they're men of fighting age, they're trying to take over the country, like, where are you getting the data to support these statements?
Well, I think that the way that he is presenting this information is very much like it's not in good faith, because there's a lot of information that he's leaving out, or the way he's trying to present it is just not totally.
Okay, what would you say that 294 illegal aliens that are on the terrorist watch list have crossed through the southern border in 2023? That makes that claim a valid claim. The fact they have not committed a terrorist act, but they are trying to get through the border. That's what you got to understand here. This statement alludes to a non-truth. Now, people are using a non-truth, but you're saying this statement completely freaking denies the fact that terrorists are getting through and can get through or are trying to get through.
Yeah.
And again, we ask for everyone they catch and see, how many get by? If you want to do a percentage of it, we'll say 5% of people. We'll go low instead of 40 or 50% like it really is. We'll go low, 5%. That means they caught 300. That means there's 15 people on the terrorist watch list wandering around. They are coming through. Now, are all of them? No. Is it a curious statement? The fact that most of these people coming through are of the age, description,
military,
the fit, the military, like they are. Yes, that is an observation that is reasonable. Yet they have no way to link the majority of them to terrorism, which is a problem. I agree with you on that. But to say that they're not coming through is just as much of a falsehood as saying they all are.
Yeah, well, the guy, Robert was saying, they haven't committed. So let's say somebody's on a watch list and they got over, they haven't committed any terrorist acts. So, I mean, there's no evidence of terrorism.
Then why are they on the international terrorist watch list?
I mean,
now you're making excuses. And when one of these guys that comes over blows some shit up, it's going to be because people wanted to deny their existence because it was inconvenient to their argument.
And you know they made a list of some of the hottest places of where some of these what is expected to happen, like some of these you know.
Terrorism does happen here in the United States, but it tends to be United States citizens who do it. You know, I mean,
Well,
that's a reality.
You mean United States citizens backed with the ideas and financed by the FBI?
Who's to say that that's the case?
Like the guys trying to kidnap the governor, where out of 11 people involved, 7 of them were actually undercover informants with the FBI. You remember that? We covered that.
What about
several times?
What about the people who bombed the original freaking God, I can't think.
World Trade?
The World Trade Center.
Yeah,
Timothy
Oklahoma.
Timothy McVeigh. Yeah, radicalized.
No, you're talking about the Oklahoma.
Then you got the Oklahoma City bomb. That's a different one.
30, 40 years ago.
That was Timothy McVeigh.
You won't let me use you will not let me use facts from 5 years ago without saying they're out of date. And you want to start doing that? Come on.
No,
man.
I'm just saying the evidence is not supporting that, the immigrants are terrorists.
Evidence has supported the fact that they caught 294 people from the terrorist watch list trying to get through the southern border illegally.
Okay.
Therefore, by extrapolation of that data, known terrorists and their affiliates are attempting to cross through the southern border. You cannot deny that.
Point 4 says...
Are they blowing shit up? No. Are they doing terrorist acts right now? No. But are the people of that mind, that capability, crossing the border with the potential of untraceably being to create cells and start shit? Absolutely.
Well, my point is this whole thing with the immigrants is blown all the way up and out of proportion and disproportion from reality. It's totally
the very next thing the guy says after he says this statement is they're not taking jobs Americans want.
Yeah, so point 4 it says they say
which
Americans
means they're
are
still taking, which means again, they're still taking jobs. But again, when we start discussing cook jobs, picking jobs, manual labor, they're taking those jobs that our kids will not do, that our generation, that our children, that they're not picking up and doing like we used to do. So yes, they are taking jobs that Americans could have, but they don't want, most of them won't want to work in that field. That's cool. Again, they're using a lie to counter a lie. This is half information being used to battle half information. Like his whole, he did $100 million border bill. No, he did $100 billion security bill, which included 14.5 toward the southern border security. So less than 12% of that 100-something billion was actually going to what you are complaining about it wasn't going to.
Well, and the other thing is that there was a bill that was done. It was for them to send Army soldiers down there to do paperwork and to try to help do some. So it was never really like anything to secure the border. It was more so to be able to streamline or, try to process in as many people as possible.
Trying to turn the freaking processing the intake process into a friggin' rubber stamp processing. Boom, thank you, drive through. Boom, thank you, drive through. Boom, thank you, drive through.
Mm-hmm.
Be back in court at 6 months. If you're not there, you'll be in trouble. If you're not there, well, we won't come and find you, but you're supposed to be there.
But how do you even request them to be somewhere at a time where
No, they're not released without a court date. They're given through processing and everything. They'll get a court date, and then they get released on their own recognizance. Until then, because we do not have the facilities to hold them or keep them, and no one wants to be the one that opens up the FEMA camps for them. No one wants to be the one that puts the immigrants in the tent camps, which is good because that's a horrible optic at this point in time.
Number 5, it says they blame crime on immigrants.
everybody does crime, and I think
Dude, we just had an undocumented kill a woman over in Georgia or Alabama or something. The reason there's lower crime stats in the neighborhoods is because they're afraid of reporting to the police. They're afraid if the police come in, one, they're going to be discriminated with, and the police are going to kill them because that's what the left says. You know, they kill brown people. And they're afraid that if they get questioned by the police and identified, and they get identified as undocumented, they're going to get hauled off. So they don't call the police as much, which a lot of times turns into neighborhood vigilantism.
Okay, well, like the percentage of crimes are going down. He showed those stats thoroughly, and it's like, you know, the news is saying the crime is up, the immigrants are coming in, the immigrants are causing crime, and it's like they don't have
what kind of crime
evidence to support that.
They're saying crime. What kind of crime? Which crimes?
It was violent crimes. It was let me play this little part again.
On immigrants. More baloney. This has been debunked by numerous studies over the years. In fact, a 2020 study found that undocumented immigrants have substantially lower crime rates than native-born citizens and legal immigrants. Notwithstanding the recent migrant surge,
pinpoint
America's
2020
homicide rate has fallen nearly 13% since 2022, the largest decrease on record. Local law enforcement agencies
since the largest increase on record.
Violent crime. So who's really behind these lies?
Go ahead.
Well, when they talked about the study, I mean, this is when 2020 is when Trump was in office.
And in 2022 was right after the lockdown when crime and everything was all at its highest in a long time.
So that he's not talking about current stuff. He's going to go back to 2020 when things were actually under control.
And then use an exaggerated baseline to show progress on a current timeline. Like I say, this is literally step-by-step half information to battle the half information on the other side. You got to pay attention to what both of them are saying to make even a little sense out of it.
Yeah, and I don't think either one of them are opposed to lying to some extent. And I think we just we really have to use discernment when we're dealing with this information because they lie. So to believe everything that Robert Reich is saying is most likely very foolish, just as if we was to listen to everything that we hear on the right.
Let me read a couple comments. It says, what would the Republicans campaign on if the immigration crisis was resolved? That's their biggest cash cow for votes. Another comment, it says, it really needs to be much more of a consistent speaker on CNN, Face the Nation, etc., and combat the rubbish propaganda Trump and his minions vomit out. Another comment, it says, the Biden administration bill stuck in Congress contains the funding we have been begging for down here at the border, funding for more BP agents, funding for more asylum immigration judges, funding for more high technology border security measures, and more funding for fencing projects. But the GOP doesn't want to pass this bill because it will make Biden look good. All they thinking we will wait until 2029 for relief. The GOP needs to be fired this November. What do y'all think about that?
I think let's see if they remove the Democratic rider of the extra money for Ukraine and Israel. If they change the cap numbers that they abbreviated for catch and release program, let's see if that bill passes.
I'm willing to bet they'll make an excuse to push it until Trump gets in, even if it was clear like that. Standalone bill.
At this point, everything's on a wait and see. Nothing's going to get done right now because they've decided to make all of this voting about letting everyone think it's going to be Trump right up till the end, and then right at the end before the election, when there's no strong Republican opponent, go, oh yeah, we're not going to let him run.
I'll read another one. It says, my question is, why do I only see this kind of fact checking from a handful of people like Mr. Wright instead of seeing it on mainstream news? My whole life I've been told this myth about liberal media and never seen it in reality. If the U.S. actually had a liberal media, we would see this stuff all the time.
I have been seeing nothing but that.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree with this person's comment because, we do have a liberal media for the most part.
Now, compared to, say, UK or Australia, not so much. But for American politics, our media is very, very liberal and very, very into the whole, since we no longer have the ability to, since you've rebelled for us trying to take control of things and control you that way, now we're just going to try to keep your feelings at a massive sense of agitation and just point you from target to target so you don't have time to think about what you're really doing. You're just always in attack mode because some other organization or group of people or someone else is oppressing you and out to get you.
Let me read this one. It says, Mr. Wright, thank you for so much of the absolutely perfect talking points. People can so easily fall into these talking traps on either side. I would like to point out that whenever it's said that American jobs are stolen by immigrants, my first response is, who's hiring them? Don't feel this particular topic in that argument is addressed. Why don't we talk about big companies essentially having to pay to play process? The person who is not a citizen, having no docs, essentially owes the employer by being paid a super low wage instead of paying appropriately for skills, so profit margins increase. My opinion, and I may be wrong about if jobless Americans who feel their job is stolen, instead of targeting the person, start holding these companies accountable who particularly sell your job to them. Don't fault someone who wants to better their lives by coming here, even the playing field, and ask companies to hire by skill and qualifications, not for profit. That is a fair comment right there. You know, you demonize the immigrants and make them the bad guy when you got these guys out here, they're hiring them. They obviously don't, I mean, if they don't have documents, how the hell, you know, they obviously know they're not legal because they're not asking them for a social security number or whatever.
You know exactly how they get by with it because you know how the people that work in your kitchens get by with it. Don't talk like you're naive, man.
And I also know that the people I also know that the people that run the place that I work at know these people are not legal. They know it.
Well, yeah, when you look at an employee list of social security numbers and find 3 of your employees have the same social security number, you know, there are clues.
Just saying, I know that they know. They look the other way, you know, because it benefits them to look the other way.
But I will be honest on the other side too. While my kitchen doesn't pay the best, they're not paying them bare minimum. They're not paying them like $12 an hour either, you know, $9 to $12 an hour like a lot of those assholes do.
Well, that's what we do at my place. I ain't gonna lie. They're getting paid the bottom. Bottom.
That's the one thing I hate working for a corporation.
Yeah. Let me play this one, and then we're gonna move on from this topic because this topic is so freaking. The thing is that gets lost in this topic is the nuance. You know, it's so cut and dry, black and white. You know, legal, illegal. But it's like I say, they use this topic. They use it. It's a tool. You know, even the words that they use, like invasion, illegal alien, like these words are used to get visceral reactions out of people. You know what I mean? And the whole thing is blown up way bigger than it really is. Like, and the numbers that they use, totally over the top. We should, going by the numbers that they've been releasing, we should already be overrun by now. We should be the immigrants should be outnumbering us by the amount that's coming over the border.
No,
we should be outnumbered by now.
It's running steadily between 8 to 10%.
Millions of people coming across the border every year, or whatever the hell they're saying. Like that.
You're the one that doesn't even seem to understand the numbers. I mean, I'm not having a problem understanding where it's coming from.
I think the numbers are bullshit.
You're so busy believing that it's wrong that you won't take any kind of attempt at running the numbers or finding evidence or anything. If it doesn't agree with what you believe in, you've literally blown us off.
What about the whole idea? Like, I mean, you know, I feel like we lost a bunch of people during COVID that, you know, this is a way for them to make up for those people that died off, or even those who the market out of the job market, like they're trying to replace these people, and you probably need those, you know.
Well, they killed off all the old Republicans. Now they need new young Democrats to come in.
Immigrants tend to fall on the right. I don't know why it's that way, but a lot of them do that once they get over here. So that's just a thing.
After the first two voting cycles, two voting cycles tend to lead toward Democrat because they're led to believe that the Democrats are the ones that got him here and is going to give them the bonuses and everything. And then after about 6 to 8 years, once that second voting cycle comes up, they begin to realize that they got conned and tricked just like the people back in their original country. So they're like, fuck you. I'm going to go for what sounds better, stronger family values, you know, more protection, safety, things like that. And then they start heading towards the Republican side because they don't feel like safety comes in guys flinging their junk around in a girl's bathroom.
But let me play this.
The president is returning to Washington this afternoon, but he's also tweeting and talking today about immigration and the border wall, saying, quote, Border Patrol agents are not allowed to properly do their job at the border because of ridiculous liberal Democrat laws like catch and release.
There are two court cases that restrict the amount of time unauthorized immigrants can be detained. The first is a 1997 settlement that says all minors, whether or not they are accompanied, should not be detained unless it's absolutely necessary. The second is a 2001 Supreme Court ruling saying, except in certain circumstances, no person can be detained for longer than 6 months. See, in the early 2000s, illegal immigration was rising, and there was limited space in detention centers. So the Department of Homeland Security obtained additional funding to expand facilities, allowing Border Control to detain more people and deport them within that 6-month window. After Bush left office, Obama shifted the priorities of the Border Patrol agents. But soon after taking office, the Trump administration rolled back these guidelines. Catch and release isn't a Democratic law. It dates back to the George W. Bush administration and stems in part from court cases. We award 3 Pinocchios.
And it's not really real catch and release. They're talking about the 6 months. You know, these people, they make sure that they get them back out of the country within those 6 months period. You know, and it's it's like I say, those numbers are bullshit. Those people aren't here in the United States. Like they don't say when they say those numbers, they don't say how many got sent back or are detained on their way back. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And then those numbers offend my logical mind. Like I say, you talking about millions of people. Like where the hell are they?
Well, what about when we're talking about these democratic cities that are like safe havens for immigrants, and they have their complaints about being overrun. I mean, is it just so the Democrats and the Republicans are now coming up to just lie together about a situation that one says isn't happening, and then like I'm confused because we're getting information, we're getting messaging from both sides that's saying that it's a problem, and there's others, people who I guess get, because Robert Reich, he gets paid to say the stuff that he says. Like he's one of their stooges. So I don't believe anything he says.
Well, first of all, too, you're trying to completely obfuscate the situation by saying 23 million people a year. No, they're talking over the last several years, over 23 million people coming over, not every year.
Yeah, nobody said every year is 23 million.
See, in Texas, we detain 9,600 people a day. In Louisiana, 4,400 a day. California, a little shy of 2,000. That's 12,000 people a day.
And those people are coming into the United States. And
those are people being detained by the Border Patrol and stuff like that. We're using that's 4.4 million people a year.
Well, those people aren't landing into the United States. They're not. If they're being detained at the border, they're not freaking just sending these people free to run in the streets.
Dude, why have you gotten so damn dense the more you go to school? You're not listening and understanding to what these statistics are. These are people that are being stopped by the border and stuff. These are the ones they're going not through. These are ones that they're getting through and they've got to detain. Detained means stopped at, means we are taking care of them. We are going, no. These are the people that we know are coming through. Meanwhile, if you take a look at videos out there and pay attention, there's still people streaming through.
But if they're not,
another thing, this new thing that they've shut down is everyone's saying, oh, they're limiting to 5,000 people crossing a day. No, what they're saying is they stopped counting after 5,000 more than average number of crossers per day.
But no, I gotta ask this because if they're not coming in, then who is Abbott shipping to these different states?
I'm saying that it's not
they're
the numbers that
they're character actors, and then they all make their way back and get on the buses again. That's it.
I'm saying that
they're crisis actors, right?
When they say those numbers, they make people think that all of these people are coming in, and it's simply not true. They don't say that part. They just give you those numbers of the people that were detained at the border.
But where's the proof?
I don't see anything wrong with these numbers I'm seeing. I understand because I've read the border crossing reports. I gave you their website. I've used statistics from them before. The actual people that are counting the people and doing this at the border, and you said you don't trust their info. So whose info do you trust if you do not trust the government's own info straight from them?
I didn't say that. I never said that.
Yes, you did.
Last night you said that.
You argued that when I first brought up the border information. This is almost a year ago. We were talking about this. And I brought up stats directly from the website linked to the Border Patrol. And you said that you didn't believe them.
Yeah, well, I don't remember.
You have a habit of not believing anything about the border. which amazes me because as close as we are to it, it's something that we've known about. It's something that actually affects us as people who work in food service. I mean, but it's like you're taking random economists and what he says is truth, but you won't actually look at what's coming in and extrapolate and do your own math to get to the point. We're letting 5 million people a year in. Since we've been talking about this, that's a good 25 million people. Since the years before that, that's another good 12. Now we can start adding the DACA ones, which they think are as many as 20 to 30 million more.
It's like you're saying two different things. Just a minute ago, you were saying that these people were detained at the border, right?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. These people aren't being released into the streets.
They
But
are
now you're
stopped.
saying-
They are brought in. They are given a court date after a couple of weeks, and then they are released on their own recognizance to return at the court date. That is what is happening. It's just like bail, except it's their own recognizance. They're being trusted to come back for their court hearing as to whether or not they can stay. That is the process.
You haven't heard anything about the catch and release?
I just played a video about it just now. That was the last video I played from Washington Post.
See, I'm not describing catch and release. I am describing the current policy with people who claim asylum when they are caught or stopped at the border. They don't detain, they don't reach over into Mexico and then pull them in saying you tried to cross. They don't touch them until they have crossed into the United States. They have already completed the act of crossing the border before they get detained.
And then when they can question them, they can try to do background checks on them, but then they have to release them. So at that point, that the immigrant decides what direction he's going to go into. What you know what I'm saying? Once he's released, you think they're going to go back the way they came, or going to continue the way that they were going in the beginning?
The video that I just played said they have 6 months to process them. If they can't process them in that 6 months time, then they, but they're going to get them out of here within that 6 months time. That's the way you're explaining catch and release is like they arrest these people and then they just let them go. Like that is not what's happening.
No, they don't arrest them at all. They only stop them to try to question them, get whatever information they can to verify that they're not harmful as much as they can, and then they have to release them. And then
that is not what's happening.
That's after they reach a certain amount of detainees per day is when that policy starts. And they do a certain amount. Then when what the new Democratic thing is in this bill is they want to say once the average per day has reached 5,000, that they don't even stop people anymore. They don't detain anybody. They don't question anybody. They just write down how many and leave it alone.
Let's move on. Check this quote out right here. It says, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them." Maya Angelou. You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide to not be reduced by them. And we're talking about immigration right now, and it's like us being reduced by our emotional reactions to something that is completely overblown. Let me read a comment. It says, very motivating quote, but not true. You can only control your reaction based on who you are, and who you are is a sum of a lot of variables you have no control over. Of course, we are always taking decisions. The majority of those are unconscious, and the other ones that seems to be conscious, like deciding if enroll to swimming class or yoga, are tight to your background, genetic, hormones, etc. Sure, we all feel like we are in control, otherwise we wouldn't be able to live. I mean, that is a fair comment. But what she's saying is you don't have to become a victim of the things that you can't control. You can decide to not be a victim. You know, because I mean, if you get too scientific, then you can just say that, you know, we're just chemical. All of our impulses or love, everything, it can be reduced to chemical. You know, what am I trying to say? Within your body, you know, telling you, like controlling you, chemical impulses.
Dopamine and serotonin and serotonin manipulation.
Yeah. So, and it's like, it's kind of like the way you look at the world is a choice that you can make. You know, you can say the glass is half full, you can say the glass is half empty, you can say that nothing matters, or you can say that everything matters. So then that's a choice that you can make. Because who's to say which one is actually true, you know?
See, I had it put in a way to me more like money. You know, if you had $84,600, or if you had $86,400 and you lost $300, would that bother you? Would that bother you so much that you would wreck or destroy the other $86,000 trying to make up for that loss, or trying to deal with that loss? You know, and the reason it worked, you think about it that way, is there are 86,400 seconds in a day. So if someone pisses you off for 5 minutes, that's 300 seconds. Yeah. Why risk the other 86,100 seconds of the day over that ignorant 5 minutes? You know, it's how you want to spend your time. Your time is expended. Your emotions are currency. Do you want to waste that currency on something that should? It's the 3L rule. If it doesn't affect my life, my living, or my livelihood, then it pretty much really isn't any of my damn business.
Yeah, but also the effects that come from the stress, the worry, the things that, a lot of times these things cause, and life is life, and no matter what we do. So if we allow these things to affect us longer, because in the moment we're gonna have feelings, we're gonna go through these things, but that cortisol release that we can, if we don't take control of what we do, how we do allow these things to affect us, we're gonna hurt ourselves more than the actual thing that what we say happened to us.
And I think it's important to remember these things that you guys are saying right now, for us all to remember these things when we looking at politics, and we're like in a political, we're in an election year, and they're pulling us left and right. They're pulling our heartstrings, they're pulling our emotional strings, and they're getting us all, emotionally charged and, feeling some kind of way, like it's the end of the world, like you got the Democrats saying, if Trump becomes election, then if he wins the election, then democracy is over.
I'm gonna move to another country. I'm gonna
yet at the same time, they want to end democracy and move toward socialism, toward more government control, less individual say. So, crap. Either side wins. It's the beginning of end of democracy as we know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but and then on the Republican side, you got them. You got them saying, you know, if you let the
He doesn't
Democrats
know
win,
about.
That's
and we're
because
gonna,
he's an academic and he doesn't understand the consequences to people, not just the patterns and the figures on paper.
well,
No. He doesn't pick a side, but then when you say that, you know, even when the Democrats do it, he's like, well, I don't know about all of that, but he doesn't pick a side.
that's not what it was at all.
Oh,
Anyways,
he's picked a side.
But you got the Republicans saying, you know, if the Democrats win, then it, you know, we got open borders and we're gonna have invasion, and you know, all the values of our traditional values are out the window, and you know, you're gonna have willy-nilly abortions or whatever the hell, you know.
Someone really must have touched you in a special place about the border stuff recently.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, because there's something about it that actually that triggered him. Because I ain't gonna lie, it is triggering. Because I get triggered.
I'm triggered by how triggered people are about it. That's what it is right there. Like I don't.
But that's the thing. I mean, because I don't get triggered about it because I mean, it is what it is. Because like honestly,
there's a number of issues that's far more important. Not to say that the border isn't an issue, but we got way more things that we could be focusing on.
But listen, let me ask you this: do you think that the security of our country means nothing? And where does it start and where does it begin to secure our homeland? Like that's like one of the I think that should be like very important, because if we allow things to happen that we don't secure ourselves, before we know it, we have a population of people who don't care. Like I mean, at one time, like before. You know,
you got the American citizens that's born here that don't care about nothing. So no, that's not. I'm sorry.
That's not true.
Yes, you do. You got lots of them. Don't give a damn about nothing.
But I'm gonna tell you, a lot of them are foreigners that has come in here a long time ago and been trying to change things and do things like.
Most of the people that's here in the United States are people that came from somewhere else at some point.
Okay, I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is, what my statement is, the fact that they didn't have the, you know, like even though they're legal, like a lot of them pretty much forced their way here. Some of them even once, you know, they lied and, you know, like. There are, I would agree that there are a bunch that don't, because I mean, if you think about the Jewish people, they don't like anybody. When we really discuss those people that they call themselves Jewish people, that they don't like, they think that all of us are trash. So I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, you know, these are foreigners. These are people that come from somewhere else that try to come and tell us what we're supposed to do.
But Goyim sounds like a fun word. It's like it's such a fun nickname.
Let's move on to this right here. Check it out. It says,
not that I know anything about stuff like that either.
Oh well.
It says many Democrats still in denial over how effed they are after supporting genocide. It says the party's done. It says the DNC is in panic mode. Corporate media is stunned to watch 5 Michigan voters turn on Joe Biden in front of their eyes. It says, we're not stupid enough to elect you again. I'm willing to punish Biden. Let's play a little bit of this.
Is there a pathway forward for you with Biden?
Oh, absolutely not. You cannot keep killing people with our money and just keep thinking that, oh, we are stupid enough to elect you again, because we'll fall in line. We'll forget. Like, this is an insult to me as a voter.
For you, Biden has a pathway forward.
Biden has a pathway forward. It's not.
And what does that look like?
That is him calling for a permanent and immediate ceasefire. The straightforward, simple answer for the Biden administration is push for a ceasefire, stop aiding Israel in their war crimes. And I guarantee you, there are enough people who would be willing to deal with it and vote for the man. It is, in so many words, insane to me to have the Democratic Party and the Biden administration sit here and essentially say, if Trump happens, it's your fault.
If you don't want a Trump presidency, then are you not worried about what he could do domestically to this country?
I am, it's like a vaccine. I'm willing to take short-term pain for a long-term gain. I'm willing to let go of Joe Biden and oppose Joe Biden, make him a one-term president, punish Joe Biden by making him a one-term president and pairing his loss with the genocide in Gaza.
Why does our democracy, why is having a Trump presidency more important than those people's lives?
Yeah.
Why is our democracy more important than thousands of men, women, and children being killed?
Well, that last comment was kind of silly, but yeah, they always throw that shit in there talking about, oh, but you're going to let but you're going to let Trump win though, you can't let him win. What is he going to do to the country? That's what they do. That's what they scare these people to vote for. Like, have to vote for Biden.
What is 45 said? He says, if you get me back in office, I will end this Ukraine problem. I will end this Israel problem. We won't have people bombing children. We won't have people dying. Because that's what I want. I want people to stop dying.
I don't know if he would. I think that he would. But the Ukraine situation is already.
He's got some pull with Russia that he can get this stopped. Well, I think he's got some dirt on Putin.
The funding is bottled up in Congress for Ukraine, and Ukraine is falling, and it's happening. So if that funding doesn't get over there sometime soon, I think that war is going to be over anyways. But as far as the Israel thing, Trump is clearly supporting of Israel. I don't think that he's going to do anything to stop what's happening in Israel at all, But the point of this post right here is talking about Biden and the Democratic voters and how they, pull voters' strings to try to force them to vote for them. And you see how the person
I was actually quoting Trump saying that he would make sure that it ended, but there would be a ceasefire. But okay.
Trump is an Israel supporter. I don't see that happening at all. But
again, you're using feelings and stuff, and you didn't either are ignoring what he said or you're just dismissing it. Either way.
Plus, I think that
I've heard him say that he completely supports Israel. I've heard him say that. I don't know about the quote that you're saying, but I've heard him say that he supports Israel all the way. I've heard him say that.
And you also heard him say that there would be a ceasefire within a week if he was president in that situation.
I mean, he makes claims all the time.
But you've also heard the other thing he said 872 times because that's on your feed. You don't insulate yourself by having multiple feeds for research right now.
Look, are y'all open to other options at all for presidency?
I don't like either one of them, so yes, I'm open. But let's get back to the point here, okay? This segment right here, the one that I played, is these are 5 Democratic voters who saying they're not riding with Biden. They're willing to punish Biden. They're willing to, get him up out of there. These 5 voters, they're, what stopped them is the Israel issue. So what we're talking about here is how like the reporter was like trying to tell them like, but you have to vote for Biden. What's going to happen if Trump wins or whatever, it's like, and that's what the establishment, that's how they work with like shaming people into voting for Biden. Like that is the main tool that they have to get support for Biden. It's not like, oh, vote for Biden because his policies, we support his policies or whatever.
Dude,
no, it's like you got to vote
against
the other guy.
That's what broke me from all of my Democrat friends and got a lot of people who were not white to start calling me racist when I said I wasn't going to vote for Obama the second time. And they didn't even wait to ask any reasons before I was attacked for being a bad person and a racist and all of that because I wasn't going to vote for him. I'd already voted for him. Didn't I know better? I'm like, what the fuck?
But that's the problem with Democratic voters. They don't really know that they're extremists because they're massaged into believing that they are the right arm of the law. They believe that
they are the oppressed.
That they're the good people in everything, and that's not true. It's far from the truth. Like, these people do so much harm, and then we're looking at it from a parallel that is just imbalanced. Because first of all, if you're not looking, like a lot of times, I've said this many times that, a lot of times we're looking at nationalists and globalists, and a lot of the, pretty much all of the Democrats are globalists. They follow that agenda. You have a bunch of Republicans that are globalists, but they work along with the Democrats. There's others that are, that I think that they have some of both on each side. That there's Democrats that's like, no, we need to take care of home first. But there's like in this moment in time, we have more Republicans that is like, let's take care of home first, or we lose everything that we've been, everything that our ancestors have worked for, whatever. Like, if we don't straighten this thing up now, so it's a misconception in many cases that Democrats really feel like they're the people that's the good people, but they're very, very evil, and they make decisions emotionally instead of actually, thinking a lot of these things through. Because what can Trump really do more than what harm can Trump do more than what Biden has done? But that's, I mean, my whole thing is just like,
oh, I can imagine. That's why I'm scared of him.
Yeah. I don't like his direction either. But the point
I don't like either one of them right now. They're both poison. They're both toxic to our country.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the point of what Pat is saying right here is really on point, though. How they have this moral superiority that they feel like they're the authority. They feel like they're right. You know what I mean? And that's where it like. Let me play this little part where the whole
cancel culture thing.
But nobody calls them extremists, though. That's the whole
argument
thing.
from the left on cancel culture is, well, you may be immune to the government, but you're not immune to consequences. And then they take it to themselves to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah.
And to go so far as to, because someone said, I don't like the fact that you use my little girl's bathroom, turn around and dox them and deprive them of their jobs, their ability to make money. They put their family into ruin, and then they start getting death threats, all because they don't have an opinion. They don't agree with the opinion. That's some scary that happened to me. They came after my job.
Yeah. Let me play this part, the way that she tried to shut them down for having the feelings that they don't want to support Biden based on the way he's dealing with Israel.
Trump happens, it's your fault.
If you don't want a Trump presidency, then are you not worried about what he could do domestically to this country?
I am,
so if you don't want a Trump presidency, are you not worried about what he could do domestically? So they have the issues with Biden, with the way he's dealt with the Israel thing, and that's the reason why they're not riding with him. And her comeback is, well, what about what Trump is going to do domestically? It's like,
dude, you got to understand, everyone's all anti-corporate people and all that stuff like that, and they don't understand. Corporations don't want to ruin this country. Corporations want us to make money. They want us to be able to have the illusion of moving up and ahead. I mean, because for every dollar, they want us to feel like we can get rich, because for every dollar we make, they make 30. I mean, you know, they're the upper 1%. You know, the upper 1% is only $1 million a year and more. Actually, it's more like 750,000 and up, or 800,000 and up, to be considered part of the upper, to be part of the 1%.
Well, but then the middle class is actually like even smaller than that, and
So there is no middle class anymore. They made sure that got pounded out pretty much during the whole
there's not
time
even
we
you don't
spent in
think
Iraq, and all that time we were in the desert. They were weakening in the middle class, and then the final death blow was the pandemic. You know, was the beer, the beer feared around the world.
Okay, but
that was the nail in the coffin for the middle class.
I would say the 1%, because the people that's in between, I would say, you know, 250,000 and $1 million a year is what really the middle class is. Anything under that, especially at this point, is not really middle class. They're
And like I said, if I got $5,000 in my pocket, clean and free after taxes, I would not want or need for anything in my life. I would be able to do anything and everything and make a fortune from there.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Check this out right here. So let me play this one. Max Blumenthal, it says, currently no resolution in the works to censure or expel Representative Andy Ogles for calling for the killing of children in the besieged Gaza Strip. In the U.S. Congress, that only happens to lawmakers who call for an end to Israel's system of apartheid. So let's play this little clip right here.
I've seen the footage of
You've seen footage of
shredded children's bodies. And that's my taxpayer dollars. I'm going to bomb those kids.
So I think we should kill them all. If that makes you feel better. Everybody.
Andrew Ogles, you know, and you know, when people heckle people, you know, a lot of times people go over the top to kind of shut down the conversation. You know, it's like, you know, so you're bothering me about this whole thing, so I'm just gonna say, hey, I think we should just kill them all. So then that should shut down the conversation of you know, bothering me at this moment. You know what I mean? I'm sure that's the way he was thinking or whatever.
No,
but it doesn't come across. It doesn't come across very well. Should have known that it was going to be used as a soundbite.
No. When somebody makes a comment like that and you irritated them and they get to the point, no, they telling you what they was. All right, you know what? What they really should do is, like, he's telling them exactly how he feels, because they stretched him out. I don't think if he's really not for killing kids, he's like, it makes no sense for him to go out on a limb and think that that's going to be the safe thing or a good thing to say. You're saying this is because, like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. I really don't give a shit about these kids, and all of them should die. Like, that's what he's like. That was his real sentiment.
Yeah, and it shows that you know, the power of the Israel lobby, where people can feel comfortable saying stuff like this. They feel like there's not going to be repercussions for making statements like this. You know, if he made a statement opposite of that, you know, calling for a ceasefire and you know, saying we should protect the children of Gaza, then there would have been backlash. He would have had to worry about getting reelected, because the AIPAC would have came in with millions of dollars to support whoever was running against him.
Hey, look, I gotta step out for a bit, but I'm gonna stay connected, but I'm gonna be listening but I'll be back in a bit.
All right, cool. Let's play this Tucker Carlson clip here.
How can world governments kill more than 10 million people and leave some large undetermined number disabled for life and not say a word about it, not apologize, not work to fix it, not work to make the families whole? I mean, just leave it by the side of the road like a corpse and keep marching. I don't understand that. How can that happen?
Believe me, I'm surprised as well. You know, I can't get an audience with anybody in the United States Congress except for Senator Ron Johnson. Like, I can't have a dialogue. They won't talk to me. Nobody wants to know. They don't want to know the truth. It's like autism in this country. You know, autism's been around for a very long time, and we've known from the statistics that vaccines cause autism. It's the leading cause of autism. Now, can we even get a discussion about that?
Wait, may I ask you to pause that? I mean, the statement you just made is verboten. I mean, no person who wanted to, say, work at the Atlantic magazine or who takes the New York Times on a daily basis would ever say something like that, because you're not allowed to say that. Or, why do you tell us why you say that?
I say it's because it's true. Yeah, I've collected my own data just independently to look at the connection between vaccines and autism, and it's amazing. I had over 10,000 parents tell me about their kids, and I said, "Hey, tell me about your kids. Tell me how many vaccines they've gotten. Tell me if they have autism. Tell me if they have ADHD. Tell me, you know, just tell me about your kids. Tell me about the medical conditions, and tell me about how many shots they get." And it's a straight line. The more shots you get, the more likely you are to get autism. And it's the same thing for ADHD. It's the same thing for PANS. It's the same thing for autoimmune diseases. I mean, it is basically the more shots you get, the less healthy the kids are.
Yeah, I don't know that that's true. I mean, there's some connections, and I want to be careful when I talk about this topic, but there are some connections there or whatever. But you know, polio, all of these different things, the measles, chicken pox, you go down the list, and, you know, the mortality rate of people have improved since we've come up with these vaccines for these different, you know.
Another thing is all of these vaccines and stuff are done up to and through a certain age. And at the time that they're required, literally, I believe it's about 6 months after that is when you start testing for developmental issues. So they get the shots and everything, but they haven't been tested for these developmental issues yet. And now they've got the shots, they're being tested for these developmental issues. So people who don't understand chemistry, biology, all that, are now doing a causal link, saying, they just got all these shots and now they're testing positive when they didn't seem to be that way before. But since they weren't tested or assessed by a professional, you don't know if those little cute ticks or cute things that your baby was doing were actually signs of developmental issues, because you're not trained in spotting that.
Right.
You just put you know, hey, this happened, so this must be the cause of that. And so that's why there's really no proof. He's using what I don't have a problem with anecdotal evidence as long as you claim it as such. You know, it's like, well, I've never seen this happen. Well, I actually have myself seen it. I am always going to go, hey, that's your story, and I'm going to accept that, maybe not as proof, but maybe as an exception to what I understand as a rule. It is part of the data that is now part of my data.
Right.
I know someone that says this is not sane, you know, and I'll actually use that in the future. It's like, hey, here's what I know, blah, 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 blah. I have heard someone tell me this, though. You've seen me do that several times.
Right.
Contradict myself with an individual's anecdotal. But
Yes.
this whole, and by the way, I don't put autistic anti-vaxxers in the same category as the Fauci ouchie anti-vaxxers.
Right.
They're
Yes.
two entirely different subjects, and to label them under the same umbrella is not. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's disingenuous. Yes, and I completely agree with you because there is something with that one, but I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, like I said, that's about as about as close as we can get to what we're saying.
Because I thought that's what he was gonna say, but then he said basically vaccines in general, and I'm like, oh wait, hold on, you just lost me down.
Well, see, like I said, now we're actually getting into the ones that, RNA, DNA manipulation and all of that. And now we're getting also into this weird stuff about test tube babies. And you do realize that it is possible to program genetic traits to manipulate sperm and egg to produce particular traits with DNA combinations.
Yeah.
I mean, you want a blue-eyed baby, they can actually make it happen.
Yeah.
You want one that leans toward more intelligent person, they can make it happen. This was sci-fi in the 80s and in the 90s when we were reading it and seeing it in all the movies. But you got to realize
now it's real.
Even back then, they were cluing us in to the stuff that was happening in the world already.
Yeah.
That's the shit they were working on. That's the shit they were perfecting. When you go get a vaccine, you get a fever for a couple of days, or you get a shot of something, you get a fever for a couple of days, you feel sick. That is actually your body adjusting and changing in response to that. You have now altered your body and your body chemistry. I'm not saying good, bad. I'm not doing all that. I'm just, hey, this is what's going on. Kind of like you'll get sick every now and then, and it'll be something that's just bad, and you can feel it. You feel your body changing as you're sick. Your body gets over it, it fights it, but you're never quite the same again.
Let me play this.
You don't breathe quite as much. You get tired just a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
And those are some of the flus that are out these days. Have you ever gotten the flu that goes around Houston? It's a pollution-based flu is all I know about it. But it makes all your muscles tense up for like 2 or 3 days. It's like your muscles are always tense until you just like ache everywhere because you're just all cramped up and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's horrible. I've had it twice since I got here in '92. And the research I've done says it's a rare flu that happens in places of high pollution, especially heavy metal pollution.
Let me play this right here.
Because he really is actually expressing what U.S. policy is. He says, kill them all. We're talking about Palestinian children. That is basically U.S. policy. I mean, Joe Biden won't admit it, but he's providing the weapons and the diplomatic cover for Israel to do exactly that. He just vetoed yet another resolution calling for a ceasefire at the UN Security Council this week. So this racist Republican Congress member is expressing bipartisan policy. And, compare his statement calling for the death of the mass murder of Palestinian children to what Congress did with Rashida Tlaib when she said, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. The House, and I'm sure this guy voted for it, censured her. Right. Will he be censured for calling for mass murder of Palestinian kids? Of course not, because this racist contempt for Palestinians is bipartisan, as exemplified by the fact that everybody's in lockstep with continuing to arm and cover for this genocidal Israeli army. Because he really is actually expressing what U.S. policy is. He says, kill them all. We're talking about Palestinian children. That is basically U.S. policy. I mean, Joe Biden won't admit it, but he's providing the weapons and the diplomatic cover for Israel to do exactly that. He just vetoed yet another resolution calling for a ceasefire at the UN Security Council this week. So this racist Republican Congress member is expressing bipartisan policy, and compare his.
So you need to stop your loop on these things. That way, when it gets to the end, you can click replay if we want to watch it again, but it doesn't automatically repeat. Because some of these you rolled 2-3 times and not realized it's looping.
Yeah, I realized the loop. I was trying to play the beginning part to cover the part where the cat was making noise earlier.
I told him that you guys did not want to hear the song of his people.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why I let it loop. Let's do this one. Well, the comment related to what he was saying, like, they censured Rashida Tlaib for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free, and the point that
she needs censoring.
Well, the point that Aaron Mate is saying here is that, or would they censure Republican Andy Ogles for saying, all the, they are all the kids should die?
Okay, would you censor someone who used Nazi phrasing, actual Nazi Sieg Heil in Congress?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be Nazi phrasing.
I'm just using that. I'm just using that as an example. If they used a slogan, an Semitic slogan that was used by the Nazi Party, would you say that they should be censored?
Yes, I would. So, but that's not what I'm
saying. She's using a war cry of Hamas, which means the eradication of Israel as a state and a people.
Well, let's say that's true. So what about
that's like I got banned from Facebook because those bastards put the fucking Taliban flag on my page.
Yeah, but what about the guy saying all the kids should die? Did this guy deserve to be censored?
I'm trying to figure out what the hell he was saying that about in the first place, because that's just dumb. That kind of statement.
Yeah, well, it just shows the bias within the.
Here's another thing. He said stupid things about kids dying. The other one actually used a hateful, an actual racist quote of a militant organization.
Regardless if it was a militant organization or a quote or not,
the
comments that he made is also racist and hateful.
You are literally picking every single thing apart by individual word, and this is getting very, very difficult.
Listen,
if you're gonna pick apart everything being said word by word, then nothing can be said.
Listen,
you have to try to understand rather than just try to counter.
So, but I do understand. And I also understand that the comment that dude made was also racist and hateful and over the top. But it's acceptable because it's talking about it's supporting Israel.
All I see is in saying kill them all about things. I'm not seeing the full quote, so I cannot personally judge it as to whether or not they should be censored. I'm serious about that. But her using from the river to the sea, yes, that is the slogan of a terrorist organization. Not the Palestinian people, but of Hamas. Remember, my problem is Hamas. I do not like what Israel is doing. I do not agree with it. I do not support it. But Hamas and Palestine are not the same.
Let me play this.
We have failed you. This is the awful guilt we carry. We tried.
Oh, God.
But we did not try hard enough. We will go to Rafah, many of us, reporters. We will stand outside the border with Gaza in protest. We will write and film. This is what we do. It is not much, but it is something. You will tell your story again. Maybe it will be enough to earn the right to ask for your forgiveness. Thank you.
That was why can't I think of his name?
Random White
Chris
Knight
Hedges.
number 482 with no skin in the game.
Chris Hedges. He's not a random.
No, I know who he is.
Yeah, so this guy set himself on fire in front of the embassy, and he later succumbed to his injuries. He was protesting the Israel-Hamas war. Let me see, do I have that in here? I wanted to be careful about covering this one because he actually set himself on fire, and I don't really want to play that because they're going to
That's
get me on
happened
the
several
show.
times over the last year or two. And not just about this.
Well, this was here in the United States. This was in Washington, D.C.
I'm sorry. I stand behind you cannot tell someone how to act in the face of a genocide.
Yeah, this guy, he's a.
And everyone
he
wants
was
to talk. Everyone wants to talk about genocide. Oh, what about the other direction, genocide? What about the sworn stuff? What about what's going on?
He was a military, United States military person. Okay, here's a piece of it right here. It's a still photo, I think. It's a still photo. Okay. It says an active duty member of the U.S. Air Force stands tall in act of self-immolation outside the Israel embassy in Washington, D.C. I will no longer be complicit in genocide, he screams as the fires consume his body. Man sets himself on fire outside U.S. Israel embassy and sustains life-threatening injuries. Says life-threatening injuries at this point, but later he passed as a result of this. And yeah, social media is up in arms and it's going around. It's one of those things that really pull people's heartstrings because you can't it's like the ultimate sacrifice,
This speaks to me more of mental health issues in the military than it does on the Israeli war.
Well, I mean, we can say that it was mental health issues, but he, did this because he had a problem with, feeling like he was complicit in the atrocities that are being committed in Israel, in Palestine.
Or at least he made himself believe that.
Let me see. I have more. Is this it right here? It says, the reason self-immolation is never publicized is because of its visceral power. There's no way to demonize a self-immolator as violent, bigoted, or self-interested. So silence. Don't forget that the Arab Spring kicked off after a Tunisian merchant publicly self-immolated. So yeah, the power of people doing this. There's some other historical events that has happened and they were sparked by someone doing something like this. Let's read some comments underneath this one. It says, please also never forget the woman who did this exact thing outside the Israel embassy in Atlanta back in December. I didn't hear about that. Another one that says, who recently
happened a couple of times.
It says, who recently self-immolated? Was it for Palestine? Another one, it says, they're playing it off as mental health issue. He made a sound decision, but because it's so extreme and abnormal, people will buy the mental health narrative. A man once said, I was always willing to be reasonable until I had to be unreasonable. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. Marvin Heemeyer. Another comment, it says, I've seen people make comments about his mental health state as if it was some sort of deviant, but yet they will not question the deviancy of our cowardly political figures in their own deranged minds who allow for this genocide to continue. May he rest in peace. May the torments of this world no longer hurt his pure and empathetic soul.
I question all of our political figures who have let this shit go on. I question all of our political figures that keep sending money over there. I question all of our political figures that continuously play sugar daddy to the entire world while we have issues that we have to sort out here. You know, we just to play around with the homeless issue, we first have to start figuring out which ones want help, which ones don't, what can be done, how can we make the transition better, what can we do? I mean, we got to figure all this shit out. We need to stop sending money over to places who treat their citizens better than we do.
I completely agree with you there. They got health care and everything. They get to go to school for free.
They've made America First a nationalist cry of evil people for the alt-right. And no, yes, we are big brother in the world. We try to help, and that's cool. We can still do that. But no offense, why are we supporting 80% of NATO while all the countries over there are living some form of false socialism with high taxes, no standing armies, and are still slowly falling to privatization and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm. Let me read it.
And they've got sugar daddy paying for their military, yet they get all these benefits, yet they're still economically the governments are struggling.
I agree.
Come on, man. And we're supporting all that. We're supporting all that. We're helping all that. And we don't have enough of our own politicians concerned about what's happening here and supporting Americans. They're more worried about what's coming across the border than they are about the people who are saying, oh, it's not that they're taking our jobs, it's that, everything fucking changed in the last 20 years. And we didn't help people train for it. We were giving out free money for gender studies degrees while people needed to be taking cybersecurity and math degrees. But it ain't as fun. It ain't as easy. And when I'm getting this free government money, why should I worry? Because, I had a president who was a brown man that told me all I need to do is get a degree and he'll pay for it. And then my life will be set.
Yeah. Well, those same countries that you're talking about that we send money to, their kids go to school for free. They get advanced degrees for free.
They go to good schools for free. We need to do more than just send our kids to school. We need to, I hate to say it, but we need to do what schools were done in the first place. We need to gear our schools toward teaching the things that will be needed in the future.
Let me read a couple more comments here. It says, Images of dead kids are also visceral. If someone isn't moved by that, they won't budge over this. I agree. It says, Aaron Bushnell is a hero with a heart too big for this world. Rest in peace, Aaron. May we channel his spirit in fighting for a free Palestine. P.S. I will never forget his sacrifice. Couple more. It says, they also never talked about the Congolese man who self-immolated. Another one. It says, that's why the cop short-circuited. What is emergency at job if no shoot gun? Yeah, so that comment is related to when the guy set himself on fire, like the police was there and they were like aiming the gun at him, and somebody was on the side and they were like, man, stop aiming the gun and get a freaking fire extinguisher. like what is, you know, your gun is not useful right now. Like, put that away.
Because from the Israeli side of it, they were protecting their sovereign soil of the embassy. The guy came outside their sovereign soil and set himself on fire. They ain't worried about putting him out. They're worried about him not coming in or not being a distraction to let someone else come in.
Yeah,
that's their job. They're not police. They're not emergency response people. They are soldiers protecting their sovereign soil.
Well, so at some point, your brain needs to kick in, and start working. And
Absolutely
realizing
not. These guys do 2 years. Everyone in Israel, men and women, do 2 years of military service. Period. Gal Gadot, she did Wonder Woman 1 and 2. She did jobs. She did that. She made money. She had her service on deferment. She had to go back to Israel, and she has spent the last 2 years, which is why you don't see anything of her. She spent the last couple of years doing her service in the military because they all have to. We don't even have our girls register selective service. I think we should, instead of dropping the selective service program, I think we should include every single person in selective service.
I think that regardless of your training, at some point your brain should kick in and the common sense should take over, and you make moves where you realize that the guy is not a threat to someone other than himself. You know. It says, loved ones of Aaron Bushnell, 25, reached out to me and gave me consent to post a blurred version of Bushnell's protest today against genocide in Palestine. Aaron is the kindest, gentlest, silliest kid in the Air Force, said Eric Goh, who met Bushnell in 2022. So there's a picture of him right here. It says, he's one of the most principled comrades I've ever known, said Zelam, who worked with Bushnell to support San Antonio's unhoused residents. He's always trying to think about how we can actually achieve liberation for all with a smile on his face, said Rico.
Read those first 2 lines again.
He is one of the most principled comrades.
No, the first 2. Yeah, there you go. The most principled comrades I've ever known.
Okay.
Always think about how we can actually achieve liberation for all. This guy was a radical. He was probably Marxist, definitely. You don't use the word comrade lightly. This guy has some political agenda going on that we don't know about yet, previous to just setting himself on fire.
I'm not gonna play the video because I'll probably get.
No, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm not saying anything like that, but there's some serious traumatic, emotional, and head problems in here. If you are radicalized to the point where you think that you setting yourself on fire like that actually makes you enough of a martyr to make a difference.
Or he feels like there was no other way to draw attention to this topic to actually make a difference than by sacrificing his life.
Which means he's a suicidal narcissist.
I don't see the one where they were talking about the police officer. I might have not shared it because I was like, that's so freaking retarded. Where he was talking about, somebody was like, put the gun down, man. Get a freaking fire extinguisher. Like, a damn, if your main tool is a hammer, then everything is a nail.
Like I say, I can't blame them for it. But at the same time, how likely was there to be a extinguisher outside the gates of their embassy? Yeah, actually, there should have been one in the security booth just inside. At least a little small hand one.
And speaking
But
of,
by the time you got back, by the time you got to that, it would have been more merciful to just go ahead and shoot him anyway.
He could have possibly lived if the dude would have reacted quick enough. Fire extinguisher may not have even been needed. You could just smother the fire out with a blanket or your jacket or your shirt.
Not if he's all on gas fire like that.
You could still smother the fire out.
Ever tried doing that to an active gas fire with a soap target?
I've never tried to do that. No.
Okay.
You mentioned NATO.
Recommendation just for the hell of it. Look up the books and stuff and read the books on how to be a volunteer fireman. Basic things you need to know without a degree. It's free information, and it's all shit that you should know, man.
Well, you mentioned NATO, and they said that Ukraine is going to join NATO. I was looking for the clip that showed that. It's kind of what I'm looking for right now while I'm talking.
But see, they can't. Because the first time the Russians came in and took the upper part of their country, I can't remember when that was. That wasn't too long ago. They made a deal. Okay, if you stop, we won't join NATO. We're done. We won't join NATO. And that's why when Biden was up on stage and say, hey, man, it would be cool if you guys joined NATO, that it went from I'm just parking my weapons on outside their borders to I am invading. 2 days later, he rolled the border after we invited them into NATO.
Yeah.
Not saying that that's the cause, just saying straws, camel's back, lots of different things, a little extra weight,
Let me play this right here, and then we're gonna get into it.
Are you worried about not getting it? I think that the guys will decide. Will make good decision. For us, very important. A little bit hurry up for them. Yes.
Have you lost faith in the US?
No. They're great people, and I count on your people. They will push everybody.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. President.
So it says ABC News foreign correspondent. Yeah, let me read this.
Is it? I just have to ask, man. Is it me, or does Zelensky remind you of all those '90s action movies? That one little bitch Russian. That one little the little the one that nobody treats well, and it always ends up badly for them.
Well, he was an entertainer before he was in the politics, and there's some clips floating around too with him wearing this like shimmery outfit.
this gold tutu or some crap like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm
I'm
not going to share stuff like that.
I will
on the
not
show.
judge anybody for what they did on performance and stage.
Yeah, but it
is
still kind of shows.
make-believe. It is make believe. It is pretend.
Yeah, well, it's a
That
character.
is not who you. It is not who you are off of that stage.
Yeah. Well, let me read this. It says ABC News foreign correspondent James Longman asked Ukrainian President Zelensky if he's lost faith in the U.S. as a bill that would provide additional military aid to his country is stalled in Congress. No, was Zelensky's empathetic response, but he wants aid to hurry up. It has been 2 years since President Biden pledged unwavering U.S. support for Ukraine as Russia fired off the first missile in its brutal invasion. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail, Biden said from the White House as he announced sanctions against Russia, the deployment of additional U.S. troops to Germany, and humanitarian relief for Ukraine. Since then, he has said Ukraine would have American backing as long as it takes. But now, as the conflict enters its third year, additional aid to Ukraine is trapped in political fight in Washington, and public supporting for assisting Kyiv in the war appears to be waning. So, yeah, and Russia took another city or whatever. So it's like it's getting pretty detrimental that that funding for Ukraine comes through. But again, like the little post just said, I mean, the United States, we're getting, the citizens is getting kind of old, all of this money being sent over there, and it's getting harder and harder to sell that to the American people, and it's getting harder and harder for the Congress to, justify it. So, and then the next step is, like I said, I don't know where the clip is where they said that they're coming in to, here it is. It's on X. Let me go to this, where they're Ukraine coming into NATO. And so Putin's not going to be too happy about that. The repercussions of that can be severe. Let me play this.
And we are deepening our political ties to the NATO Ukraine Council, where we consult and make decisions together. Ukraine will join NATO. It is not a question of if, but of when. As we prepare you for that day, NATO will continue to stand with Ukraine for your security and for ours.
Okay. The man said it. He said it's not.
And we are deepening our.
He said it's a matter of when. He said it's gonna happen. No, who the hell is this guy?
I guess it depends on how much Putin leaves left after he tells us how this will end.
Who is this?
He did
guy?
say he will be the one that dictates the terms how this ends. So whatever they have left that he didn't take for himself, let him join. What do you want to bet? He gets all 3 mines in the northern part, and he gets the 2 western cities, which both have level 4 biolabs in them.
So it has readers added context. It says to join NATO, all 28 states within NATO must agree, and NATO chief does not have the final say or promise to make that happen. So he was the NATO chief. Is that who this guy is? Okay. NATO chief. Ukraine will join. It's a matter of time. So, yeah, I wonder how he can say that confidently. They can put pressure on all of those other countries to make that decision. Or maybe it's all just political posturing, just to get.
Well, see, we can't. They won't let them enter as long as they're in an active war zone, because that automatically invokes the NATO treaty, which puts the entire of NATO officially at war since Russia attacked them. So
Putin
this is going to be whatever's left of Russia after Putin dictates the terms of how this ends, which is pretty much what he said to Tucker Carlson, is how this is going to end.
Yeah, so Putin had words after that came out about Ukraine joining NATO. It says, if Ukraine joins NATO, you won't even have time to blink your eye when you execute Article 5. If Ukraine joins NATO and attempts to bring Crimea back by military, it means the European countries will automatically be pulled into a war conflict with Russia. NATO and Russia potentials are incomparable. We understand it, but we also understand that Russia is one of the leading nuclear states, and by some modern components, it even outperforms many. There will be no winners, and you will be pulled into this conflict against your will. You won't even have time to blink your eye when you execute Article 5. I don't want it, he said. So is this exactly what he's saying here? Let's make sure. Let's check this right quick.
Я хочу еще раз все-таки
He says, I want to stress it one more time.
подчеркнуть это. Я говорил,
I've been saying it, but I very much want you to finally hear me and to deliver it to your audience in print, TV, and online.
но мне очень бы хотелось, чтобы вы меня услышали все-таки в конце концов и донесли это до своих читателей, зрителей и пользователей в интернете. Но вы понимаете или
Do you understand it or not that if Ukraine joins NATO
нет, что если Украина будет в НАТО и
and attempts to bring Crimea back by military means, the European countries will be automatically pulled into a war conflict with Russia. So yeah, this is what I just read.
будет возвращать себе Крым, европейские страны
Crimea
автоматически
used to
будут
be part of
втянуты
Ukraine.
в военный конфликт с Россией.
Go ahead.
Crimea used to be part of Ukraine. When I was talking about how Russian invaded them before, that was the Crimean Peninsula that they took. And they took that from Ukraine, and now they're saying, well, if you try to take it back from us, that's going to cause a world war. Like I said, this whole thing has been about Russian expansion the whole time.
Either way, the results are going to be the same. And basically, he's saying, you know, we don't want it. Y'all don't want it. Nobody wants this. Let's not go here. I have a clip where recently he flew on an updated, it's the plane that drops the nuclear bombs. He took a flight on one of those planes because they updated their equipment recently. I don't know if I have that clip. I hate looking for specific clips because that shit takes time, but I remember seeing that, and I think I shared it, where he got on the plane and got off the plane. It was really just like one of those photo op type deals, but it shows that they are readying their equipment, you know, in case it goes that way. And that's a really crazy times. That's really crazy to think about how we could actually literally end up in a freaking nuclear world war, you know? And because the United States hasn't had any, like, you know, it's been all these wars around the world, but the United States has been unscathed, you know? That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to continue to be the case, you know?
And you don't understand how happy they'd be to get Alaska back.
And we're so war hawkish over here, and we're all like, America, you know? And like you said, nobody's going to... Here it is, I found
the fun thing. All these little rednecks and shit like that say, America, America, I'm going to go up and live in the hills and the trees, and we're going to make sure that they can't get it. It's like, what do you think the C-19 thing was? Boom, they drop it in your area. They contaminate your water supply. They contaminate the animals. It boom. All of a sudden, now there's 1 out of every 100 of you guys left.
And it still finds its way up into the mountains or wherever the hell you are in the woods. It still finds its way up in there.
Because they can put it in the food supply, and as long as you've had the Fauci, you're okay.
You know, and that's why, like, you know, this like zombie apocalypse type deals, like this
is 5th and 6th generation warfare. This
it wouldn't
is
be
not just shooting people in each other. This is not Red Dawn 1980s.
yeah, it wouldn't be like how the zombie movies are, but it would be, you know, it would be less dramatic, but the results will be the same. The situation will be the same. We'll all be fighting for survival, like literally. Like, who the hell wants to live like that? Here's the clip I was talking about here. It says Putin boards supersonic strategic bomber for test flight. It says the giant swing wing plane is a substance. Damn, I need to go back.
This guy, Putin, is climbing on to experimental bombers on their fucking test flights, and our guy is getting lost on the fucking stage.
Oh my God. It says the USSR would have deployed it to deliver nuclear warheads in the event of a nuclear war with the West. So this is some stuff left over from the USSR. So I guess they updated it, whatever.
Oh, these things are as good as our high altitude stealth bombers. They basically fly up to near orbital altitude, fire off a couple of things, just kind of arc around or travel a globe a couple of times before they hit, depending upon what and when they need.
So it says after flying on the Tu-160M for 30 minutes, Putin said the aircraft was reliable.
Yeah, he looks cold as shit. Fucking let me get back down.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing about the Russian technology, they are less protective of their operators than American technology is. It's like they're willing to put the operators through more edge of humane capabilities to make a better product, while we are more safety oriented and trying to save the pilot over the machinery.
So it says the giant swing wing plane is a substantially modernized version of a Soviet era bomber. So it's
exactly what is the definition of Soviet era?
Yeah, I guess they're trying to say USSR before the modern Russia.
1950s, 1940s, 1950s.
Sky News posted this. So it says President Vladimir Putin flew on one of Russia's newest strategic bombers, a Tupolev Tu-160M, capable of carrying nuclear warheads. First comment, it says, just a pity the plane didn't crash when he was on it.
No, that would only be if one of his political rivals was on it.
Oh, shots fired.
Dude, are we wrong? Has it not proven to be a very bad idea to be his political rival in the last few years?
I covered the Navalny thing in another show. You guys wasn't on here or whatever.
I was on with the other one now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because there's been two of his rivals that have gone down.
Well, the most recently was Navalny, and he was in a Russian prison, in like an Arctic prison, and they saying that he died of natural causes or whatever, but they held the body for, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the one I wasn't part of. I was relating to the one that we were talking about where the helicopter got accidentally shot down by Moscow defensive missiles.
Right. This guy, the one you're talking about, was right after the coup attempt or whatever, the failed coup attempt, and he was the leader of that those mercenary group.
Any more need for evidence between collusion between Hillary and him? They've got that vibe with each other, man.
Yeah. So the Navalny one, this guy was a literal political. He led the opposition
Yeah,
for
there was a possibility that if he could get the support, he would be able to get out of prison and overthrow Putin.
yeah. So there's a
He had to go.
Yeah, so but see, there's nothing has come out to show that he was killed. I have to say that,
Hey,
even though a lot of people.
I know nothing. I stand by that statement.
So yeah, so but they kept his body for I think at least a week. It might have been 2 weeks. I'm not sure what the time frame was, and they finally have given it to his mom. No, his wife. Was it his wife or his mom? His wife, and but they don't want to let her do like a public funeral or whatever. And the people who are like showing, the people that are like crying for Navalny or whatever, those people are getting jailed and stuff like that. Like, Putin is not trying to hear people, supporting this guy or being all sad that he died or whatever, And over here in the States, the Western media is saying that it's that he killed the guy, because he was a threat, and that there is a group of Russians that are not happy about Putin being, in charge or whatever all of this time, and
so
they feel like it's time for a change in leadership.
What do you want to bet the next batch of spy movies and bad guys and stuff like that are going to have Eastern European accents like the 80s?
Mm.
The ones coming out in films.
Yeah. So
kind of like all of the guys in the 90s were Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
all the ones in the later 2000s are people who talk like this or have like hair flips or very blonde hair and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Very rich corporate types that look like certain people.
Yeah, so an election was coming. I don't think it happened yet in Russia. And, of course, Putin is a shoe-in, for the election. But the election's is happening or whatever. And that's another reason why it's not surprising that this guy, even though he was locked up, and he had like a 60-year sentence or something like that. So the sentence, and you know what he went to jail for? He went to jail for opposing Putin's views or whatever,
In Russia, you vote, and if you do not agree, you tell us. We record vote. You do not agree, you tell us.
Yeah.
Please
so-
report your disagreement to local KGB.
Yeah, so over there it's illegal to. So like the way we talk about Biden over here in the
That's
States,
hilarious.
you could go to jail for that if you were in Russia.
Oh yeah,
that's what that guy went to jail for.
Did you
An-
see the
another
guy? It's recently come up. I will look for the sources, but about 8 or 9 years ago, they moved to Russia because of the conservative Christian values and things like that. And yeah, this is a shot at the right, believe it or not. And now 8, 9 years later, he's like, they won't let us come home. We don't want to be here anymore. This place is fucked up.
And that's what people were saying about how the Tucker Carlson interview where he was in the grocery store and he was like, look how much stuff costs.
Well, remember I posted that on the Activate page.
Yeah.
The grocery store.
Yeah. And
where it was
you know,
$100 for what cost us about $1.50.
Yeah, but the context was left out related to how much the people get paid over there in Russia.
Well, also the fact that he was a celebrity and all of that was available at the grocery store for him.
Well, I don't know if that could be the case, but
I've
we
been
know.
hearing that stocked grocery stores are a problem there.
Yeah, but I don't know that that's true. But what we do know is true that even though the amount
Because
of
they don't let anything out.
the amount that the amount that he spent, it sounded a lot less, but it still comes to like
50% of what you would have, how of your income for a month, over there in
see,
Russia.
They don't have minimum wage laws and stuff like that over there.
And the other thing I wanted to mention was there's a female who she sent money to Ukraine. It was like a fund to support Ukraine's effort, in the war. And she was a Russian, and she got locked up for that. I think they gave her like 40 years or something like that. That just happened recently.
Yeah, they don't play.
So
everyone wants to sit there and go, well, 45, he's a dictator, he's a fascist. It's like, no, dude, you don't know what living under a fascist government looks like until you actually pay attention beyond the media sparkles that they want you to see.
Yeah.
When you start talking to these people, and to do that, you really need a VPN, and to be able to change your news site from the United States into Canada or into South America or into anywhere in the world, because you get different takes on the news depending upon what area of the world that your IP address is bounced on.
And there's another part I really wanted to clear up related to the idea of socialism and communism related to Russia. And after the USSR fell apart, they went into a different direction. They wasn't on that same way of doing government or whatever. And it's it's capitalism, it's privatization, and that's what Putin is. That's how the government is set up. That's how the society is set up. It's not this communism deal like they say. So a lot of people are stuck on the old USSR and trying to put Russia in that box. And it's not true.
It's a socialist oligarchy.
With a whole bunch of capitalism.
Major utilities, functions, and all of that stuff are basically done by the government and stuff like that. But yes, capitalism was brought in because capitalism actually rebuilt their economy from socialism. From all the stuff, from how horrible it was, from starvation, from massive hunger and all of that, capitalism brought them back. But the problem is, while they were building capitalism up, the criminal element actually evolved and integrated themselves into it.
Of course, that's how it works. Like over here in the States.
No, they actually integrated rather than tried to stay. Now, here in the States, they went pro and stuff like that, but they generally tried to stay out of business and things like that, except for what they could take advantage of.
Well, I don't know about that.
The Russians did it the other way. They're like, the Russians were the first hardcore world hackers in the business. Everyone thinks it was the Chinese, but it wasn't. It was it was the Russians.
He was like, say, bro, his closest friends are like bikers that sell drugs. So it's like it's important. I mean, say, man, I think it's honest for someone to be like, okay, this is how things are done, and they hide it here that like they have any involvement with the way drugs come into the country.
Yeah, they blame it on the immigrants.
And that, and the fact, just the fact that they do, like the Navy and Coast Guard and all that, they actually bring it in, but they'll tell you whatever story you want. So yeah, immigrants and whatever story you want to use, but he's kind of like, he's got people for that because it's income for the country, and it's better that it's controlled by the country than just some random people who.
Well, they're not cool about drugs over there. They're hardcore on drugs over there. Let me read this one right here. It says, "Guy is building a nuclear capable bombers, not because he thinks he might need them in Africa or Asia, but because he may need or want to use them in Europe or North America, and yet still has fanboys from the very countries this bomber was built to obliterate." These people are confused as hell. Like, yes, like I try to look at stuff and be truthful about it and dig through the nuances of stuff, but I'm never sitting here saying like Putin is a good guy or whatever, or, you know what I mean? Or, United States should be more like Russia or anything like that or whatever, and people just like, the political discourse that happens here is crazy because they're basing their beliefs on some freaking 15-second TikTok or something, and it's all either black or white. You know what I mean? It's all either right or left. It's all good or bad. And that's like how a child thinks.
Yeah. No, I definitely, because I'm like this, because when other people are doing things in their country, and then the more police come around saying, "Oh, you bad," but then you find out that they're doing the exact same thing that this other country is doing, and probably in a worse way, that you shouldn't be the one to say that somebody's bad. And that's mostly how I look at that, because it's like, who's who's really, like, I mean, if you're talking about dealing with countries' life, especially if you want to talk about drugs, my thing is like, okay, at least these people are honest about this is something that they do, and it's, like, not blaming other people for why things like this are happening in their country as if they're incompetent and they don't know how these things are just happening. Like, you look stupid. So, I mean, I don't know. But, people do what they do.
Let me see. The Malcolm X thing is coming out with related to there's new evidence related to the murder of Malcolm X and his bodyguards getting arrested, right before the speech at the Audubon Ballroom where Malcolm X had been assassinated. I think it was 2 different security guards got arrested like right before that. And I don't know, it's evidence coming out related to that.
It's been out. And we just did a documentary within our government about a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, if you really want to look at some of the inner things, because, a lot of people within our government are people that was in the nation. But there was heavy investigations that was going on, and the guys, and especially since the guy who did it died, they've been more open about who did it.
Well, they had to let one of the people go. One of the ones that they said,
to do with it.
Yeah, ones that got arrested for the murder of Malcolm X.
Like he was locked.
Yeah, he was in jail for a long time. Yeah, and they had to let him go. I don't know. That wasn't that long ago when they had to let him go.
That was a few years ago. This has been 3 to 5 years or so ago. But that's still like him, because this is something that happened in the 60s. So
it's crazy how long it's been, and we're still like, this. It's like the Biggie and Tupac murders. Like who killed Biggie and Tupac? Like the rappers say. Let me play this clip right here.
Family members, along with attorney Ben Crump, are announcing 2 new witnesses. witnesses that are offering evidence in the alleged conspiracy case surrounding his assassination. According to Crump's legal team, the new witnesses are learning that there were security associates of Malcolm X, and they were arrested just a week before he was killed. They've never spoken publicly before. For more, let's bring in our ABC News legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. So let's talk about this new evidence that was put forward today. What do you think of this, Brian?
Well, it's interesting, Kira. Don't forget, let's think about it in context of what we know from the assassination of Malcolm X. It happened, as you said, 59 years to the date. He was giving a speech at a newly formed organization, and he was shot 21 times. Now, his security guards, as we've heard in the past, has stopped some of the people he believed to be assailants. The new information that we're getting coming forward now is how law enforcement, both federal and the NYPD, intercepted these kind of like, let's call them citizens' arrests and the security guards of Malcolm X. And that what Ben Crump and his associates are arguing not only inhibited the ability to arrest the perpetrators of this crime, but then conceal their actions afterwards. And that makes sense when you think about the fact that Ben Crump is suing the federal agencies and the NYPD for both the concealment and the kind of obstruction, as they put it, of justice to figure out who in fact killed Malcolm X.
And let's talk about why this has taken so long for these two witnesses to be found and why they're being heard from now.
I think part of it is just as time progresses, more information comes up. We've seen this in so many other high-profile cases, like the death of Jam Master Jay, which being prosecuted currently in the EDNY, the death of Tupac Shakur. We're now seeing litigation for that criminal case. Now, as time goes by, people feel that there are less fear of coming forward with information. I think many people within this community, rightfully so, based on what was going on in terms of assassinations, feared law enforcement, feared the FBI who was surveilling Malcolm X and Martin Luther King at this time, and also feared the NYPD, that if they came forward, their cries would not be heard, that they would either be persecuted or prosecuted or something even worse. Now, almost 60 years later, I think there's a greater comfort to come forward. And also, a lot of these people are nearing the twilight or the end of their life, and they want to kind of have some sort of catharsis to say, I know information about this. It's long past due. I feel safe now at this point. Let's try to ultimately and hopefully find justice for Malcolm X.
All right. Well, let's talk about Malcolm X's family now and, what they really want to see happen next in this case.
So a lot of this case, as Ben Crump and those who spoke today, came around FOIA requests, the Freedom of Information Act. It's now been 59 years, and you would think that with so much time passed by, that both the federal agencies and local authorities who have interviews, investigatory steps that were taken, documents around this case, would release that information to the public for Ben Crump and his associates to make the proper assessment of what happened, alongside with those interviews and affidavits that they provided with today. But they're saying they're being stonewalled at every turn. At one point, Ben even said that the agency said, we can't give this information to you for privacy reasons because Malcolm X may still be alive. Such an insult to the family. I think Ben Crump said it best in pushing back on that narrative that this is about justice not only for a local community, but for an international community. And he wants these answers found out for these families in their lifetime and not another.
All right, Brian Buckmeyer.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. All the time that has gone by, and we're still talking about who killed Malcolm X.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a lot of lies that was going on and surrounded it, that whole situation, because they were protecting certain people, and they didn't want it to give the image of that it was the Nation of Islam that actually did it or gave the orders for it, but it was somebody who was a part of the Nation of Islam that may or may not have acted on the behalf of the higher ups. So that's why there was a lot of controversy about it, and then like people hiding certain things about it.
I think if it was ordered, that it was the nation and not the FBI that did it. But I can't forget, and I can't stop thinking about the last thing he said was they can't release any information about the investigation because he may or may not still be alive.
That was just craziness right there. That was just like deflection. I have a
That
I
is
have
your
a
decision and your opinion that is unbacked by information.
What do you mean? Malcolm X is buried, bro. He's not alive. Like, that is not something to be argued. He died. He's no longer with us. Check this out right here. This, I think, kind of sums us up. It says, they will pay one of us to kill one of us just to say it was one of us, Malcolm X. So when we're talking about the Nation of Islam and one of the people from the Nation of Islam being behind the assassination of Malcolm X, then we think about who motivated them to do that.
But we also got to look at the angle of just because they were part of the Nation of Islam does not mean that they weren't also a CI agent. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody who, because I mean, we got to think like these people are planted within these different organizations to
Exactly.
get close to you and do these different things. So it could be somebody that's a, quote unquote, a part of the, the organization, but they owe more, because of who sent them there. Their job was to do, other things, shall I say.
I'm like, the angles I've seen, and admittedly, I am no expert on this subject. Again, I know nothing, but it makes a lot of sense for me that the Nation of Islam was behind it because he was causing a division in the nation, a big division in ideology, in belief, in the actual basic faith of the religion as well as the organization. So,
and that is true. He had separated himself from the Nation of Islam and started his own organization. He came back after he came back from Africa, saying that this stuff was wrong. One of the main things was my brothers. He was like, we all prayed together. We were all Muslim. We all prayed together. So this whole like divisive thing that the Nation of Islam was promoting at the time was something that he no longer subscribed to. And it's crazy that doesn't get to come out. It's kind of like with MLK's later years, the stuff that he says never gets out. It's just the, I have a dream speech or whatever, so that's true. But think about this, Doc. If you were in counterintelligence, then you would want to spread an idea that is believable to cover the reality of what happened. You understand what I'm saying? That
I understand that I actually had a point and forgot what it was.
The point you were making was that no,
do not do that.
Well, from my understanding,
don't do
I'm
that.
trying to get you back to the mind frame. You were saying
I can't get back to the mind frame because you have already done what you can to counter anything that I had to say by saying it was the white man that did it. You've already poisoned you got in and poisoned the well before it could be used in a positive way and discussed. So now I remember what I was going to say, but you're good, man. I believe you.
Well, just because it could very well have been a CIA behind it doesn't necessarily mean it was quote unquote the white man. And like I was saying, the way Malcolm X was speaking towards the end of his life was not this black versus white thing anymore. He had moved on from that after going to Africa and seeing how you had different people from all over the world who were all praying together. So he was beyond that. So, but if you are doing counterintelligence, you want to do something that's believable. If you're going to give a story out there and it's totally outrageous, then people aren't going to believe it. You're going to give a story that is plausible. So it is plausible that it would have been the Nation of Islam who did it, given the situation.
Like
But
I
that-
said, what you just did, you jumped in front of my story to give different testimony to poison the possibility that you thought I was going toward. You wanted to take that narrative and twist it to what you were saying instead of letting me try to explain what was on my mind for the narrative. You assumed my narrative, took it over, and then used it for your own purpose. Just like what I'm talking about in this situation, just in a very compact amount of time instead of over years.
Okay. Let me read this right here. It says, Malcolm X tells the parable of House Negro. It says, to understand this, you have to go back to what the young brother here referred to as the House Negro and the Field Negro back during slavery. There were two kinds of slaves, the House Negro and the Field Negro.
I don't
The
even
House
like
Negro,
this shit now.
the House Negro, they lived in the house with master. They dressed pretty good. They ate good because they ate his food, what he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near their master, and they loved their master more than their master loved himself. They would give their life to save their master's house, quicker than the master would. If the master said, we got a good house here, the House Negro would say, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a House Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the House Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If a master got sick, the House Negro would say, what's the matter, boss? We sick? We sick? He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. And if you come to the House Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, the House Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What do you mean separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? This was that House Negro. In those days, he was called a House Nigger. And that's what we call them today, because we've still got some house niggas running around here. This modern House Negro loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master and then brag about it. I'm the only Negro out here. I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You're nothing but a House Negro. And if someone comes to you right now and says, let's separate, you say the same thing that the House Negro said on the plantation. What do you mean, separate from America? This good white man, here you go to get a better job than you get here. Where are you going to get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa. That's what you say, why you left your mind in Africa. So that was a quote. That was a Malcolm X quote right there. Very popular quote. I've heard it many times. Let's read some comments underneath here. It says, I was wondering how he would accept to raise his hand against the ceasefire decision while his ancestors were oppressed slaves. I was wondering how he would accept to raise his hand against the ceasefire decision while his ancestors were oppressed slaves. I don't really get that comment. I'm trying to understand it, but my brain is not computing that. Let me see. Superb. It reminds me of this. Samuel Jackson's role in Tarantino's Django is unforgettable and very similar to what Malcolm said. Yeah, I can't help but to think about Django too. It's like, Calvin. Oh, Calvin.
What, the Dave Chappelle?
No, Django. When the guy got killed, Leonardo DiCaprio's character got shot, and what's his name? Samuel Jackson's character was like, Calvin. Oh, Calvin. Yeah.
I remember that part. Yeah.
That part sticks out in my brain heavily. So, anyways, the point of all of this is just like, it's crazy that it's been all of this time and we're still talking about who killed Malcolm X. They haven't. And, whenever it's like that, whenever you don't know who did it or whatever, for sure, or whatever, there's a reason for that. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't come out because they don't want it to come out. They don't want it to be clear. And it'll probably be another 50 years before it's actually like documented, because this is still modern history. You know what I mean? And there's people alive today that was alive then when this happened. So, and like whenever they teach history, they always stay away from recent history because it's considered controversial, So like in academics, they don't teach recent history because it's controversial, and it's crazy. So, but once it's to the point where it doesn't really matter anymore, you know what I mean? That's when we can talk about it and get clear, concise concessions about what happened, And I think about the Israel-Hamas war and the never again, never forget slogans that I sympathize with, But when they talk about the legacies of slavery, when they talk about slavery, they're like, get over it. That's ancient history, And it's like, what date would come by where you could say the same thing about the Holocaust, that it's, it's ancient history, get over it.
Soon. We just need to not have the same people in power. That's the biggest problem, is the people that's in power that's allowing that to exist, But
let's move on. I had something right here I wanted to get to. Let's just do this one and then we'll move on. It says, it's been 30 years since food ate up this much of your income. Food spending share of disposable income on this chart here. So this is Wall Street Journal. It says the last time Americans spent this much of their money on food, George H.W. Bush was in office. Terminator 2 Judgment Day was in theaters. CNC Music Factory was rocking the Billboard charts. Eating continues to cost more, even as overall inflation has eased from the blistering pace consumers endured throughout much of 2022 and 2023. Prices at restaurants and other eateries were up 5.1% last month compared with January 2023, while grocery costs increased 1.2% during the same period, Labor Department data show. Relief isn't likely to arrive soon. Restaurant and food company executives said they are still grappling with rising labor costs and some ingredients, such as cocoa, that are only getting more expensive. Consumers, they said, will find ways to cope. In 1991, U.S. consumers spent 11.4% of their disposable personal income on food, according to data from U.S. Agriculture Department. At the time, households were still dealing with steep food prices, including following an inflationary period during the 1970s. More than 3 decades later, food spending has reattained that level. USDA data shows in 2022, consumers spent 11.3% of their disposable income on food, according to the most recent USDA data available. So, yeah, I know that this is true. At the place that I work at, the owner was talking about he has to raise some prices on certain things. It's kind of just trickle them in there and slide them in there. And it's because of his costs related to the stuff that he has to buy, And on the other hand, you've got the media telling us that the economy is great, Biden economics is great and everything is wonderful. The GDP is up, the stock market is up. Everything is wonderful. The corporations are making money, you know. Meanwhile, us at home go to the grocery store and we're like, bro, like it's costing me more to eat less and less quality stuff. You know, my shopping has changed since COVID. You know, I don't buy the same things I used to buy.
Dude, I'm telling you, hit the Kroger on your way home. I need to take you over to the Kroger off of Eldridge and show you where all of their manager special departments are. I save so much money by shopping well there.
I do go to that Kroger's just because it's so close and it's convenient. But I only go there out of convenience. I prefer HEB because it's overall cheaper. I spend much more when I go to Kroger's, even with the Kroger card.
Well, again, you need 3 grocery stores to handle your stuff. Actually, 4. If you really want to maximize, you need 4.
Yeah.
You need Kroger, HEB, Walmart, and Foodtown.
And I definitely sympathize with what you're talking about because my stepmom, she did that when I was a kid. We would go to 3 or 4 whenever she went grocery shopping. She would go to this store for certain things, this store for certain things, and I distinctly remember this because it was so annoying to me because it was like such an ordeal and time consuming to do that. And me as an adult, like I really just don't have that kind of time. And
Actually,
work.
you do if you stop on one on Tuesday, one on Thursday, one on. If you make 3 different stops at the 3 different stores, as long as you rotate your needs properly, you save all that money.
Yeah, I can't even. I'd rather spend the money and save the time because
okay. So when you're complaining about how tight money is and stuff like that, you have to keep that into effect too. I've got 2 Krogers I pass. I've got 2 HEBs I pass, and I can pass a Walmart. And like tonight, I went by Kroger because I knew that the meat department was putting all of their stuff out for Monday from the weekend sales. They marked all their stuff down. I got fish, I got pork, I got burgers. I got 80% chuck already made into burgers for $3 a pound. I mean, I got some great deals.
Yeah.
Because it was, end of week. They're trying to clear it out for the stuff coming in. HEB Tuesday or Wednesday is good because that's when their sales go from one day to the next. So they get rid of all the last week's stuff so they can restock the stuff for the next week. A lot of times you'll be able to get like the meat departments and stuff like that. You'll be able to get those half off stuff. I'm always getting one of my HEBs, I'm always getting half off like mushrooms, onions, chopped stuff, salads, things like that really cheap.
I went to HEB today there's a HEB right across the freeway from my job. So it's really convenient.
Oh, that's a good one too.
For me to go there. And I stopped there today and grabbed a couple things. And like you said, though, I do stop at the grocery store multiple times a week. Like I go 3 to 4 times a week. I go to the grocery store. I like everything to be fresh anyway. I'm really picky and I only get like a little bit of stuff because I live upstairs and I'm always by myself. I don't want to carry a bunch of stuff.
Kroger's dairy products and dairy are better or almost as good as name brands. So yes. I go there to get dairy. They've almost always got stuff like pork loin, pork chops, and things like that on sale. They've always got the 10-pound bag of chicken thighs for $6, $5.90.
Yeah, but
I think it's up to like $7 now, maybe. But still, 70 cents a pound on those suckers. Boom, boom, boom. Break them down into meals, stuff like that. Cook them, strip them. throw the carcass left one over into the soups, use the leftovers of your veggies, make stock out of it so you can use for other stuff. I mean, all this sounds like a pain in the ass and stuff like that, but you could actually be doing it while on stream.
Well, me talking about this is not about me as an individual, and people are going to make it and find a way to make it regardless.
I'm talking about this as a society. We've gotten away from this. As a culture, we've gotten away from cooking well, instead we buy cheap, we buy easy, we buy high sodium, high processed. This is what Pat keeps trying to get back to earlier tonight with all the chemicals and all that. I don't want to go that far, but the processed foods, the high sodiums, things like that, that's shortening our lifespans. They're saying we're living longer, but we're not.
But what we're talking about here is how much, in general, people spend out of their income on food. Like, so you already have a huge amount of what you're paying for that's going towards your bills.
People spend a lot more now because delivery services are way up.
And restaurant foods are high too, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about inflation. We're talking about price gouging. We're talking about price fixing.
Well, that's what you're getting to.
That's what I'm getting to. Exactly what I'm getting to. The reason why
that's your message, but at the same time, I understand these charts and I don't understand them at the same time.
Well, they're basically, the chart is just saying it's been 30 years since we've paid as much as percentage of our income for food. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is, once COVID happened, they used COVID. They said that, we had supply chain issues and we had to raise prices or whatever. And then COVID has come and gone, let's say, quote unquote, and the prices have moved very little. Other areas.
Do you remember a while back when diesel gas was actually cheaper than regular? And all of a sudden there was some energy crisis or some crisis that hit us. And then all of a sudden gas prices were up at, like, in Houston, we're in the $5-6 region. And in that time, diesel went up to just below regular, but when the prices fell back down, all of a sudden diesel gas cost more than regular and was jacked up, which, no offense, that is something that definitely affects the prices across the entire board of our financial system.
Yeah, I can see how that could be true. It's just that I want to focus on where the problems come from, because we want to give a pass to these corporations so that they can keep paying their CEOs so much and they can keep on making so much profit every quarter. You know what I'm saying? It's at the expense of the regular American citizen who's scraping by and trying to figure out how to go to 3 different grocery stores to be able to make ends meet.
I was raised poor. That was life.
Yeah, but
that's why moms didn't have to work. They saved enough money for the house that they didn't really have that much. They saved $200-300 a month.
The point is,
and if you were an extreme couponer, oh my God, you could live a life of luxury.
The point is, we need to hold these corporations accountable for their price fixing. They're
Why are you so pounding on keywords the last few shows?
They are making record profits. They're making profits out the wazoo that they haven't made in more than 30 years since they've made this margin of profits, and it's at the cost. And we're so complacent.
Where's your data to put beside that?
I covered it in a previous show. I mean, right now I don't want to go doing no research right now because I'm in the middle of the show, but it's true. We'll
take your word.
It's true. They're making record profits, like I want to say 50-year record profits, and it's at the expense of us, and we're just being complacent with it. You know, they inch it along. They do little things like they lower the amount of the packaging, you know, little sneaky ways so that they can, you know, make more money out of us. And you know,
And
my
what are
issue
you
is,
telling us that we haven't known since the 80s and 90s?
well, what's happened in the last 3 to 5 years has been like something is, I'm gonna say it's new. The margin is new, the amount is new, and the outrage is not there. That's what I'm trying to say. We should be outraged. We need to push for policy
Maybe
to
if the
hold these
left
corporations
hadn't
accountable.
identified corporations as individuals, the chain reaction of all this crap wouldn't have started.
I'm not pointing a finger at a left or a right. I'm pointing a finger at corporations
Well,
making
yeah, because
profit.
you are against anyone doing very, very well unless
At
they
the
give what
expense of
you
others.
unless they give back to something at whatever.
And it's not only is it
And
not
you
fair,
you are judge and jury of how much profits that they should make.
not only is it not fair, but it's also illegal. Price fixing is illegal. And you have these big corporations who have monopolies on every segment, and they don't have no real competition, and it
Gee,
allows them to
why
do
is
this.
that? Maybe because instead of going after these corporations like you're doing, you should focus more on the multinational corporations, which own 20 to 30% of all of their stock.
Either way, it's the same. The result is the same.
No.
They need policies. They need to be busted up. They need the antitrust law. The laws needs to be, you know, come into effect. They need to be used. Let me read some comments here. It says mindless MAGA comments are hilarious.
You're rolling a script, dude.
Let me read this. It says mindless MAGA comments are hilarious. Biden has as much control on grocery and food prices as he does on the price of gas, almost none. Blame corporate price gouging and shrinkflation. You know, they want to give Biden the credit when he shouldn't. And they want to give Biden the blame when he shouldn't. You know, we act like these people have more power than they do. They don't have the power to fix prices. The corporations do.
God, I wish you were singing this tune several years ago.
Yeah. Let me read some more comments. It says basic necessities should be free. Another one, it says, per usual, this is a horrible proportions graph. Learn to properly utilize the y-axis.
Thank you.
Yeah, why didn't they? That it is kind of weird how that is. Another one, it says Biden. That doesn't take back from the reality of the situation, though. Just a bad graph doesn't mean that what it's saying
it does,
is
dude. Why are you so damn defensive?
Let me
I
read
already
another one.
commented on the fucking graph early on.
Let me read another one. It said, Biden's America. Can anyone help me locate some Build Back Better merchandise? I'm having a bit of problem finding some.
Oh, it's all over the place. You can get
Another
the
one.
merchandise.
Yeah, let me read another one. It says,
And if
I'm
you
sure.
can't give me a week, I will be able to find it for you on some new Etsy site.
Yeah. Let me read another one. It says, I'm
that
sure
I may
corporate.
or may not make.
It says, I'm sure. Yeah, no, like that's what he's saying. To Build Back Better. Like, did it happen? Like, you know,
if it ain't out, if the merchandise ain't out there, I'll fucking make it.
and it's like, but since when does a corporate slogan not actually work out the way it sounded when you were going to the polls? Let me read another one. It says, I'm sure corporate greed has nothing to do with it at all. It's not like they're making record-breaking profits. Exactly. Another one, it says, Yeah, it's called price gouging. Another one, it says Biden's America. It says, I'm sure it has nothing to do with the current administration, the conflicts around the world, the billions of dollars we're giving to foreign countries. Well, actually, it doesn't. This is domestic, and this is our corporations that's doing this. It has nothing to do with on the other side of the world.
Oh, no. It does have a lot to do with billions of dollars removed from the American money supply, which are no longer going to be spent or returned to or circulated within America. There's less money to go around now because we're sending it out of the country. The less money you have to go around, the more things fucking cost because money gets valuable. But at the same time, you know, when, like I said, they make $30 for every dollar that we make.
Yeah. I feel like when it comes to them like sending money overseas or whatever, that stuff is like numbers on a computer screen, and it's like
I know
don't represent anything tangible.
I am a firm believer that anti-monopoly laws need to come down on a lot of people. And I'm sorry, the House of the Mouse is one of them. The cell phone providers, the 3 cell phone providers or 4. I think it's 3 because one of the big ones, like I say,
bought the other one.
It's nothing but leviathans.
Yeah, and we're in the age of you know,
there is no realistic capability for anyone to create a competing system, because the only way you can build a system is to piggyback or buy bulk time, minutes, and data off of a larger company and hope that the people you sell it to don't overcome that.
And it's like that in every sector. The banks are buying each other. Kroger's is buying Albertsons. They're going to become the largest restaurant, the largest grocery chain in the United States.
And if you take a look within the top 5 owners of all of those corporations, sits one of 3 companies. Actually, all 3 of the companies are within the top 5. I won't say them now. I think that's actually a discussion we should do an entire show on.
Yeah, I played a clip on that. I made a clip on that. Let me.
I know that's why I wanted you to have the time to. Do you want to do this as something, or is this bombs I'm going to keep dropping?
Yeah. Well, whenever you come across something that's credible, that shows, you know, the data, and we can share it more clearly with people, send it in the group or send it on the Facebook group or the group chat or whatever, and then I'll have access to it.
I literally never watch videos or anything on my cell phone.
Yeah, well, you can send it through the computer on the Facebook group. That's
My new
perfectly
phone, my new computer now hooks up to my phone. So as long as I do it before I start getting distracted and get all squirrel doing other stuff, I'll be able to watch the stuff that you send.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about you. When you come across something that has good data and it's coming from a credible source, you know, and you send it in the group, and because I prepare these shows beforehand, you know what I'm saying? So I can't just like cut off the cuff. I do it sometimes, but I don't like to research off the cuff. Let me read this. It says, read a story the other day that over 50% of inflation is due to corporate profits. The 2 largest egg manufacturers in the U.S. were fined tens of millions for price gouging and fixing. Coca-Cola said it has to raise its price. Coca-Cola said it has to raise its price. Its CEO is at 28 million. The writing on this is terrible. It says there is no doubt that some of the inflation is due to necessary government stimulus and quantitative easing to get us out of the COVID recession. And no doubt some commodities have truly become more scarce due to COVID supply chain problems. But corporate greed cannot be overstated either, and Wall Street Journal doesn't talk about that. Yeah, this stuff is coming out.
But
They're
see,
using
the
COVID
problem
as a
is,
cover.
the problem is I'm getting tired of the whole it's only corporate greed. Go against the corporations. It's all their fault. It's like, no, it's also a part of injecting 40% of more money into our system that didn't exist a few years ago. There's more to it than just corporate fucking greed. Corporates are making record profit because, again, they make 30 off of every dollar we get. So if we just got $1 billion more, that means 30% of that is going to be theirs. Bam. Before anything is said and done.
If we're not in a position to feel
they're going to
comfortable,
make record profits when there's a record amount of money coming into the system, especially when it's free money.
if we're not in a position to feel comfortable to hold these corporations accountable for their shadiness, then we're never going to hold these corporations accountable for their shadiness, and they'll just continue to run out the back door of the bag. It's simple as that. Like we gotta call a spade a spade. Let's move on. Check this out. It says Baltimore Mayor Brandon M. Scott administration secures a $18 million deal to transfer hotels into shelters for unhoused residents. It says Mayor Brandon M. Scott is keeping his promise on a commitment he announced 3 years ago for Baltimore, Maryland. Scott's administration has finalized an $18 million deal to acquire 2 hotels, the Sleep Inn Suite Downtown Inner Harbor and the Holiday Inn Express Baltimore Downtown, for the purpose of converting them into long-term shelters for the city's unhoused residents. The Sleep Inn and Suites offer 62 rooms, while the Holiday Inn has 90 beds within 68 rooms, providing essential accommodation for unhoused individuals. Despite a slight decline in homelessness in Baltimore in 2023, the nation total has increased by 12%, highlighting the urgency of providing adequate shelter and support services. So here goes a example. Like earlier, we just made the joke about the Build Back Better and how politicians make slogans that they don't ever even really intend on doing. So, but this guy ran on this, and he's actually doing it. So here's an exception to the rule.
You know, I've been looking for tons and tons of ways, both ethically and unethically, to make money as long as it's legal. Okay, so you buy a bunch of these little old hotels that are slowly selling out now because everybody's going B&B and they're not going the short-term hotels anymore. They're all one-room kitchenette kind of situations, or they've got, a burner, a fridge, and a microwave. I mean, so you can cook. You got a couple of cabinets. I mean, like what I've been living in for the last couple of years. 307 feet of splendor and fantasticness with 2 burners, a toilet, and a refrigerator that is about half my size. But the neat thing is, if you own these properties, you get them all fixed up and everything like that, and they would normally rent from $6.99 to $8.99, depending upon how many beds are available and stuff like that. Nice size. But if you turn around and say, hey, city administration, we will rent them to you, they'll drop you $1,000 a head for all the people that you can put in them. So now, instead of making $700 or $800 a month off of each of these, I'm now making a cool $1,000 off of all of them, straight government money.
Mm-hmm.
And when they leave, or if they tear the place up, I can sue the government for destruction of property unless they come to, since the government guaranteed them living there and stuff like that, I can now put the repair bills to the government money instead of the people that actually tore the shit out your walls or fucked your shit up.
Yeah.
I
really like
I've
this.
actually considered doing it.
I like this move by this guy and standing on what he proposed and actually doing it. It took him 3 years to pull it off, but it's really good that it.
But
that
you
this
do
is actually,
understand. You do understand he's going to be making more money from the government off of their use than he would be if he actually just rented them out to people.
I'm okay with people making money to help unhoused people get housing. Like, I don't have a problem with that at all. I really think that with the situations that we have with homelessness, that there is an opportunity to make money in this situation, out of that situation. I just think that there's no desire to do it. So it's not about money.
I'm going to tell you this right now, and I hope you can understand it. If there was a way to make money off of stopping the homeless problem, there would be no homeless problem.
I vehemently disagree with that.
If it can be profitized, if you can make money off of taking care of homeless people, there would be less homeless because people will take that government money.
It's not incentivized. They are making money off of homeless people, and it's through the criminal industrial complex. It's by criminalizing homelessness, So it's just the way our society is set up, is to punish people that fall on hard times. They could absolutely make money off of housing homeless people. They totally could do that. Absolutely could do that.
They are.
So
they're making tax write-offs off of it.
Let me read this comment. It says, dude needs to fix crime in the city. So we're talking about Baltimore. So I can understand him making this comment, but I would say that who's to say that housing unhoused people doesn't go towards fixing the crime in the city or improving it, having a positive impact on it?
Who's to say that it does?
I can sit here and say that it does. If you want to fix crime, then you focus on poverty. You focus on people struggling. This is what drives crime. The majority of it, is driven by people being in poverty, people struggling, people not having a place to live. They're willing to do anything to get through the next day. So absolutely 100% would lessen crime by getting people off the streets. Let me read another one. It says this should be piloted and serve as a blueprint for other cities. I'd agree with that. Another one, it says migrants or not, it's good that unhoused people are getting housed. Why are they gonna throw the migrants? Why they gotta throw that in everything? Like,
because that $1,000 I was telling you about, you would get instead of $700 or $900, is an extra $200 if it's done through migrants instead of Section 8.
The next comment says unhoused Americans.
That started really big, especially a lot of people during Harvey who were in hotels and places like that were getting kicked out because they were only paying like a $70 or $80 fee, where the government would give them $130 for putting up someone on the refugee or on the FEMA list.
Let me read this one. It says unhoused American residents or Biden illegal migrant crisis. There goes the migrant thing again. So basically,
that is a viable question as to what is going to be housed there. Are you going to be doing it for the actual homeless of your city, or are you going to be doing it for like what New York did and closing a school down and making their kids go to home, do remote schooling? Again, we know how well that worked during that whole situation.
So the homeless population in the United States are a bunch of migrants. Is that what we're saying?
No. I don't understand why you look, dude. I don't know why you've gotten so confrontational and so recently, but I didn't say that or anything near that. I said it is a viable question as to whether that money, whether those are going to be available for actual homeless American citizens or homeless undocumented, since you need to be so freaking specific about the terminology or you lose your shit.
Well, the people that are homeless, maybe they don't have identification.
My God. Here we go to excusism for the argument. What the hell? You know that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, we're going by this dude's comment. He says unhoused American residents or Biden illegal migrant crisis. That's how we got to what we're talking about.
Okay, so are we talking about, again, I'm translating this to English since you don't seem to understand. Are we talking about actual homeless Americans, or are we going to be using the migrant people that are being shipped around as the homeless people in these?
And that's where I was going with the comment about
that's a viable question
about the IDs. If you can't determine between somebody if they're a citizen or not, if they don't have IDs. So I mean, house all of the unhoused people regardless, and deal with that in you're not even allowing me to say anything,
dude. We already determined it. Never mind, man. You never mind. Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is,
my opinion has.
What I'm saying is, if these homeless folks have issues with finding a place to live, there's a good chance that they also have issues with documentation. You know what I mean?
You're using exceptionalism to define rules. Dude, you are just literally inviting every little minuscule detail that you can possibly come up with to fight this shit.
And fight what?
Anything somebody else other than your opinion has to say so far?
I'm saying that
I said it was a viable question, as it's going to be actual homeless people or fucking migrants. That's a viable question. You're talking, how could you specifically identify? Blah, 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 blah. That's your thing. And it's like, be fucking reasonable and a human goddamn being for a minute and understand people are not that fucking stupid.
I really don't get what I'm not following you right now. Like,
you are speaking in an absolutism to define, to specifically disengage and to deny anything and everything based on your fucking statements. When you don't understand that is a viable question. Are you going to be giving those homes to people who sleep and have slept in the fucking parks for years? Are you going to be giving it to the people that hopped over the border a couple of weeks ago?
And I'm
Don't
saying,
give me this, you can't tell the difference. Yes, you fucking can.
And how?
By paying attention.
Paying attention to what?
Dude, don't. You're about to completely fucking lose me now. You're being very combative and confrontive, and with everything that's being fucking said, and all you're trying to do is draw some shit. What do you want me to say? Okay, tell me what you want me to say so I can tell you bullshit or not.
I'm saying house all of the unhoused people, figure out who's an illegal immigrant or not later on. Specifically spending the money on migrants, it's a cop-out to say that I don't want to house the people that are unhoused because they might be illegal immigrants. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's a question of who is the American tax dollars being targeted towards. Is it targeting actual homeless people no matter what? Or is it targeting the migrant problem, the undocumented problem? And don't use, you forced me to use undocumented, so don't fucking use undocumented as a fucking exception to anything else.
I don't know
you
how...
can't force me to use a word and then use it to deny my statement later.
I don't know how the migrant undocumented thing even got into this when we're talking about homeless.
Because he wants to know where the tax dollars are targeted.
It said to
are they targeted?
Hotels?
Are American dollars being targeted toward American citizens? Are they being targeted toward people who are not American citizens? Question, period, end of statement. That is it in its fucking completion. No dissection, no bullshit. That is a viable question as to where are my tax dollars being targeted.
Well, it's saying for unhoused residents. So that's what the point of it is. I mean, there's not anything else there other than that.
All they're doing is asking for clarification. And what's wrong with clarification? I thought that was what we tried to do instead of bash each over the head with particular words, quotes, and where the comma is in a fucking sentence.
Let me read a couple more comments here. It says, sounds good. Man, the way these people write. Sounds good. I'm theory. But okay, in theory. That's what they try to say. Sounds good in theory. But homeless people also will need therapists, mental care, health care, and other things. If not, you will have a hotel of horror.
Amen, brother.
Well, I mean, you have to start somewhere, give them some place to live, and we can start there and go to the next thing after that.
Look,
what's happening?
Look, I'm going to tell you right now, you don't know the homeless community. You have not been part of them. You have not talked to them. You do not have any experience in that life or anything like that. And some of the things you say are extremely, arguably, completely with that understanding just because of the way you say them. And that is also a valid freaking thing. I mean, do you know what happens to places like this?
I'm not saying it's not valid. What I'm saying is that if you want to, you can't say because they need therapists, mental care, health care, and other things is a reason to not give them housing.
So what you want to do is take them off the streets and put them in a box, kind of like people who do crime, because we don't want to see them. We want them out of our sight.
No, just want them to be out of the elements.
But
have
to
a place
them,
to put their
that
stuff.
is a prison. Like I said, let
me read another comment. It says, what the whole downtown is going to look like Lexington Market, acquire properties out of RT 40 East or some other outskirts. So this person is saying, put the people outside of the city. We don't want them to be housed within the city. Another one, it says, if your mind went straight to migrants, you are a part of the problem. Do any of you consider all of the people in shelters, on the streets, or sleeping in their cars? These are human beings. If history serves me right, most of everyone's family history involves immigrants.
And you know, I never said one thing or another, and that kind of pisses me off about how you went off. I just said it's a valid question. That's all I fucking said.
Okay. Let's move on from this one. Hold on. Let's see this one right here. It says big corporations paid shockingly little in taxes last year. New data reveals 5 huge firms, GE, GM, Meta, Tesla, and T-Mobile, paid super low rates or even got refunds despite billions in profits. It says some of America's marquee corporations. It says Washington, some of America's marquee corporations with billions of profit each paid little in federal income taxes last year. In some cases, got big refunds, according to an analyst by American for Tax Fairness. Together, the 5 companies earned over $70 billion in profits, yet paid an effective average tax rate of 6.9%, even as several of them provided wealthy shareholders with stock buybacks. The statutory corporate tax rate is 21%. In a recent year, a typical American family paid 13.6%. So yeah, they should pay more, I think. And as far as how they can end up getting a refund after they're giving out, what did it say? They earned $70 billion in profits, paid effective rate of 6.9, which is less than the 13.6% that American families pay. And it says several of them provided wealthy shareholders with stock buybacks, all while not paying taxes or paying less than what we pay. It says massive American corporations are rolling in dough, but contributing very little of it back to the society that helped make their success possible, said David Cass, ATF Executive Director. The share of federal revenue from corporate taxes have been declining for years. The 2017 Trump GOP tax law made the situation worse by slashing the corporate tax rate by 3/5 and failing to close loopholes that let big firms shift profits and ship jobs offshore. When big corporations dodge their fair share of taxes, we get some combination of 3 bad results. Working families pay more, vital public services are cut, or the deficit explodes, which is all of what is happening. And they want to get rid of Social Security and Medicare because they don't have the money to pay for this stuff. But they don't want the corporations to pay taxes, so of course they don't have fucking money. So chart here, it says the Texas corporations pay has declined for decades. The Texas corporations pay has declined for decades. So it's got it at 1950 here, where there's a little jump from 50 to 55%. And then it continues to decline to 2020, down to a little over 15%. That's trickle down economics right there. It says General Electric earned nearly $7 billion in 2023, yet instead of paying any federal income tax on the profits, they got a refund of $423 million. Of the 4 firms that paid any taxes, Meta paid the highest rate at 11.5%, but that was just barely more than half of the statutory rate. The 2 automakers, GM and Tesla, paid only 4.1% and 1.5% respectively. T-Mobile paid a paltry 0.4% in taxes. Damn, T-Mobile ain't paying nothing. It says while T-Mobile failed to pay practically anything in federal income taxes last year, it still managed to spend plenty of money on stock buybacks in 2023, repurchasing over $13 billion of its own shares to benefit rich shareholders. Stock buybacks increase the value of shares remaining in investors' hands. It's a tax-free gift to these shareholders who are overwhelmingly wealthy. Yep. Freaking. I want to talk about recently, I don't know if I have the clip, but what was it? Was it T-Mobile? I want to say it was T-Mobile who had a incident recently where no service was being provided. Like they said that they did a software update and it went wrong. And I don't know how long. It was AT&T.
AT&T a couple of days ago.
It was AT&T. Okay. So in like a couple of days, right? How long was it that they went without service? It was like a couple of days, right? I don't know. But also I was reading about it a little bit because like I say, they said that it was because it was a software update that went wrong, but someone else said that it could have been a hack, you know? And I really would not be surprised. We were talking about fifth generational warfare earlier and how, you know, war is not fought the same way and the hacking is going on crazy. Who's to say?
My conspiracy theory people right now are telling me it was a hack.
Okay. Yes, that's what I heard.
But
and
everything else is no. But again, that's my conspiracy theory people who have yet to also produce evidence.
Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence, but would we have evidence for that? And would the company admit that it was a hack, or would they just say that it was some kind of, you know, software update, you know, problem? Because if I was the CEO, I wouldn't say I was hacked. I would say we messed up, we made a mistake or whatever, you know, we got it fixed. Don't want people to know.
Especially not with iCloud's reputation for safety already.
Yeah. So then the consumers will be mad and they'll want a suit. There's a suit going on right now with, who is it? Damn it, I can't think of it. But they're saying that they sent it to me in the mail. Xfinity. It was Xfinity. And they said that it was a hack for personal information in Xfinity and that I could have been a part of this like class action lawsuit that deserves some kind of compensation because my personal information was hacked. So yeah, the people will be mad. And they're going to be like, you know, if they hacked it, then how do we know they don't have my like naked baby pictures or something? Or maybe they have my credit card information or something, you know, social security number or something. So like I said, if I was the GM, I would be like, nah, we wasn't hacked. It was a mistake. We fucked up. And I'm not going to share that information like ever. That kind of information would have to, it would take a subpoena or something.
More like let's just pay the ransom and get back online.
Yeah, exactly. If it was a ransom, yeah, and don't tell nobody nothing.
Actually, most big hacks like that are ransomware attacks. Not just we're gonna fuck with them because we can. It's way past that days. That was the 90s.
They're trying to get paid now. Let me read this last slide. Is this the last slide? I think there's a couple more. Let me read this one. It says Meta spent 4 times more on buybacks, nearly 20 billion worth, than it paid in taxes. GM 11 billion in share and repurchase was more than 40 times as much as it paid in taxes. GE, GM, and T-Mobile collectively spent almost 2 billion on another form of shareholder reward, cash dividends. The top base tax rate on dividends and the capital gains that result from buybacks is about half the top rate on earned income from wages, 20% versus 37%. In addition to the reduced tax rate they enjoyed since 2017, loopholes and special breaks contribute to the low or non-existent taxes paid by many of America's large corporations. ATF's analysis is based on reports filed annually with the federal government by public companies. So last year, General Electric made $7 billion in profits, but paid negative 6% tax rate. That's a $423 million refund. GE then spent $1.2 billion enriching their wealthy shareholders with stock buybacks, raised the tax on corporations and stock buybacks. Yeah, man. You know, especially the buybacks. Put some damn special tax on that shit, you know, and we could fund all kinds of things here. Like our freaking infrastructure needs to be updated, you know, and every time they're like, we can't find the money. Let me read this. Is it going to repeat what I read already? Let me see. Yeah, it's pretty much going to repeat what I read. Let's read some comments. It says, it's all by design, folks. The same people these corporations buy off with lobbyists write the tax code filled with loopholes and carve-outs. And then those same tax evaders loan money to the government to cover the deficit so they don't pay taxes, and they make money via interest by loaning money to the government they won't fund. Wow. You're talking about the best situation you could possibly have right there. Like, it gets no better than that. You know, I can't blame them for doing this. I ain't gonna lie, but it's effed up, and the rest of us should be upset because the rest of us gotta pay our damn taxes, like no matter what. So we're getting screwed. So, you know, I totally sympathize with the people who say like tax, you know, is theft or whatever. Like, you know, I don't want to pay my taxes. These other people don't pay their taxes or whatever. Like, you know, that's kind of a fair argument. At the same time, everybody should have to pay their taxes. You know, the damn corporations can call themselves an individual or whatever. What is it? Citizens United? We kind of mentioned that a little bit earlier. And it's like, so then why come they can't pay taxes like the rest of us then? Shit. They get to do campaign donations. They should have to pay taxes like the rest of us. Another comment says, and laid off thousands of employees while increasing their profits. Paying their taxes won't hurt them at all. Eat the rich. Another one says, this is great news. Not sure that giving the government more money to waste is a good idea. Money to waste. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of waste. I'm sure there is a lot of waste. But, you know, the whole point of the taxes is a public good. Putting money for that's good for everyone, that we all can benefit from, okay? If there's some waste, there's some waste. And you hold the corruption accountable. You hold the politicians accountable for the waste. But that shouldn't be a reason to say, you know, it's totally fine that these corporations aren't paying their taxes. Like, that's a load of crap. That's a cop-out. I don't know why these people defend these corporations like it's them. Like, if you're one of them, I totally understand why you're defending this. But if you're a regular Joe Blow like me, it makes no sense for you. It's not benefiting you in any way. Another comment, it says, and people will defend this like it's their money, tax the rich. Boom, that's exactly what I just said. They'll defend it like it's their money. Like, you're crazy. Another comment, it says, how do they do that exactly? Claim losses. So it's a deal with the way that they do the taxes. Another comment says, why should workers be penalized with higher tax rate? We could all pay lower rates if we all pay the same rate. All gains should be taxed the same. Boom. I don't think that anybody can really argue with a straight up flat rate. Just a flat rate. I mean, like, some people are going to feel like they're getting screwed or whatever. Like, no system is perfect. But flat rate, everybody pays the same. Boom. No loopholes. Another comment says, looking at that graph, as the tax rate on corporations has dropped, so has the income and quality of life for middle and working class Americans. Another one that says, one of the first things Trump did when he became president was cut taxes of the rich from 35% to 20%. They love him for it, and that's why they want to put him back in office so he can do some more of that. That's one of the main things. That's like really the biggest thing that he got done in there, besides all the judges The most impactful thing that he did as president was those tax cuts. And they're still going because, like Pat was saying earlier, do executive orders. And it's like I was saying that those things don't last because the next administration can come in and just undo that. So, but the tax cuts that Trump did, that was legislation. So that's the reason why that stuff is still going to this day. It'll be going for the next president that comes in there too. It's a done deal. Unless they can draft some other kind of legislation that goes in another direction for that. Executive order is not the answer. Let's do this one. It says, USA or China, who is the largest trading partner? Interesting little map. For the audio listeners, it sucks you can't really see this, but it shows the blue. Basically, it's like Europe, Italy, what do you call it? Like Sweden and all of them. So then you got Ireland and all of that. So basically the main sections of what we would call Europe here. So, and then it has the American flag and most of that area, a little bit of China in there. So being that those are the largest trading partners for these areas. And then on this other side, it shows it in, bigger part of Europe, if you will. So, it's the same. The way they did this, it makes it look some kind of way because it's bigger in the second one. At least it looks bigger to me. Maybe I'm tripping, but it's showing from 2000 to 2024. So in 2000, the largest trading partner for most of Europe was the United States. In 2024, the largest trading partner for a large amount of Europe is China. It's like China has taken over most of Europe to be the largest trading partner. So yeah, that is something to think about. So yeah, and then you think about BRICS, and then you think about what has happened with the Ukraine-Russia deal and all the sanctions that you have on Russia and forcing these governments to trade with other folks. And then it's kind of leading them into the hands of China. It's like kind of forcing them in bed with them. Anyways, that's what I get from that chart. Let's move on. I like this right here. It says country portals to meet people across the world. I want to know where there's one closest to me. I might look that up when I have time, but I would really like to go check out one of these. It's really cool. And they change where the other side is, like periodically or whatever. You go to these portals and you can see people in another part of the world, like a little mirror or whatever. Really cool stuff here.
Thing about portals that sometimes frustrates me a little bit is that it's not about connecting just two countries. Portals are sculptures that form a global network that is going to act as a bridge to a united planet. Every minute, the connection rotates between multiple countries on Earth, inviting all of us to meet above borders and differences. The one most misunderstood thing about portals that sometimes frustrates me a little bit is that it's not about connecting just two countries. Portals are sculptures that form a global network that is going to act as a bridge to a united planet.
Really cool stuff. I think that we will be friendlier to, it's like what I like to say a lot about how like people talk bad about Russia or they talk bad about, let's say, Israel, whatever country you want to name. And you don't put any separation between their government and the regular folks, the people, because like here in the United States, Biden is the president. So other people in other countries can feel like all of us support Biden and whatever, we align with his policies and all of this, but here in the United States, you're going to say, oh, that's preposterous. But when do you think about that when you look at other countries like North Korea and Kim Jong-un? Do you think that all of his people agree with his policies and procedures or whatever, you know? And, you know, so we vilify all of these people, you know, there's no real connection to realize that there's a separation between the government and the people. So something like this with the portals, I think, can help bring more connections to us, people to people, from one country to another, and we can sympathize with each other better and realize that there's real people that just like us, have the same issues as us, you know, and we can have more camaraderie, you know. This could go a long ways to stopping wars and stuff, because when you got these people saying, I wish they all were dead, in the clip that we played earlier, and it's like, if these people went to these portals and saw the people over there, the regular folks, and maybe they have a little more humanity. When you're just looking at stuff on, I don't know, through like paperwork or whatever, the bipartisan, the partisan freaking talking heads telling you what is going on, whatever, and you don't have no real connection to what's actually happening and a connection to the actual real people, you know. And it's easy for you to be like, oh, just kill them all, like kill all the Russians or whatever, you know. This is cool right here.
Instagram and decided to go see it in person. It's so much bigger than what I imagined. Indescribable feeling to meet people from different countries just like that. Hello, Poland. It's so cool that now this foundation will build portals and unite different countries around the world. I saw this portal on Instagram and decided to go see it in person. It's so much bigger than what I imagined.
Yeah, they should build more and more and more of these. I think this is a really great thing. This little things like this have such a great impact that people don't realize. Like this kind of thing can bring on, call me crazy, world peace. You know what I mean? It really could, I think, you know. The repercussions of having us connected in this way, you know, and it's not like a computer screen, you know, it's like real time, you know. So how the portal works, it's real time at that moment on the other side of the world or whatever. Really cool, man. You know, build portals, not bombs. I love this. It says portal technology sculptures that connect through other portals in different countries. Comment, it says, now put that in Gaza if you want to be for real. Another comment says, promise that this is real. It's awesome. Who made this? It is real. It's totally real. It's not a complex technology either. Another comment, it says, is it bad? I just want to moon someone. Another comment, it says, I love it. They should put many more. Another one, it says, this is a great and beautiful idea. The world needs these everywhere. All the comments pretty much say the same thing. Another one that says, I could see this having problems. What? What problems? It says, keep the same consumer right after all. What the hell does that mean? I think that people's motivation, you know, when it's all about profit, it's all about making money, then the motivation to do something like this is not there. So, but maybe it does. You could do, I don't know, put some vendors around it, you know, make it like a community kind of like place where people go and hang out. So then you can, I don't know, like I say, put vendors there or something. They can buy snacks and drinks and stuff, and even have like little rides or something that they can ride and make that a part of the whole thing, you know. But it's like everything shouldn't be motivated by just making money. Like, I hate the way we think when we're like, if it's not making money, then it's not worth doing. You know, that's not how I live my life. You know, learning stuff doesn't really make you money. Can I share this without getting in trouble? Let me play this.
Trump Republicans want to criminalize young women who travel to receive the reproductive care they need. Don't let them hold Tennessee women hostage. Take action at righttotravel.org. Campaign for Democracy Group is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Yeah, this is over the top right here, but it's to have a certain desired effect. And so, you know, you have a young lady handcuffed to the hospital bed. It's like, wow, you know, when they talk about Handmaid's Tale, pretty damn extra right here and over the top. But those political campaigns tend to be extra and over the top, you know. But at the same time, you know, it's getting crazy. We covered the in vitro, what is it, the IVF procedures?
In vitro fertilization. Did you just compare this to Handmaid's Tale? Have you actually read Handmaid's Tale?
I didn't read it, but I watched the show. I think it was on Hulu.
Yeah, big difference.
Yeah, no, I never read it. No, I know it's not. This is not what happened in Handmaid's Tale. It's just that, you know, when we talk about the direction that the country is going in, then that's where Handmaid's Tale comes in. You know, and I could totally see the United States kind of, in Handmaid's Tale, it was like the U.S. kind of broke into pieces.
Yet try to talk about 1984, where a progressive side comes in and starts talking about groupthink and stuff like that. Everyone's all, oh, no. That's not what we mean.
What do you mean by groupthink related to this?
1984.
Yeah, I know 1984.
You read that one, right? Then you should know the reference.
Yeah. I know the reference of groupthink, but I don't know what the reference of it related to this.
It was related to the statement that you made.
The
Handmaid's Tale. You haven't read it. You don't understand it. Yet you're willing to quote it, compare it like everyone else does. Groupthink. But if you mention 1984 and groupthink and shit like that, the left either does one of two things. They go absolutely batshit nuts, or they go around and try to start quoting Bible quotes and shit like that, saying everyone's trying to force you to be a Christian despite the fact of this quote of what Christians and stuff are.
Yeah. Well, under his eye. Let me read the caption. It says, Republicans
like I
in
say,
Tennessee.
dude, you are actually showing how much you don't know about the subject by treating the subject the way you are.
Let me read this one. It says, Republicans in Tennessee are trying to criminalize women that travel to receive reproductive care. We have to fight back. This is Governor Newsom. So this is a political ad right here. So that's the reason why it's all the way over the top. And I was joking when I was like under his eye or whatever, is, you know, to go with what you were saying about the group thing. So like saying that I'm with it or whatever. Let me read another comment. It says, so murdering a child is called reproductive care. Gavin, you're lying with this ad. I get what they're saying here, but it kind of misses the point. They, you know, they call it Planned Parenthood. They call it like, they use different words, you know, but it is reproductive care as far as like it's within the domain related to,
like I said,
making babies.
The battle is all going to hinge upon the no one is going to be able to agree on when life begins. Because there are people that are fervently believers of as soon as the sperm produces or penetrates the egg, that is the beginning of life. There are others that say that life does not begin until brain activity. Some people say it doesn't even begin until dreaming activity.
Yeah. And
is
then you
picked
have
up.
some that say, it doesn't really begin until they come out of the womb, which is
Until
extreme.
it's out. And a matter of fact, if it ain't all the way out, it ain't alive yet.
Yeah.
And that's the extremity on the left that got the right to go full fucking jihad on this.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Taliban.
I picked that word.
Yeah.
This is not a political crusade. This is not a personal crusade. This is a religious crusade.
I completely agree with you on that. Another comment says, you're allowing male sexual assault to self-identify as women and being housed in women prisons. You hate women too. This is kind of a good comment right here. So kind of pointing the finger.
Again, not anything to do with this, but definitely a valid point on a different topic.
Yeah, related to the left or the Democrats or whatever. Yeah, so that's a valid point, I think, there. Another comment says, this is an attack on all women. Can we start mandating vasectomies since it takes two to tango? Let's start with Republican congressmen and governors. Let's also force all their mistresses to have the babies they make them abort too. Fair is fair.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Body blow.
Yeah. I agree with that. And
I don't like words like force. I don't like the attitude, but I like that. Hey, why don't you stop them from being able to get rid of all the little back room babies that would be floating around?
Yeah. So, and what sucks about this is that certain segment of our society is still going to be able to do abortions, even if it becomes a nationwide ban, because they're just going to ship them to another country somewhere and get it done. They have.
Yeah, I mean, well, Mexico, you can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
well, they'll find
every
other
country. Every other country in South America is not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Well, even if it was the whole South America,
you got to you have to remember when breast augmentation first came out, the only places you could get it was Hawaii and Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
And then Brazil was the first, and for a while, the only country, I think, other than one of the European, I want to say Sweden or one of the ones over there, that allowed full sexual conversion surgery.
Well, they'd get a private island or something that's just for that, if that's what they needed to do, and so certain groups would still be able to do it. But the other thing is right here where it's talking about attack on our women. Can we start mandating vasectomies? It seems like the way this thing goes, it's like it's all on the women, and they don't hold any accountability for the men in these scenarios, and I feel that sentiment.
Welcome to the world of consent. This is a sword that struck both ways. We now have to go out of our way to make sure there is consent. Now that there is consent and she has to say, okay, she is now as responsible or more than the ejaculate.
Yeah, well, even if she don't give consent,
she chose to accept that raw dog.
Yeah, well, if
I'm not arguing with you about rape, incest, all that crap. I'm not arguing with you about that because all of that shit should be off the table.
Yeah.
And whether it is or not does not matter because I'm not going to address that as far as all of that should be off no matter what side you're on.
Yeah, be careful with the R word. Yeah, but if she didn't give consent, she still has to have that baby in Texas and other states. A couple more comments.
And I understand that is one of the most horrific fucking things, which, like I said, if I remember my statement the other night, I'd reckon that to a war crime and against the Geneva Convention.
You could probably make an argument like that. And, I wouldn't be surprised if
forcing a woman to have a child produced by involuntary means.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if some of this stuff ends up into the international court.
Doesn't matter. Within our borders, we are sovereign. It doesn't matter what the international court, whether they agree or not. That's just going to be another reason for them to hate America, which is the cool thing to do right now. Just say it. Your money is welcome here, but we don't like you.
Yeah.
Figure out which bathroom you guys need to go to. We may talk later.
This way, once y'all grow up. Let me do this one. It says a woman reveals what European countries teach their students about us.
Students learn about U.S. propaganda in their English courses in high school. Recently, a follower asked to send me a textbook that they use in German 11th to 13th grade English courses to study U.S. propaganda. So like in the United States, where we study German World War II propaganda, in Germany, they're studying current U.S. propaganda. They cover everything from U.S. exceptionalism to the American dream, and they show German students how U.S. citizens have been led to have a lack of self-critical awareness to how their ideals have failed. I didn't want to believe it at first, but if you Google the name of the textbook and the word Abitur, which is the final stage of German high school, it returns all kinds of study guides and notes. And what really shook me is that on one of these study guides, it says, the U.S. has become a wasteful consumer society of lonely individuals. So if you've ever wondered how some people outside of the U.S. view the U.S., did you know that German high school
Yeah, I don't know how true all of that is, but I'd say the part about us being lonely, I think that's true. It says what other
she brought receipts, man.
Yeah.
It says what other countries? Like I said, you've heard me lately. Bring receipts.
Yeah.
Bring me the mug. The Trump changed everything. We got the mugshot now. It's time to get the mugshots on all of it.
I agree with you on that. And that we know it's a lot of I think that the average person knows that we get a lot of propaganda in our media. That's the reason why it's fake news. It's like people don't trust the mainstream media. They know they're getting fed a lot of propaganda. So
we've known it since the 80s, man. I'm sorry. You got to understand, everyone is smart enough right now to leave Gen X alone because we kind of checked out. We didn't want to deal with the modern corporate society feeding us music like, hey, we're just waiting on the world to change and stuff like that. Meanwhile, the corporate monstrosities led by the Michael J. Fox kind of ideology, the Republican get-rich corporate lawyer kind of guys are the only ones that actually really did much. The problem is there's a reason you left Gen X alone, and that's because you didn't want to poke the bear.
Yeah, man, we are some special folks. We've been through a lot, like freaking the internet coming. We've seen your CDs come and go. We've seen
your active
9/11
drills are our nuclear drills.
Yeah, post.
This is not new.
We've
And
been through a lot.
They all think it is. And half of these kids that are yelling about, well, this is not the way the world is, and blah, 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 don't even remember 9/11.
Yeah, we've been through a lot. We've seen a lot and major changes in the world.
I mean, I will always be one of the proud people. I don't care how fucking old people accuse me of being proud of watching the fucking people tear down the Berlin Wall.
Yes, I remember that shit too. I distinctly remember that when it was regular folks just clawing at the wall. It
That
was
is
on live
actually
TV.
when things started getting better. I mean, people started talking about shit. MTV started coming out and they got people across cultures to fucking communicate with each other through music, through videos, through conversation. And I'm not saying that all of them, but we actually came together from the right and the left, and we fought bullshit. We backed off because things got better. We wanted to be left the fuck alone.
That's all we
And
really
now
want.
They're not leaving us alone anymore. They're
So
starting
they're
to piss us
gonna have a
off.
problem. Yes,
A whole bunch of
yes.
people that
And
don't
we-
give a fuck about how you feel. I will grab you by the throat, beat you down to shut you the fuck up if you are being ignorant.
And we know Generation X know that people can change the world. Like literally, that Berlin Wall one is a really good example because it was just. I saw it. I was a little kid at the time, but I remember people
one
just with their
person changed
hands,
the
just like they
world.
had enough.
Tiananmen Square.
They had enough.
Fuck yeah, one
they just
person can change the world.
They just started clawing. One person just started clawing at the wall with their bare fucking hands, man. They took that damn thing down. That is something.
Dude.
That is really something. I just got emotional thinking about that. I distinctly remember that's a clear memory in my mind. Like I felt something major was happening when I was sitting there watching it on TV.
Some of the things that you're supporting today and shit like that, would not that person that saw that day be going, dude, that's pretty fucking far out there. We need to bring it back to basics. That's what I'm seeing all the time. Everyone's trying to reach so far, trying to be so bold, trying to be the next person that's ahead of the curve that you don't realize that when you're on that fucking curve, you're on a highway and you're leaving everybody fucking behind.
Yeah, I hear you. And I've been trying to tell myself recently, I've been telling myself to kind of be more, I don't know, just have conversations with people, kind of be regular, kind of like not trying to be above others or whatever. I'm trying to find the right words, but, be more humble, swallow your pride, like put your ego to the side. Like, it's the little things in life that really matter, and it's also the little differences that you make that make the greatest impact. You know what I mean? Like we said, like the person just like using a spoon to freaking dig at that wall, like someone walk by and be like, you're ridiculous, that's impossible or whatever, but you're like, whatever, man, I'm just gonna sit here and do what I do. I'm tired of this damn wall. And
look at the guy that's real popular right now. He took 30 years and literally dug a path through the mountain because his daughter or someone he loved died because they had to go 20 miles around the mountain.
Right.
So
I heard that story.
Yeah,
to get to the hospital.
So he started doing it and everyone laughed at him. But a few years later, they realized that, man, this is happening. He's going to fucking do this or die trying. And they started helping him.
Mm-hmm.
And next thing you know, there is now a wide enough path through that very mountain that they can get to that village in like 5 miles instead of 20 something miles.
Mm-hmm. So the
It takes
moral of the
10
story
minutes instead of an hour.
is do what you can, you know. Don't
A
worry
man
about
can
changing the
move about.
world. Just do what you can, you know. That's the moral. What's up, Deuce?
Oh shoot, man, ain't
Took
nothing
that
much.
one from me too.
Nothing much,
It says
man. What's
text.
up? What you got?
How you feeling, man?
Oh man,
Good to
pretty
hear
good,
from
bro.
you.
Same here. What's up, dog? I heard the shout out.
Yeah. The name of the show today is Just a Distraction, and it's the idea that, you know, like it's a political year, and all of these like stories that pop up, the media headlines, like the whole point of it is to like throw you off your square, you know, get you emotionally charged and get you, you know, in a mental fog so that they can basically manipulate you, you know. And it's like everything is just a distraction. Like we're on our TikTok scrolling all the time, and or whatever it is, Facebook, Instagram, you know, and we're not paying attention to the world and what's actually happening, and that we can have real impact, and we're not making real connections with each other, you know. It's all just a distraction. It's all like we don't take the time to smell the flowers, you know. We don't take the time to have face-to-face conversations with our children or our friends or neighbors or whoever, you know. We act like everything else is so important, like, you know, we just got to go make money or whatever. And it's like the whole point of making the money is to take care of your family or whatever, but then you don't even spend the time with your family or whatever. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're distracted from life, and so we don't live life. I was reading something where they was talking about people don't really ever live in the moment. They're always stuck in the past or the future or whatever. We're always waiting for that next thing, and so when that next thing comes, we're still not satisfied because we're grown up and trained to, you know, anticipate the future. I'm gonna play that. I have a video for that. Let me see if I can find it. But anyways, what do you think about that while I'm looking for this?
Yeah, man. You know, I mean, that's pretty much our life. You know, we work. You're working and you're trying to provide for your family, and you end up not even having the time to give them the life that you're fighting to really try to give them. You know, I mean, you don't have time. You know, you're able to give them whatever they want financially, but you're not able to give up yourself that time. And I think a lot of people on there, and I think that's why the pandemic produced so many entrepreneurs, man. People got tired they realized, like, man, I spend most of my life out of my house and away from my family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the pandemic woke a lot of us up, especially to the ideas of work-life balance. You know, the commute, the amount of time we spend in our cars on our way to work and on our way home, and like people are like, man, screw that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy, man. You know, but then at the same time, it's like, what do? You know, you got to get out
I
here and
know.
work. You don't work. You know,
You
you
don't
don't
eat.
have shit. Yeah, you don't have shit, and you know.
I think it's about
I've got a regular
prioritizing.
customer. I've got a regular customer with Lyft that tells me that, you know, he drops me a couple bucks every time. He pays about $5 or $8, total about 10, 12 bucks to get to work every day. He says literally it costs him less money to do Lyft than it would be to pay the $450 to buy a car and the $200 for insurance. He says he pays about 150 bucks less every month for me to drive it.
Yep. Got to think about gas. You know, it probably saves some time too. You know, you got to park. You got to go get your car. you know, I think it's about what we were saying. I think that it's about the prioritizing the time that you do have, you know, like when my daughter comes in my room and she talks to me and she's talking about stuff I'm really not interested in or whatever, but I still like listen and interact with her and conversate with her, because those moments are they're fleeting. You know, time will pass and she won't want to come in the room and talk to me. I need to cherish that moment and that time.
I don't care how much of a hard ass or hardcore gangster you think you are or want to be. When a 5-year-old girl hands you a toy phone, you answer it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what it's all about. And it's those moments and living in the moment and enjoying that moment. So like, even if you don't have as much time to spend with your friends and family because you work a lot, when you do have time, then you want to be there. You know what I mean? And not be thinking about work or thinking about your past regrets. And I'm talking to myself mostly with this, you know, because I do struggle with it. I'm thinking about the future all the time, or I'm thinking about my past all the time, and I'm not in the moment. You know, I'm not fully there. I need to focus to be there and in the moment and taking it all in, because, you know, the moment passes and it's gone forever.
Yeah.
There's only now, you know, time is like an illusion. You know, tomorrow never comes. It's now forever. So if you're always thinking about the past or always thinking about the future, then you're never actually living life.
Yep.
Say, yesterday is a dream. Tomorrow, oh damn. Poof. Say, tomorrow is a promise that may never come. Yesterday is a dream that's already gone. That's why today is a present.
Today is a present. Let me play some of this. This is some philosophical type stuff. You know, I love that stuff. Me and Doc be getting into this stuff. But I don't know. You know Alan Watts, Doc? I'm sure you do.
The name sounds familiar.
I don't know if they have his voice in this. He passed away some years ago. And some of his stuff is kind of hokey, I would say. But, you know, there was a time where I went down a rabbit hole and I was heavily into this guy's stuff. So, but anyways,
well,
let me play.
Even Alex Jones at his worst had some shit to say that made you go, huh. And therefore, he was worth the one-time listen, you know?
Yeah. Let me read the caption. It says, an inspirational and profound speech on the human society by Alan Watts. Original audio source from Alan Watts' extended seminars, early radio talks. Man is a hoax. It says, things are as they are. Looking out into the universe at night, we make no comparisons between night and wrong stars, nor between well and badly arranged constellations. Alan Watts, 1915 to 1973. Let me play some of this, y'all. Check it out.
In our culture and in various other cultures, we have an absolutely extraordinary attitude to the new member of human society. Instead of saying frankly to children, how do you do? Welcome to the human race. We are playing a game, and we are playing by the following rules. We want to tell you what the rules are so that you'll know your way around, and when you've understood what rules we're playing by, when you get older, you may be able to invent better ones. But instead of that, we still retain an attitude to the child that he is on probation. He's not really a human being. He's a candidate for humanity. Therefore, to preserve the role of parent or to preserve the role of teacher, which is that they string you out. And in just this way, we have a whole system of preparation of the child for life, which always is preparation and never actually gets there. In other words, we have a system of schooling which starts with grades. And we get this little creature into the thing with a kind of, come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. And we get it always preparing for something that's going to happen. So you go into nursery school as preparation for kindergarten. You go to kindergarten as preparation for first grade. And then you go up the grades till you get to high school. And then comes a time when maybe if we can get you fascinated enough with the system, you go to college. And then when you've gone to college, if you're smart, you get into graduate school and stay a perpetual student and go back to be a professor and just go round and round in the system. But in the ordinary way, they don't encourage quite that. They want you after graduate school or after graduation, commencement as it's called, beginning to get out into the world. And so you've been trained for this and now you've arrived. But when you get out into the world at your first sales meeting, they've got the same thing going again because they want you to make that quota. And if you do make it, they give you a higher quota. And come along about the 45 years of age, maybe you're vice president. And suddenly it dawns on you that you've arrived. With a certain sense of having been cheated, because life feels the same as it always felt. And you are conditioned to be in desperate need of a future. So the final goal that this culture prepares for us is called retirement. When you will be a senior citizen and you will have the wealth and the leisure to do what you've always wanted, but you will at the same time have impotence and false teeth and no energy.
So once you reach your goal, you still feel unsatisfied because you was trained to always focus on the future and, accomplishing something or whatever. And then the part where he says like the way it's all set up is for you to get to retirement. Then when you get to retirement, you can't really fully, live life. You can't really fully enjoy life because you're old and you can't move around like you did before. So during the times where you could actually live life, you wasn't, because you was focusing on the future and sacrificing all your time for your grind to accomplish what you want to accomplish, to get where you want to get, and you were never in the moment. You were always focusing on where, me making it to the promised land, if you will.
Looks like Rumble is down.
Oh yeah. It says I got 3 people watching,
but I can't actually get the feed to play.
Oh yeah, it's not playing on mine either. That's weird. I probably did something wrong.
That might be my fault in not seeing Grape earlier.
No,
that's the worst offense I've, other than the whole pokey thing we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, those they'll get you for that. That's weird, and my views are low too, very low. So it might have been the whole time. Who knows, man? I probably did something wrong. Either way, we've been on for 4 hours. I'm not gonna try to fiddle with that. Let me play a little bit more.
So the whole thing, from beginning to end, is a hoax. And furthermore, some other aspects of the hoax, just for kicks. You are involved, by and large, in a very strange business system, which divides your day into work and play. Work is something that everybody does, and you get paid to do it because nobody could care less about doing it. In other words, it is so abominable and boring that you can get paid for doing it. And the object of doing this is to make money. And the object of making money is to go home and enjoy the money that you've made. When you've got it, you see, you can buy pleasure. And this is a complete fallacy. Money never can buy pleasure, because all pleasures depend upon not putting down a symbol of power, money, but upon disciplines. In other words, now in Sausalito, where I live, we have pier after pier full of fine boats, motor cruisers, sailing boats, all sorts of things, which nobody ever uses because they've been bought on the falling for the ad line that if you buy this thing, you will have pleasure, you will have status, you will have something or other. But then they suddenly discover that having a boat requires the art of seamanship, which is difficult but rewarding. Therefore, nobody has time for it, and all they do with the boats is have cocktail parties on them at the weekend. And in myriads of ways, you see, you go home, we're the wealthiest people in the world, and you would think that having earned your money, you would have a great banquet and an orgy and so on, but nobody does. They eat a TV dinner, which is just a warmed over airline food. And then they spend the evening looking at an electronic reproduction of life, which is divided from you by a glass screen. You can't touch it, you can't smell it. And you have a strange feeling, you see, that the whole procession of grades that was leading to something in the future, to that goodie, that gorgeous, voluptuous goodie that was lying at the end of the line, it never quite turns up.
I think the yacht thing where he's talking about is really interesting too. They buy the boat, you know, it's supposed to bring me happiness or whatever, but it doesn't. It's like, you know, we have this idea of consumption where, you know, buying things, shopping or whatever, it brings us happiness or whatever.
The boat actually becomes a liability, not an asset. It doesn't make your life better. It drains from your bottom line and your income.
But he was making the point that it would make your life better if you put in the effort to learn how to like navigate or whatever.
Yes.
But people aren't willing to put forth that effort. That's how you get rewards, is by the amount of effort that you put into it, not the amount of money that you put into it. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you, if I get rich and own a plane, I guarantee you I will be licensed to fly it.
Yeah, so
not because I want to be a badass and say I'm going to learn how to fly a plane, but because if I'm going to buy something like that, if I'm going to own it and use it, it's going to be like a car. Am I not going to use it like a tool or something? Why would I want to hire someone else to fly me in my own plane?
Yeah. So the like he was saying, the people with
Unless
the
I was
boats,
rich enough to provide an income for somebody just because they exist, in which case, sure, I'll fucking hire a pilot.
yeah. So what he's saying is, you know, the people with the boats, they just park them. You know, they go and have cocktail parties on them. And then the part where he was talking about how just because these people are super wealthy doesn't mean that they're really happy. You know, you think they're having orgies every day, and they're having friends over all the time, and but really they're going home and eating tomato soup and shit. You know, like
Only
it's a
if you're
lot
Johnny Depp and Elon Musk.
Shit, I doubt if Elon Musk lives like, you know, his life is pretty cool, but yeah. But you know, a lot of people they have that nice fancy car, they have their really nice house or whatever, but all of their money is going to those things, you know. So then they don't even get to eat the foods that they really want to eat. They're like eating tomato soup or whatever. Like they're projecting this image to everyone else, you know, that their life is so wonderful and so great, and all of their energy goes to that. And it's like it never ends either, because you know, you've got the latest car, but then the next year comes and your car is not the latest car, or your house square footage, your neighbor is like, oh, I got this much square footage, and it's like, well, now I need more square footage or whatever, you know, I need a deck in the back, I need to be, the house needs to be on the lake or whatever. Like it never ends. No matter what, it's going to be somebody out there who has more. So if your happiness,
keeping up with the Joneses,
right? So if your happiness is tied to
it's
how
been
better
going on since like the 50s.
Yeah, if your happiness
Before
is tied to that you're doing better than somebody else, then somebody else is going to be doing better than you. So then there goes your happiness out the window.
There will always be someone doing better than you.
You know, when you're looking at it through
Always.
monetary ways, you know, I saw this
No,
post
there
from
will,
50.
no matter what you do, how good you are, or whatever, there will always be someone doing better than you.
Yeah. So, but
There
then you
will
don't want
always
to
be
look.
something that someone else has that you don't have. Be it time, a blonde with a backside you can bounce the quarter off of, a nice car, a private jet, a better private jet. You know, there will always be someone, unless you're like Bill Gates and these guys. There
Well,
will
even
always
them.
be someone that has more and does better. Yeah,
Yeah.
even
So
these guys, because they're not the richest people in the world. They're
yeah.
the
So
richest people in the world that we know about.
if you're living your life in this comparison, this competition deal, you're gonna be not satisfied. You're not gonna be happy. So I saw a clip from 50 Cent. He was talking about it. He was saying that even you have poor people who are happier, you know, just because of the way that they live their life. They have everything that they want. They have loved ones. They have people that care about them. They have time to do things, pursue the things that they want to pursue, or whatever. So it's like where you are as far as the judgment of the world is not what dictates what you are. Your happiness. Your happiness comes from you simple things, being able to do what you want to do, live the way that you want to live, you know what I mean? Whatever, eat what you want to eat, spend your time the way you want to spend your time. I think that we get lost and we forget what really matters, and it's like the people that are in our lives, being able to do things. Like for me, what makes me happy is doing things for others, like helping them in some kind of way or whatever. That gives me a certain amount of satisfaction, and it makes me happy. Being able to, like, if my daughter asks for something, she needs something or whatever it is, and I'm able to do it, and that makes me happy. Let's play a little more of this.
And this is because from the beginning, we condition our children to a defective sense of identity. And this, I think, is the most important feature in the whole thing, that a child grows into our culture, and this is not only Western culture, it's equally true in Japan, an area of which I can speak with some first-hand knowledge. We condition the child in a way that sets the child a life problem which is insoluble, and therefore attended by constant frustration. And as a result of this problem being insoluble, it is perpetually postponed to the future, so that one is educated to live in the future, and one is not ever educated to live today. Now, I'm not saying that, the philosophy of carpe diem, let us drink today for tomorrow we die, and not make any plans. What I am saying is that making plans for the future is of use only to people who are capable of living completely in the present. Because when you make plans for the future and they mature, if you can't live in the present, you are not able to enjoy the future for which you have planned. Because you will have in you a kind of syndrome, whereby happiness consists in promises and not in direct and immediate realizations. So long as you feel that tomorrow it will come. See, on a dollar bill, it always says promise to pay. It's a promissory note. And nobody ever can come across, because the promise is tomorrow, and this is we say in common speech, tomorrow never comes.
The part where he said, like, constant frustration really hit me hard when I watched this video the first time. When you're always, trying to get somewhere or whatever, like you're always focusing on the future, and trying to accomplish something or whatever, you end up in a state of constant frustration. because your present is not what you want it to be, or you're not where you want to be. And this is something that I struggle with all the time is, you know, and then I have to tell myself that I live pretty good, you know, things are pretty straight, you know, and now it's pretty great, you know, but it's hard for me because I'm always trying to accomplish something, I'm always trying to do something, and I'm focusing on that and what I have to do now to make that happen for then, you know what I'm saying? So, and then it leaves me in this constant state of frustration where I haven't got what I wanted to get, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I recently, hold on before you speak. I recently bought a PS5, and I have been waiting for the longest to do it when I was comfortable enough to do it. And I wanted to play Mortal Kombat 1, the new Mortal Kombat, you know, I'm an MK fanatic, if you will. And, you know, so I went and I got the PS5 the other day, and I got the MK1, and I was playing online the other night. And I really didn't get, you know, the satisfaction wasn't there, you know. I really was left feeling unfulfilled. All the anticipation for it and all the patience I had for it, you know, because I really could have done it months ago. You know, the reason why I hadn't got the PS5 anyways was because, you know, it wasn't no game that I really wanted to play. But they came out with the new MK1, and it was only on PS5. So it's like to force you to buy the PS5. It came out in about September or so last year. And I wanted to get it right away, but then I was like, man, I can't really do it. It's going to put me in a bind. So I'm going to wait till I'm comfortable enough to do it. And, you know, I finally got to that point, and then I just like the satisfaction wasn't really there. I felt a little empty. Like the anticipation of purchasing the PS5 was more satisfactory than actually getting on there and playing the game online or whatever. I don't know. It's just something I just went through recently. Go ahead. What you were saying, Deuce?
Oh no, I was just saying. No, that's, you know, that's true, man. Because most of us, you know, we're working and we're buying these things, and you realize that you don't get to enjoy it as much as you assumed, or you know, or you thought you would when you bought it. You know, maybe at that time things were good. You were still making plenty of money and not having to give so much time at work. But then all of a sudden things change, you know, and so now you're having to give that overtime and this and that just to be able to afford the things that you have. And now you find yourself not being able to utilize the things that you've bought, you know, and then you start telling yourself, well, you know, when I get time, at least it's there. I have it, you know, I have it there. But, you know, there's so many people, man, that I know personally that have bought boats and motorcycles, and they don't get to ride them, You know, their motorcycles stay in the garage. All the time. Their boats pretty much stay, you know, at the boat storage all the time, you know, that type of thing. And, you know, so it's just, yeah, man, you know, this whole, you know, it's like even, you know, even with me, you know, like I like the sound systems in my little truck and stuff like that. But man, I'm always at work. I'm always in the semi truck so much I barely ever get to listen to it. You know, like
Yeah.
I'm never driving that, you know, a lot. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know what the real answer is to this other than trying to enjoy the moment and being where you are, and, you know, telling yourself that it's okay, you know, right now is okay, you know. And I think the secret to happiness is simply to be happy. You know, it was like Confucius or something, and I didn't get it. I read it years ago, and it was like, you know, like it says, I want to be happy or something like that. And it says, take away the want,
Yeah.
take away the I, something like that. And it's like, just be happy. And it's like, I didn't get it, but I get it now. It's like, you're at work and you don't really like your job or whatever, you know, I mean, you do want to make plans or make moves to put yourself in positions that you want to be in. But until then or whatever, you know, when you're there, you just be happy. You know what I mean? And it's like you're never gonna be happy if you can't just be happy. If that makes any damn sense. Like it's always gonna be something that's gonna hang up that, you know, or get in the way of that
Yeah.
if you let it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me play a little more of this. I really like
See,
this a lot.
devil's always going to take his due.
Yeah. The you got to pay the piper or something like that. Let me play some more of this.
But everything is based on the idea, you see, that you will get it tomorrow and you can enjoy yourself today so long as tomorrow looks bright. But Confucius once said, a man who understands the Tao in the morning can die contentedly in the evening. That is to say, if you have ever lived one complete moment, you can be ready to die. You can say, well, that was it. That was the good. That I've had it. You see?
Yeah, so that's really heavy right there. He says if you can live one complete moment, then you can be okay and be ready to go, you know. We all know that it's gonna come at some point, like, you know, we don't live forever. And in one of the other show I was talking about, what was I talking about? Something about how death, you know, it's like preparing for death, and it's like the flowers, you know, the reason why we appreciate the flowers is because their beauty is fleeting, and it passes. So damn it, I lost my frame of thought. But if you live one complete moment, then you are ready to die or whatever. But it's like many of us, or most of us, a lot of us never ever live one complete moment where we're completely in the moment and, you know, taking it all in and not thinking about the past and not thinking about the future, and just in that moment and enjoying it, and like really realizing that we are having a special, I think that it's a miracle. Like every moment is a miracle, really. Like us being alive is a miracle, that we're floating through the chaos of space, you know, on a Garden of Eden, you know, the perfect distance away from the sun to have liquid water, you know, like it's all a miracle the more you look at it. Like it just so happened to be out of all those sperm that was around that egg, that one, the one that you are, is the one that made it into that egg. And then the egg was viable, and it made it survived, it grew, and it came out. Like all of that stuff is a miracle. You know, any little thing could have went wrong, and you wouldn't be here. And the same is true every moment, because, you know, freaking asteroid, comet could just come right now, and plane could just crash into the building you're in. Like, let me play a little more.
But if you never live that complete moment, death is always a guy who like comes into a bar at 2 o'clock in the morning and says, time, gentlemen, please. And you say, oh, please, one more drink. Not yet. Because you haven't really have the feeling that you ever had it, that you ever got there. Now then, the main factor in this kind of conditioning seems to me to be, as I said, the way in which we give children a sense of identity. And in this respect, we do something extraordinarily odd. We define a person. And that is why the sense of ego, of being oneself, is simultaneously a sense of frustration.
Yeah, so he said, if you never live that moment, then it's like the bartender coming in and saying, it's time. It's like, oh, one more drink. It's like, well, I never got to get that feeling of that satisfaction or the accomplishment of doing what I wanted to do. Like, I'm gonna hold on to this a little while longer. Maybe I can get that moment, that feeling of happiness or whatever.
Shit, it never
Yeah, I
happened.
don't know. My brain is going 1,000 miles a minute on this topic, so I can't even barely talk. What were you saying?
I was saying it never happens. You can chase it all you want, but it never truly it never truly happens.
Mm,
The fact of you being, because it's like, what
there's no
is
comments in
what
this.
is it's like, what is happiness? What is balance? You know?
Yeah. Yeah,
How
and
do you
lately I've
define
been thinking
happiness?
about the yin and the yang. Yeah, how do you define it? You know, it's a thing that slides through your fingers. It's a thing that you can't grab or touch or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know if this is on the topic, but lately I've been thinking about the yin and the yang. The symbol, and it's like, you got the white and the black or whatever, and then you got the black that's inside of the white and the white that's inside of the black in the symbol, right?
Yeah.
And it's like good and bad, and it's like the bad with the black inside the white is the bad that's in the good, and the white that's in the black is the good that's in the bad, and you have to take it all together. You
Yeah.
can't be separated. So there's a good in the bad, and there's a bad in the good, you know and thinking about life, that's life. There's bad parts of the good and there's good parts of the bad, and it's like the person that wants to be the hero, like in a comic book or whatever. He's the hero in the comic book, but he does some bad things to get to the point to accomplish his good thing or whatever. And it's like that for the villain in the comic book. Like he's got these evil things that he wants to do, but he has to do some good to be able to accomplish his evil, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I follow. Yeah, man. It's just, I think it's all about, at the end of the day, I think it's all about perspective, your perspective, and where you're trying to go.
Mm.
That's what I think.
Yeah, well, you're right about perspective, because the same thing with what I'm saying. Like, what's good to one person is bad to another.
Yeah.
Your perspective is everything. Like we can't see or know. We'll never know everything. So trying to know everything is going to lead you to frustration.
Yeah.
But going through life feeling like you don't need to know anything is also going to lead you to frustration. So you have to find a balance.
Yep. Yeah.
Let me read a comment. It says governments don't want a population of capable of critical thinking. They want obedient workers, people just smart enough to run the machines and just dumb enough to passively accept their situation. George Carlin. That was paraphrased because I know that quote and it's a little bit different than that. Let me read another comment. It says, Alan Watts is from a time when people retired and retired with wealth. His insights are just as true now, where our elderly live working and in poverty. That's what they're saying too. Like, a lot of people will never be able to retire the way things are now. Like, retirement is not even an option for them. And it's crazy because in the politics, they're going after Social Security and they're going after Medicare, the little things that would help people make it in the last years of their life. They want to take that away from them too. It's like force them to have to work until they die.
Yeah.
I think it's okay if you want to work up until you die, but I think it should be an option. I think you should have the option to not, you know. And the part where he was saying getting to the point of retiring so that you can do the things that you always wanted to do in your life, that's really sad because it's like, how come we can't just do the things we want to do in life when we're younger and we're able to actually do those things and really enjoy them? It's like we're set up for fucking failure with the way our society is structured.
Because they tell you that you have to get out there and earn it and go work hard, and you know, you work hard, you get a good job, you work hard, you bust your ass, work hard. That's what they tell you. You get a good job, you work hard, bust your ass, work hard, this, that, and the third, and you know, you'll get everything that you desire and that you want if you work hard for it. And then you turn around, you're busting your ass working hard, and then you start a family and this and that, and then next thing you know, you're not starting to see anything flourish in your life until you're in your damn, you know, retirement age.
Your life has passed already, and you know, you've already spent the majority of your life just working and grinding, and you never took the time to do stuff that you want to do, like travel or create things or build something. You know, it's like, it's really sad because it's like, even with our jobs, we're taught to get a job just to make money, and the stuff that, like, we could do something else that really gives us more satisfaction, but it doesn't pay as well. And it's like, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to go get a job that pays well. Like, you go to school to learn something. You go to school to learn something so that you could make more money. You know, it's like, well, what about if I just want to go to school to learn some stuff that I want to know more stuff about? It's like, no, don't do that. You're wasting your time.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Okay.
Let me read a comment. It says, we have 22-year-old children who graduate children with zero sustenance skills aside from getting a job. Parents are too busy working to teach. The children are too tired from school to learn. Zombies, an entire lot of zombies, entirely submissive to the will of others. Oof. I'm going to share this comment. Because what I like to say is the zombie apocalypse already happened. We're already in it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay on. What, you in between getting on work or something? That's why you're able to get in?
Yeah, man. Shoot, I'm here at the job. It's my Monday. Just starting out. I was getting up. I seen the text message and I was like, man, let me see if they still in there. So I came on in.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here, bro.
Yeah, you know, thing. Yeah, at the job.
Let me look at a couple of topics before I get out of here. I can't be on here much longer. It's 5 a.m. I'm going to have to take Kenzie to school in a couple of hours. And I got to go to class later. I'm going to be so tired. It says tax evasion by millionaires and billionaires top 150 billion a year, says IRS chief. The nation's millionaires and billionaires are evading more than 150 billion a year in taxes, adding to growing government deficits and creating a lack of fairness in the tax system, according to the head of IRS. The IRS, with billions of dollars and new funding from Congress has launched a sweeping crackdown on wealthy taxpayers, partnerships, and large companies. In an exclusive interview with CNBC, IRS Commissioner Danny Werfel said the agency has launched several programs targeting taxpayers with the most complex returns to root out tax evasion and make sure every taxpayer contributes their fair share. When I look at what we call our tax gap, which is the amount of money owed versus what is paid, millionaires and billionaires that either don't file or are under-reporting their income are 150 billion of our tax gap, Werfel said. This is plenty of work to be done. Yeah, the 150 billion could go to our infrastructure, and it could go to funding Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid or whatever. All of the social programs that they say they don't have money for. And freaking, they increased the amount of funding for the IRS, which allowed them to be able to do this, which I think is a good thing. But they were screaming that, they're going to come after regular taxpayers or whatever, and I had my concerns about it too. But it's looking like it's working out for them to be able to get the money from these people who's been dodging taxes for the longest.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's look at this one.
The government tomorrow, anyone in the market for a home knows it's anything but a buyer's market across part of the country. And that's shut out many prospective homeowners for the past several years. But there are signs that's changing. Here's ABC's Alexis Christoforous.
Tonight, home buyers enjoying something they haven't seen in years, more homes to choose from, as a drop in stubbornly high mortgage rates late last year convinced some homeowners to sell. Sales of existing homes rising 3% in January, with the most sales in the South and West. More available homes could bring back buyers as Americans slowly get used to elevated mortgage rates.
This is not just a 1 month blip. It is something that we've seen for the last 3 months.
New housing data shows there are nearly 8% more homes for sale compared to a year ago, still 40% below pre-pandemic levels.
So far, at least, supply and demand have balanced out in favor of sellers, and we've continued to see home prices go up.
Mortgage rates have ticked up in recent weeks too, but at 6.9%, they're about a percentage point below their October peak. And experts warn it could be years before we get back to those 3 and 4% rates. First-time buyers Edelina and Trevor Baumgarten spent 5 months looking for a home in Seattle, frustrated by low inventory and high prices.
I was definitely getting a little discouraged.
The first 2 offers we put in, we lost out to all cash offers.
But in early January, things started to change. They're now the proud owners of a 3-bedroom home.
We did have to go over asking price, and I believe we weren't the highest offer. It seems like it is still pretty competitive.
Persistently high inflation fueling the recent rise in mortgage rates. But we'll get more clues on the strength of a housing rebound tomorrow with fresh data on new home sales. Lindsay?
Alexis, thank you. We'll get.
Yeah, so that they said the housing market rebounds. I don't know. And then you saw that they said they had to go over asking price to get into the house that they were getting into. And then they said they got outbid by cash people. Those were most likely corporations. Like an average person doesn't have the cash to cover the amount of their house. Like even rich people don't do that. Like very wealthy folks don't do that. They may not even have the liquid cash to actually do it. But you have the regular folks who are competing with these corporations for these homes. The corporation can buy the home and then they rent it out forever and make their money forever. And that's the thing that's really messed up. Let me ask you, Deuce, how do you feel about like housing? Have y'all thought about buying a house?
Yeah, I actually been talking to some people right now, some realtors, and they have all suggested to me that right now, even though the interest is kind of high still, that it's actually a really good time to go ahead and buy, because once the Fed reduce the interest even more, but the prices, you know, and the prices of the houses right now are pretty fair. But once they reduce the interest, the demand for buying homes is going to go up, which is going to essentially raise the cost. So you'll end up, it's either you're going to pay a little bit higher interest, and then when the interest rates go down, you refinance, and be able to get into a house for a decent price, or you wait till the interest go down and then you end up paying more for the house because the demand is going up.
Right. You're going to be competing with all these other people who are just finally deciding to get into the, get into the market.
Yeah, so I mean, we've been thinking about, and I'm trying to get my stuff in order to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's that damn down payment is what's the killer when it comes to buying a house.
Yeah.
Because you have to get that percentage of the amount that the house was. I got lucky when it came to the house that me and Christy got, because she worked for the builder. So they gave us a bunch of deals. So it didn't cost us as much to get in there as it does for most people. Because, like I say, that down payment is the barrier for most of us. A lot of people have the credit and they have the income to be able to pay the mortgage. They just don't have that liquid cash that you got to put up front for that down payment.
Yeah.
It's kind of like regular folks who, to buy a car, it's just they're in the same boat. They could go buy a car, but they don't have that down payment, and if you can still get a car with a little to no down payment, but then your freaking interest, your how long, the duration of the loan, all of that shit is gonna be so effed up and over the top as a result. If you just put $2,500, $3,000 down, it makes all the difference, with that deal that you make.
Yeah.
But you don't have that option with the houses, though. You got to put that, what is it, 10%?
Man,
What's the number?
Don't get me to line. I'm not sure. I guess it would be 10%, 10 or 20%.
I just want to say it's 10%. That's a huge ass amount, You're not gonna get here in Texas. You're probably not gonna get a regular residential house with like less than 120, 150,000. Like that's gonna be pretty much the bottom right there. So
Man,
then you're talking
right
about
now, you talk about right now, dude, like looking at a house that's about like 200, 220, 240, 250. That's a pretty old house. That's a house that was built late 80s, early to mid 90s, and very seldom do you come across those houses. Like people are selling them and they're selling them as is. They're not doing any updates or anything because it's like fuck that. They're gonna sell it and get rid of it. Like you're gonna come in and have to do the updates to it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're seeing a lot of that right now because it's not really a buyer's market. They're selling these houses as is and they're getting 250, 260 for them, and then in return, and they're going and buy the real nice one, so I mean, right now, from what I've been told, what I'm looking at for a really nice house that's upgraded, that has all of the energy efficient stuff in there, you're probably gonna be looking closer to the threes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's here in Texas.
And on the other hand, I think it makes sense for some people to rent, and not really want the headache related to how, owning a house. I mean, it is an asset, and I feel like I'm throwing money out the window every time I pay rent. But at the same time, I mean, it's a lot of advantages to renting versus owning a house in certain ways. Property taxes, the upkeep with the house, landscaping, all of that stuff. You got to flip the bill on that, and you don't have to cover that when you're renting. It's a lot. It's less stressful, basically, is what I'm trying to say. To rent, all of those issues, you can put them on the owners, the apartment people or whatever, So for some people, it makes sense to just rent, I mean, they tell everybody, you're supposed to want to buy a house or whatever. But I think that it's okay for those that, don't want to go through that headache. There's other parts like the flexibility of it. Once you buy a house, you're pretty much locked in. If you decide to go, you want to move to another state or something like that, or even just move to another part of town or something like that. I mean, it's going to be a real struggle because you're going to have to sell that house first. If you're in an apartment, then you can just wait till your lease is up and just go, So your flexibility to move around is there when you're renting, Things could change in your life and you want to move to the other side of the country or whatever, or random things. Maybe you just want to travel, but you're locked in when you have that house, and you got to deal with that, that property, and make sure that it's preserved, or go through the nightmare of selling it. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just trying to say that, it's pros and cons to owning, and it's pros and cons to renting. We shouldn't feel pressured that, you have to own a house or whatever. Like that is what you have to do to be a successful person or whatever. You know what I mean? Let me read a couple comments. It says, why the F will we get used to elevated mortgage rates? How encouraging. Yeah, we ain't gonna have no choice but to get used to it, I guess. The damn housing crisis that happened when Obama was president, and they didn't hold nobody accountable. The regular folks got screwed, and everything is all messed up for regular folks to this day when it comes to housing, buying houses. Another comment says, as the economy continues to get better, thanks, Biden. Another comment says, probably a 3-bedroom for $600K. Yeah, it depends on where they are in the country. They didn't say where they were at in this clip, or I missed it if they did say it. And a lot of these new buildings, they're trash. The houses, they're made with cheap materials. They're prefabricated. They're not very, the quality isn't there. And then they're still charging you $300,000, $400,000. Just because it's pretty and it has like the latest like technology in it, doesn't mean that the quality is there. It's got thin ass walls, if it catch fire, it's gonna go up in 30 seconds. Not safe. The way that they build the houses are real close together. You can hear your neighbors. You might as well be living in an apartment. You can hear your neighbors' conversations. Another comment says, only a fool would buy right now. Let the boomers overprice their homes. A crash recession is coming. Might just have to wait until the Fed start it after the election. Another comment says the government ruins everything. Another one says stop lying, it's not true. Says it's not lies, depression is here. Says I can't even get an apartment and I work a lot. Another one, propaganda. It says still can't afford a house, so what's the use? Another one says bounce back from what? Nothing in this report is accurate to reality. Yeah, it's like what they were saying was the opposite, because the little headline says housing market rebound, but in what way? Are they saying for the sellers? I don't get really what they're saying with housing market rebound. Is it actually rebounding? I mean, they said the interest rates have gone down a little bit. So home sales are up 3.1%. So that's what they mean by rebound. So for the sellers, it has rebounded. I don't know. These kinds of things are so complicated. I'm not going to sit here and say I really understand that shit. I passed my real estate course, so I know some stuff, but this one, it says 66% of millionaires are between 60 and 79. 23% of millionaires are 50 to 59. Average age when one becomes millionaire, 59. Roughly 3.5% of Americans under 45 are millionaires. Social media be lying, LOL. Man, this is good right here because it's like, yeah, they want to make you feel like you're a failure because you haven't like accomplished everything you wanted to accomplish by the time you reach your 40s or 30s or late 20s even, you know. So it says 66% of millionaires are 60 and 79. 23% of them are 50 to 59. The average age when one becomes a millionaire is 59. So it says roughly 3.5% of Americans under 45 are millionaires. So but if you look at TikTok and Instagram, you think all of these, you know, social media influencers are rich, young and rich as hell. And it makes you feel like you're a loser. Freaking social media has got us all depressed, man. It's got the girls all thinking they're ugly, and it's got all the guys thinking they're broke. And then it's got people twisted looking for these unicorns and knights in shining armor that don't even really exist. I tell my daughter, man, all this shit is fake. Like 99% of the shit on the internet is fake. So don't believe that shit. She be believing it. It's like, it's not real, man. These people are appearing to be all successful and happy, like they're traveling every week or whatever, and, you know, like traveling around the world and like super rich or whatever. It's like, this stuff is not real. It's fake.
Yeah. Well, you know, yeah. If you pay attention to that, I mean, I would say out of every 10 of those videos that you see of one young person that said that they've made money or made their millions on the Amazon FBA or made millions with cryptocurrencies or this or that, I say out of 10, there may be one or two that it's actually truthful,
Yeah.
you know. Because I mean, yeah, but
It's probably more
no,
like
man.
1
I
out
mean,
of 50.
yeah, but if you, if you listen to, like, I had this older dude tell me that I was behind the eight ball, and essentially he is correct. You think about like your age and you trying to, save money or having this or that, but like, you know, shit, I didn't know anything about, like, honestly, like I'm learning about the shit now because the information is out there, and I'm trying to learn how to even get into that shit, like as far as like Roth IRAs and all of that type of stuff. I know like you can set them up through like your bank, if you have company 401ks and all that type of stuff, man. I've had people tell me, "Oh man, you behind the eighth ball. You're 37. You don't own a home yet, and this and that." And bro, like, to be quite honest with you, when they tell me I'm behind the 8 ball as far as like buying a house, I don't even listen to that shit. Do you know how many people? My son plays baseball. Do you know how many parents that are like in their 50s? They've sold one house and now they're buying, like, this is like our dream house. You know, they got little kids. They're in the 50s, like, this is like our dream house, and they're buying this house and it's costing them $500,000 or $600,000. You know, like, so that bullshit, man. Like, renting has been good to me. You know, there's an upside and there's a downside. You know, the upside is, you know, it's like in my apartment, the washer and dryer literally both went out at the same fucking time. I didn't have to go out there trying to finance or lease to own a washer and dryer from Rent-A-Center or Cons and fucking be in debt paying, you know, $100 a month for a washer and dryer for 3 years, you know, because I can only pay the minimum. You know, the dishwasher went out. They came and replaced it, you know, like, fuck, in my apartment, if the LED light bulbs that they have in the light fixtures go out, we just put in the work order and they'll come in and fucking replace it.
I'm telling you, man, they replaced my dishwasher here in my apartment too, not that long ago, because it went out. I got brand new, nice ass dishwasher now.
Yeah, I mean, there's upsides and there's downsides to everything, to either renting or owning a home. You know, and people say, well, you own a home, you know, you're gonna have repairs to be made, and so you just save money and this and that. And it's like, well, you think about this day and age, people are struggling just to, you know, just to get by on their bills. So let's say you do own a home and you're fucking, you know, like our water heater went out in our apartment. You know, they came and replaced that shit. You know, a water heater, you know, if you own a home, if you don't know how to properly do that shit yourself,
Yeah, and
you know
nobody
what I'm
does
saying?
hardly.
Yeah, you got to call out a plumber or somebody to come out, and you
It's
know
gonna be
that shit.
expensive.
Yeah, that shit costs money because they're gonna upcharge the water heater. If the water heater is $300 at a Home Depot, they're probably gonna charge you 450, 500 for the
The
water
labor
heater.
is probably gonna cost more than the water heater, and you want it done
Yeah,
right. That's not something you want to fucking be half-ass done. So you definitely need a professional to do it. And when I was
yeah,
in my house, I was paying Cons. They send me stuff all the time now, trying to get me to buy stuff. But yeah, I bought my washer and dryer from Cons, and I was paying like the minimum, so I paid that thing for it was washer, dryer, and refrigerator, and that shit took forever to pay off. And look, I got an example. My AC went out when I was in my house. The evaporator coil or whatever stopped working, and I had to get that replaced. And I didn't have the money. It was like $3,500, something like that. And so shit, we had to go without AC for a while. And I put these window units in the house, you know, just to cool like 2 rooms. And the homeowners association was on my ass about it. They were fining me about it because it was against the restrictions, whatever you call this shit. And so like that's a whole ordeal. So because it took me like 3 months or so to put the money together to be able to get the evaporator coil fixed. And so we went through that. We had to go through that drama, you know, being hot and then having to fight with the damn homeowners association, you know. So yeah, that's a real thing. If I was in an apartment, I would have just called the people and they would have just came and fixed the shit. It wouldn't have cost me nothing.
yeah. I mean, like I say, man, there's pros and cons to anything that you do in life. You know, I get it. You know, I understand where people are coming from when they say buy a home. You know, once you pay it off, you know, you own it, you can pass it down or whatever, this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, you never fully own your home either, because if you can't, you know, I
Pay
know
those taxes,
I've
they'll
heard of
come and
so
take
many
it.
people. Yeah, I've heard of
If
so many people, bro, that's had their house paid off for years and, you know, couldn't afford to pay their taxes and shit like that, and now they're getting tax liens on their houses, and they're gonna come and take their home, and you know,
I've
and
covered a
shit
story
like
in the
that.
show where this lady's house got taken because she didn't pay her homeowners association fees. That
Yeah,
shit's crazy.
yeah, that type of shit there happened. Me personally, man, you know, I have two kids. My daughter's finna be in high school. She's finna be a freshman in high school. My son, he's finna get ready to go to junior high. And you know, when I think about buying a house, I think about them. I think about them too and my wife. They got their friends, and all of their friends live, in the neighborhoods around our apartments and stuff like that. I think about them, but at the end of the day, bro, I truly desire to own. I truly desire to own land. I would rather be able to find me a nice plot of land, like in Dickinson, you
Hmm.
know, Dickinson area, Santa Fe. There's a lot of land in Santa Fe. Santa Fe is not as racist as it used to be back in the day. There's a lot of blacks that live down that way now. But
There's stretches outside of Houston where that have those
yeah,
plots and at really good prices too.
yeah, like going up towards like Willis, New Waverly, out right outside of Conroe, Huntsville area. They got a lot of land up there for sale. But I would like to have something like that, bro. And like it's just myself, my wife, and kids, and then my wife has a sister. Like I would like to have something like that, man, where we build our little house, section it off, and then her sister and her husband, they can put their house up there,
Yeah,
and start kind of like, you
building a
know,
community.
yeah, I would like to do something like that, bro. And start my own little garden and shit. That's the one good thing about having a house. You can start you a little small. Ain't got to be very big. Start you a little small garden in the corner of your backyard. But because I've been for the past couple of months, man, I've been doing plant based, like pretty much Monday, Monday through Friday. All of my meals are all plant based. My wife does all the mushrooms and all that shit, and I'll have
Yeah,
meat either on Saturday or Sunday.
that sounds great, man.
So
Wonderful.
I've been doing that. And so now that I do that,
Do you
like
feel better? How long have you been doing it?
we've been doing it a couple of months, man. I want to say we started right after Christmas. So right after Christmas, man. So yeah, so maybe late December, early January. So yeah, well, yeah, it was towards the end of December. So yeah, it's been like almost 2 months. So right at coming up on 2 months. But man, I've lost a shit ton of weight doing it too. So
That's that's great news, man. I'm glad to hear that.
yeah, man. So body's clean, feel cleaner, like it's just it's yeah. But I
Let
don't
me
know,
read this.
man.
Let me read this. It says, I was a failure and near bankruptcy at 32. I didn't become a millionaire until 35. I didn't write my first book until I was 41. At 32, I thought my life was over. At 42, I know it's just beginning. Keep going, never give up. Watch your opportunity grow. And I'm in my 40s and I'm working on an undergraduate degree, and a lot of people will be like, you're crazy, you're stupid for doing that. Like, but if I listen to other people, then I wouldn't be doing and it makes it hard. I ain't gonna lie. I'm sitting in the class with these young folks and I do feel out of place sometimes or whatever. But it's like I know it's harder for me, so that's why it gives me a certain amount of satisfaction because these I got full grown man bills. Like I got to work full time and I go to school full time, so like I'm going in way harder than they are, and every little accomplishment of me getting my assignments in or whatever, it's bigger than them because you know the pressure on me is just go get a job, go work construction or whatever the hell. And I don't want to do that, And I've been working on my LinkedIn profile. It looks great. And I'm looking at jobs for over 100,000 that I want to be into very soon. I should be graduating this year. And, it's like, it's been a long journey for me. I've been in school forever because I can't take too many classes because I have to work. And it's hard. I ain't gonna lie. I wish I was done. I ain't gonna lie, but it's stepping stones, to get where you want to go. I plan to go to graduate school and you know they're gonna have to pay me for one. But I've been learning things. I've been, you know, I know how to manage my life. I know how to schedule and you know, I've been developing skills and stuff, you know, and I just feel more confident in life, you know, and school has helped me in that route, you know, and at the end of the day, it's what I wanted to do. Like, regardless of what anybody else thinks about it, I always wanted to go to college, and I knew that's what I wanted to do when I was in high school. And I also specifically wanted to go to University of Houston, and I did that. So it's like a dream that happened, because you know I started college right out of school, but you know I got pregnant. Well, I didn't get pregnant, but I had a baby, and then I felt like, you know, I needed to work now so I could provide a life for my son or whatever, and that's what made me drop out or whatever. But I feel like it was a bad decision because it wasn't what I wanted. You know what I mean? I sacrificed my dreams or what I wanted to accomplish. And at the end of the day, it wasn't the right decision because it wasn't what I wanted to do. You know what I mean? So it left me unfulfilled. It left me with regret, you know. So now I have to make all of these sacrifices to circle back around and go back to what I'm, you know, intended on doing 20 years ago or whatever. So I don't know, that when we're looking at how old you are and people are saying you should be doing this or should be doing that, I'm like, screw you. My life is my life, and I can't compare what I'm doing to what you're doing or whatever. Like, you know, these, just like we were talking about in the segment before, is like, are you happy really? You know,
Yeah.
even with the amount of money that you make or whatever, like, are you happy with the decisions that you made? Are you happy with where you are in your life? You know?
Man, I tell anybody, bro. I work for a good company. They pay me good, you know, but when you're the pretty much the breadwinner for a family of four, right now I feel broke as fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because everything has increased. The price of everything. Like, I just literally went yesterday. My wife and I was like, no more fucking HEB. You know what I'm saying? We're spending like $300 a week at HEB to get the kids snacks and all, because they don't qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we were going to HEB like every week, bro. Like sometimes twice a week, and spending like, you know, each time like, you know, 150. So you figure twice a week at 150, that's $300, and the shit only lasts like a couple of days. So I literally went yesterday, bro. Sam's Club sent me an email. They had their memberships at a reduced price. So I got the Members Plus membership. It's normally $110. I got it for $70. And I went in fucking Sam's. I was like, man, no more HEB. Fuck that. We going to Sam's Club. You know, and she was like, because she kept telling me, nah, because they don't eat a lot. I was like, fuck that. Either we won't buy what they don't eat, and the little shit, you know, that if they don't eat it, hell, it's enough kids at the school you work at, because she works in the office, so, you know.
I've been
she's
thinking
not a
about
teacher.
getting a Sam's Club. Everybody keeps telling me, how much did it cost you to do that?
Right now they got their memberships marked down. So I got the Member Plus, which is normally $110 for the whole year. I got it for $70 for the whole year. And then the regular membership one is normally, I think, 40 something dollars or 50 something dollars, and I think you can get it right now for like 20 or $25.
But what's the difference in your benefits from the regular one to the Plus?
The Plus membership, it gives you early shopping except for on Sundays. So instead of being able to come in at 10 a.m., you're able to go in at 8 a.m. to shop. So you can go in before the crowds. I got that one because it also like gives you free curbside. So, you know, you can place your orders online, and the store associates will bring it out to you. And I'm assuming the reason Sam's charges you for curbside is because everything is in bulk, so they would have to put all that shit in boxes for you and pack
Yeah.
it out to your car. So you get free curbside assistance. You get in-store savings and discounts like on tires, oil changes. What else? The optical, like for your eyeglasses and all that type of stuff. You get also you earn 2% cash back on everything you spend in the store. It never expires. It continues to roll over. There's a couple of other perks that they offer with it. And I mean,
Let,
for $110 a year, that's not bad, you know, because I think about it. I work a lot, so if my wife has to put in a grocery order, you know, and she don't have time to go in store to get it, and she just need to, you know, place the order online and you know, and she just pull up there, you know.
yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, man, it comes in handy, bro. Like yesterday, I bought laundry detergent. I normally spend about $10 for a bottle of laundry detergent out of Walmart for just the, you know, medium sized one. And I bought that great big old fucking bottle of Snuggle fabric softener, where I normally pay $10 in Walmart for the it's like $10 and something, 11, it's like 11 something, almost $12. I paid $14 for that huge ass bottle out of Sam's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know like the toilet paper, dishwashing liquid, and laundry detergent, that kind of stuff, it absolutely is a win when you go to Sam's Club because you're gonna use it eventually. It doesn't go bad, you know. So you get the big ones, and you have it, and it say like 6 months. We did it when I was with Ashley. She had a Sam's Club card, and we would go there for, like I say, for toilet paper and stuff like that. And it'd be like you go 6 months without having to buy detergent, toilet paper, you know. That shit it really saves you money big time.
Yeah, toilet paper, you know, your paper towels and shit like that, man.
Yeah.
Stock up on paper towels. So yeah, it definitely was a good decision, bro. Cause yeah, man. Cause you know my kids, they take lunch every day. Their mom cooks them hot breakfast every day. They take lunch. She makes them a lunch every day. So you know, and then they got to take snacks to school. Like my son is in elementary, so you know they require elementary school like to, you know, bring at least a couple of snacks, you know, a day. Plus, you know, we have to buy the fucking cases of water because my son has this big ass insulated water bottle. He takes school, and they're both in sports, you know. He's in baseball, and then the elementary school that he's in, they're like they make the kids participate in like the healthy stuff. Like so he has to do running club. So they run I think every day unless it's raining outside. But they you know, so he needs his water and shit, so it just comes in handy, bro.
Let me cover a couple of segments right quick before I get out of here, because I got to get out of here. I got like 2 or 3 I want to do right quick. Let me do this one.
Said that capitalism came into being with the blood of African slaves gushing from its every pore.
That's right.
How did slavery provide the basis for the rise of capitalism in the U.S.?
First of all, in terms of cotton, which is this major export market, and this major export opportunity, the textile mills of Western Europe were supplied by the labor of enslaved Africans. It's felt that in 1860, at the time the U.S. Civil War was about to commence, that the most valuable investment in the United States was the investment in the bodies of enslaved Africans. You should also know that even though slavery was mostly centered in the South, a lot of the financing of the slave trade was actually in New York. A lot of the slave ships were leaving from Baltimore and Boston. Rhode Island had been a center of the African slave trade for the longest. So in other words, the ships were being dispatched from the North. Keep in mind as well that after the United States supposedly abolished the international slave trade under London and Haitian pressure, circa 1808, an illegal slave trade commenced. But you should also know that after 1865, you had a kind of diaspora. That is to say that slave owners wanted slavery to continue. So many of them moved with their enslaved Africans to Cuba, where slavery didn't end until the 1880s. Many of them moved to Brazil with their enslaved Africans, where slavery doesn't end until 1888. And of course, many of them moved to the South Seas, where they begin to kidnap Melanesians and Polynesians and take them to work as bonded laborers in Queensland, Australia, and in Fiji in particular. That's one of the reasons why the Hawaii Kingdom was overthrown, because it tries to object, and for objecting, it winds up being overthrown.
A lot of information in that little clip. It says U.S. capitalism built on African slavery. U.S. capitalism was built on the backs of African slaves, historian Gerald Horne explained in his 2017 Empire Files clip. The professor and author of about 40 books said cotton exports to European textile mills were a significant source of profit for U.S. slave owners. As such, slaves' bodies were considered solid investments. That meant Black people anywhere on Earth were at risk of being captured and shipped to the Americas. However, Britain abolished the slave trade in 1807, didn't deter entrepreneurs, banks, and insurance companies, among them Aetna, AIG, Bank of America, Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, New York Life, and Wells Fargo, did brisk business with slaveholders and slave ship owners. Wall Street, the symbol of capitalism, is named after a wall that African slaves built at a slave auction site. So next time you see stock exchange on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean spouting impressive trade numbers, remember that African labor set them up for success. It says, what do you think of the professor's explanation? Let us know in the comments. Yeah, man, really interesting stuff, man. It's crazy to me how, because people don't realize that these people still have that money that they made at that time. The money doesn't evaporate, you know? And it's like these names of these banks, they're still the biggest banks right now. JP Morgan Chase, Citibank, Bank of America, Aetna, AIG, insurance and banks, Wells Fargo. These people are still the big names, and you know, they still have that money. So when you talk about reparations, you're like, these people made all of this money off of these people for free. And, you know, they still have that money. That money, they've been flipping it ever since. Yeah. That's what, you know, that's what really blows my mind when I think about how, you know, wealth is passed down, you know, to your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren or whatever. So some of these folks have been passed down that exact same dollars that they made at that time.
Yep. Shit, look at how the Rothschilds do everything. You know, how that money goes into like a UIL, like a universal, what is it called? Universal life index policy or some shit like that. I may sound real stupid, but you know, and they loan against that shit until they die, you know, and when they die, all of the loans that they took against it, they're millions or billions of dollars that it's paid off when they die. So that family never fucking goes broke. They'll never be broke, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
and it's said that, now I don't know how true this is, but it's said that the Bush's great grandfather was the original owner of, was it JP Morgan Chase or Bank of America?
The Rothschilds was involved with Chase or the Rockefellers. I don't know. I'm foggy now. It's 5 a.m.
Nah, I want to say, bro, it was like the great grandfather of the Bushes, bro, that actually started that shit, because their shit started way back overseas. And remember, all that shit happened. I want to say it was back in Germany back in the day, or Great Britain, or one of them, and they did something to finance all of their affairs, and it was Bush's grandfather and the Rockefellers and somebody else that hid their money or some form or some shit, bro. We covered a segment. It's been a couple of years, but we were talking about that shit. Like, it was like a big thing that we were talking about in here. I want to say it was back when we were covering the eugenics or something deal that they were doing on brown-headed white people back in the day,
Hmm.
and the gassing of people. It was back when we were talking about how America actually did the gassing of people before Hitler ever done it. Hitler actually got it from America, from Americans
Yeah.
or some shit.
Yeah. Eugenics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's crazy because in this clip they're talking about capitalism basically, and it's like capitalism needs slavery, if you will. It needs like cheap labor. It needs like exploitation of resources to really do its thing. You know, it's that's what it's all about. And then once it gets the wealth, it uses that power to capitalize. It capitalizes its wealth to take advantage of situations, if you will. And so, like, the structure of capitalism is based off of slavery. Like, it needs to be able to take advantage of people. You know what I mean? For it to work.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work. That's why it needs that initial capital that it creates out of nothing. If you don't have any money at all, you just go rob and pillage and steal, and then that's how you get started. And then you keep robbing and pillaging to keep growing that wealth. It's crazy. Comments. It says Haitians put the pressure on London. First free Black Republic, 1804. It says white people know these things. They owe reparations to Black folks globally. Another one that says, and never provided reparation, but have given it to others, the most disrespected to this day. A couple more comments. It says, learn something new every day. This is one of my favorite pages on here. I know you guys probably get sick of me saying it. Another says, sugarcane was the very first food crack addiction for Europeans. Another one that says, Islamic slave trades were not discussed as much as it should because the trade is still in the heart of the Islamic world. Another comment that says, everyone needs to pray for Hawaii. It says, wow, they owe us everything. Hold on, go back up. It says, slavery in America didn't actually end until the late 1940s. After Lincoln was assassinated, Andrew Johnson canceled Field Order 15, which gave freed slave land they had earned to build their new lives. Johnson stole the land from the freed slaves and gave it back to the defeated Confederacy. Blacks then had to continue being slaves. They rebranded it sharecropping, but it was still slavery. Couple more. Gerald Horne is the truth. His book, The Counter-Revolution of 1776, is amazing. Another one says it's always about money. Wow, no words, and that doesn't happen often. One more. It says it's time to break bread, like Jesus said, and I don't even believe in Jesus. Time to pay. Let me see. Where's the other one I wanted to do related to this? Let's do this.
Why Black people haven't caught up yet, despite slavery ending over 150 years ago, they're wrong. It ended 80 years ago. When was the last slave freed in America? It wasn't after the Civil War. It was during World War II in September 1942. Our current president, Joe Biden, was born 2 months later. Until he graduated from college, Black people had to drink out of a separate water fountain. Segregation didn't end until the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Jim Crow ended with the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which allowed Black people to vote again. But just a few years after that, Nixon came along with his war on drugs, which disenfranchised and imprisoned even more Black people. On purpose.
The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and Black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or Black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and the Blacks with heroin, and criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did.
Wonder why Black people haven't caught up yet despite slavery ending over 150 years ago. They're wrong. It ended.
Yeah, so, you know, the thing is the legacy of slavery too, you know, all the things that happened later, and like everything is built upon the past, you know. You can't get to the present, you know, without the past. You don't understand what's happening presently if you don't understand the past. And people want to say get over slavery or whatever, but the repercussions of all that stuff is everywhere, like everywhere. Let me read a comment. It says, more slavery talk is exhausting. Slavery ended. We all know about civil rights. So what is this even about? More propaganda. Is stuff going on right now in the present we can talk about and solve. But yeah, but how the situations that we're in today is as a result of those things that happened in the past. So yeah, it is something that needs to be talked about, you know, and understood, you know, and understand. See, you wouldn't even make this comment if you understood how those things affect today, you know. The results of that is how we got here, you know. How did United States become such a rich ass country in the first ass place, you know, to become so dominant in the world? You know, the United States is only like 200 and something years old, you know, like the reason why the United States is one of the richest countries in the world is because of slavery. So that's present day. It says Joe Biden created the 94 crime bill that locked up more Blacks than ever. That's true. Another one, it says, and still hasn't ended. The 13th Amendment says that slavery is illegal unless they have committed a crime. Then you say a spike in mass incarceration in the 80s, which disproportionately affected Black men and women. Slavery never ended. They just changed the rules. And I covered a segment where they had people working at like Popeyes or something like that. And these were prisoners not getting paid or getting paid very, very little. You know, stories have been coming out about how many products you know, that are made with prison labor, with these people that aren't being paid very much at all, and how they lend out I keep about to say slaves, but prisoners. They lend prisoners out just like they did with the slaves back in the day to do work, you know, all kinds of stuff, random stuff, housework. Hasn't changed very much. It says, y'all better understand what Project 2025 is and how it will affect us moving forward. This is for all the slow folks itching to vote for Republicans and Don LeCon. Yeah, I would go into that. I'm going to wait till next week, but because I've been meaning to talk about that anyways. Project 2025. Another comment says, Republicans Project 2025 is trying to take us back to pre-1964. It's because they want to undo all of the progressive stuff that has happened, like since the civil rights era. They want to undo all of that stuff. And it's like the Roe versus Wade thing was like the beginning of them undoing everything that was progressive. And they're not playing either. They really want to do that shit or undo all that shit. Like the voting rights bill, the civil rights bill, they already undid affirmative action.
Yeah, that shit
It says
crazy, man.
Yeah, what do you think?
No, I was just saying that shit is crazy. But yeah, they don't. I don't know, man. It's like it's almost like they're pushing this whole idea of slavery is over, get over it. Stop pondering on this shit. Basically, like they're saying, like shut up about it, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned earlier in the show. It's like when they talk about the Holocaust, they say never forget, never again and never forget. But then when you talk about slavery, they're like, oh, that's old. Get over it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they don't. Yeah, and it's crazy, bro. What happened to them was pretty bad, but nobody. It's like they don't even acknowledge the whole fact of what blacks in this country went through. And if it wasn't for the blacks in this country, the shit that exists today wouldn't even be. The way your life is so, it's just, yeah. Like they say, man, the number one disrespected and continue to be.
Let me play this clip here.
Look for my stuff, young man.
All right, turn around.
Come on now, wait a minute.
Hey, relax.
What are you doing?
Hey, you're gonna have a seat. Sit down.
I'll try to have a seat if you let go of me. You don't own me.
That's Michael Scurlock. According to family, after this video was taken, the then 65-year-old spent several months in the hospital, then died. Sergeant Michael Kinsley was originally cleared of wrongdoing, but 2 years later, he is now charged with official oppression and assault of the elderly.
I'm gonna look.
So police charged with felony assault and elderly. And so, when they talk about police violence, police brutality or whatever, and, we talk about black people being, disproportionately mistreated by the police. And then people come and they say, well, white people are treated bad by police too. And it's actually true. It really is true. It's just that the numbers, it's more white people in the United States than it is black people. So that's the reason why the numbers stand out. But see, using that excuse is still a cop-out, because then you're saying it's okay that the police brutalize white people. That's what the focus needs to be. It needs to be, okay, these people are doing things over the top and they need to be reined in, making excuses and saying, well, white people get abused by the police too. It's like, that's true. So we need to deal with that too. Like, you're saying it's okay that they brutalize black people because they brutalize white people too is a terrible thing to say and a terrible way to look at things. It's like any excuse to justify police brutality, like to not admit that we have a problem here in the United States when it comes to excessive force with the police. I saw a clip the other day where it was a high-speed chase. I think it was a stolen something, a stolen U-Haul, maybe it was a stolen car, and they were on the freeway, I want to say, over 100 miles per hour. The cop did a pit maneuver on the stolen vehicle and flipped his car. His car flipped like, I don't know how many times. He spun off the road, got hurt. And it's like, you risk your life to stop this person who stole this car. Like, property is more important than your life. Like, that's insane. A lot of these high-speed chases really is just crazy. Like, it's cops and robbers. It's like elementary school. It's like how a child would deal with a situation. With the technology that we have, we can use surveillance, we can use helicopters, we can just take down their license plate, whatever the hell, slow down the chase and just go pick them up later or whatever. Like, risking people's life, to chase these folks is really crazy. You know, my mom had a wreck. She got hit. She got T-boned by police who blew through a red light and hit her and totaled her car. She still have back problems to this day from it. It took hell and high water for them to get their money for. I don't know that they ever even got the money for the car from the city of Houston. You know what I mean? And it's like all of these innocent people didn't have nothing to do with what was going on. You putting the cops' life in danger. All of these innocent bystanders. There was another one where the cops ran over a person, killed him. They was crossing the street or whatever when the cop was doing a high-speed chase. Like, when are we going to admit that this excessive force is ridiculous and they need to be held accountable? They need to change their policies and procedures, and go at things in a different way. You know, this property is so important that it supersedes human life. Like, some dude stole some stuff out of a store, so now you gotta shoot him to death. It was a lady who did some shoplifting, and she was in the car, and the cops approached her, and she tried to drive away. And as she drove away, they popped her, they killed her. Oh, she had took some stuff out of Walgreens.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Anyways, it says Michael Sherlock's family said the 65-year-old begged Dickinson's police officer for help after being pushed, adding that he was in bad shape following it. He later died, and they are convinced the incident contributed. It says, where are all the "he should have complied" comment? I feel for his family, but it's insane the lack of empathy shown to any Black person for any age in the exact situation, hypocritical and telling. Another comment, it says, this is why people don't trust cops anymore. Another one, it says, obviously more to the story if he was being arrested, but love the headline with dramatic effect to make us believe the narrative. Oh my God. The guy passed away as a result of his interaction with the cops. So, but they're got a headline for some narrative to whatever. And then they're like, oh, I want to see more, you know, what did he say? Obviously more to the story if he was being arrested. So it's like, oh, well, he was being arrested, so he deserved to die. Is that what you're saying? Like, you know, like the cops are justified with every arrest. You know, what about the people who get arrested for resisting arrest? What did they do? Oh, well, they resisted arrest. Well, why were they being arrested in the first place? Because they was resisting arrest. What? Cop can say anything is resisting arrest. They could just throw that in there. Like, it was probably just, you know, it could have been asking questions for the guy, and he didn't react properly. You know, if he's like a homeless person or something like that, they don't really care about these people at all. So they feel like they could treat him any kind of way. Like, this dude feels like he's a big bad man pushing over an old dude, throwing him to the ground like that. Like, I'm gangster.
Yeah.
Comment, it says that should be more like a murder charge.
Crazy, man. Hello. Oh,
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I be avoiding these police brutality stories because they're a quick way to get like demonetized and, you know, hidden. It's one of those things that they really censor heavily online whenever you cover police brutality stuff. You know, there's a channel that I follow that's all that they do. And, you know, they don't get very many views. They do very good reporting. You know, they're not very popular. They don't have that many subscribers. They've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
They censor their stuff. They hide it. It's like, if these people are telling the truth, then what problem do you have with them talking about it? But this is one of those topics that you can't really talk about much. It's very, very hidden and pushed under, because people want to, the racial point is the one that gets out there when they talk about black people being, you know, brutalized by the police. But they white people, Hispanics, old people, young people, everybody is getting freaking brutalized by the police, you know, and they want to pretend that it's not a problem. And then they want to say, oh, it's just being racial. But then you take the racial component out and you still have the same problem.
Yeah.
His comment, it says, it's crazy how he was charged 2 years later, but killing people on camera, and these officers walk away with a smile. It took 2 years for them to charge the guy. Another comment, it says, people like this police officer, gang member, need to be trained on how to de-escalate situations. Handcuffs, tasers, and aggressive handling only makes things worse. And that's what I be saying. You know, not all cops are bad. I'll say that. But it's very scary to call the police in any situation because they tend to escalate the situation. You know, it could have been just like a simple situation, and now it's a life or death situation because you didn't put the police involved in it. You know, there was the story about the lady who she got locked out of her apartment, or I think it was apartment. She was locked out of her apartment, so she broke the window to get into her place. And the neighbors called the police. They were afraid of breaking and entering. And the police came and they ended up shooting the lady who was in her own ass house.
Damn. Yeah, that shit crazy, man. You call the police out for a situation and then you the one end up going to jail.
Or dying. So that's what I be saying. Is don't call the police unless it's like a really extreme situation. Like, it's sad that we're at that point where it's like, you know, it's probably not a good idea to call the police unless it's like super severe. You know, what we need to do is the police have too much on their plate. I have to say that. Like, they deal with way too much shit, from a domestic abuse situation all the way to an active shooter. Like, they shouldn't have to deal with all of that stuff, or a mental health issue, some, you know, medical event. They're not trained. There's no way. Like, I mean, you'd have to train them for 30, 40 years to actually be able to cover all of the stuff that they have to deal with. So it should be broken up where the 911 calls are dispatched through like a triage that sends a certain units for specific calls, and it's people that are trained to deal with that situation. Like, if it's a domestic situation, then you send, you know, like counselor type people. You know, it should be a different group of police that specialize in certain deals, and those are the ones that show up to deal with the situation. Because, like I say earlier in the show, if a hammer is your tool, then everything is a nail, and that's how it is with the police. Like, their weapon is their hammer, and they deal with every situation with that weapon, with that firearm, you know. And it's like, earlier I was covering about the guy who set himself on fire outside of the Israel embassy in Washington, D.C., and they were talking about it was a police officer with the gun aimed at the guy after he lit himself on fire. And then someone else was like, man, put your weapon away and get a freaking fire extinguisher. Like, your freaking gun is useless in this moment. Like, they don't know what else to do. They don't know what you know, like, put your gun away, bro. Like, there's nothing to shoot. The dude is only endangering himself. There's nobody else in danger. The weapon is not going to do anything, you know. But let's tell these gun fanatics, it's like their gun is going to solve they can save the world with their gun. Like, the gun is the answer to everything. Like, the only person good guy with the gun is the only one that can stop a bad guy with the gun. Well, what if the bad guy don't even have a gun? What if the bad guy just set himself on fire? Like, your gun is not helping. Stupid. Another comment says, get these gang members off the streets. It says, good. Damn cops getting away with too much nowadays when they are in the wrong. Hopefully Harris County will change their justice system too, because it's nothing but BS. Is this in Houston? This is ABC 13.
It happened in Dickinson, I think it said.
Oh, okay. Where is Dickinson?
Right next where I live at. It's right there. Dickinson is south, 45 south.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I live in League City. Dickinson is the next town over.
Yeah, I didn't recognize the police vehicles, so the colors and stuff. So another comment, it says gang in blue. It says it's almost like police let the power go to their head because of how their own crimes are brushed off. Weren't they originally slave catchers? Don't prisons profit off the inmates' labor? Y'all got to realize that they are not here to protect and serve. They may be some good cops, but that is a job that shouldn't have any bad apples, And it's like, I know that all the cops aren't bad, but where are the good cops that, rat out the bad cops? And then they get in trouble or whatever. They get kicked out of the, they lose their job if they're calling out the horrible stuff that their co-workers are doing,
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Originally slave catchers. Yeah, I saw that movie. What was it called? It was the Hunger Games, newest Hunger Games, but it wasn't called Hunger Games. It was called, I can't think of the name of that movie. But anyways, they were called peacekeepers. So it was like they're police or whatever, but they're called peacekeepers. So their job is to keep the peace. So, and it's like, but it's in an oppressive environment where you have, like, let's call it an apartheid type of system where you got certain people are being oppressed. Like it's a police state. So the peacekeepers are keeping the peace because everything is all messed up and the people are not happy, but you brutally make them submit so they won't complain about the situation that they're in or try to do anything about it, because the peacekeepers are going to come in and freaking brutally squash but anyone that has a problem with the way things are going, even though they're getting screwed over constantly. And it's like, also in the movie, the guy was saying that these people, some of them couldn't read. A lot of them aren't educated or whatever. It's the best job that they can get for somebody who, is uneducated, and I saw a lot of parallels to the real world in that movie when it comes to like the police or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to be careful how I say this to not offend anybody, but yeah, man, you could just have your GED and become a police officer,
Yeah.
So you're putting these people with a job that has way too much stuff on their plate. And then a lot of them, they just don't know a lot of stuff. And their job really is to protect property. That's what I think people don't really understand about the police. The police, like in the movie, they were peacekeepers. In our time, in reality, they're property protectors. That's really what their job is. So you understand the police a lot better when you look at it that way. Their job is to protect property. It's not about human life or anything like that. It's just, people with money or whatever, the wealthy, or even just regular folks. It's really about keeping, them people with their property, or keeping their property from being damaged or whatever, or holding the people accountable that that threatens that property or damages that property or whatever. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fundamentally, that's what it really is. You know, it's like our country was like, I'm trying to be careful how I say this. I'll be biting my tongue way too much, but it's like people who are pirates, people who are criminals, people who, you know, robbed, stealed, and pillaged. And then once you've gotten, if you're a robber, stealer, pillager, you don't want somebody to come and rob, steal, and pillage your stuff. You know what I mean? So you're already really sensitive to worrying about somebody coming taking your stuff, because you're that kind of person that goes and takes people's stuff. So then you set up a system that makes sure that makes it difficult for someone to come and take your stuff. You get what I'm saying? You go over the top with your security, you know, because it's like the way you get rich, right, is rob, stealing, and pillaging. Like the rest of us work all our whole life or whatever. We're never gonna get rich, you know. It's like, you know, the mafia, the mob, you know, drug kingpins, stuff like that. That's how you get rich in reality. You know what I mean? If you're a nobody, you didn't have, like Donald Trump said, I started off with a small $1 million loan and I never looked back, or something like that. And it's like, shit, the rest of us had a freaking $1 million loan. We probably and was, you know, smart enough to make some decisions with the money, we'd probably be all right. But the majority of us don't have somebody to loan us $1 million. You know what I mean? You know, yeah. And a lot of this, the where the money came from originally, if you trace the shit back, was through some rob, pillaging shit. Like Elon Musk, his dad was the owner of a emerald mine in apartheid South Africa. So you know what they did? They came and they took the land, like colonized it, kicked out the black folks or whatever, and you know, now some guy becomes the owner of an emerald mine. He gets rich off of that, and it's like the original pretense of it was a crime, you know. And that's what I'm trying to say related to capitalism too. It's like the beginning is a crime. It starts with a crime. It starts with stealing. Oh, anyways, what do you think about any of that shit, like police brutality and any of that shit?
Man, I feel like the shit needs to stop. You know, I feel like they go overboard in a lot of cases. You know, and yeah, I think more and more people nowadays don't feel protected by the police. You know, don't feel like, you know, and it's not just blacks, man. You know, there's you know, white people out here that say, man, I don't trust the police.
Yeah.
You know,
they escalate the situation. It becomes a deadly situation when it was probably just a freaking fender bender or something.
Yeah.
They escalate situations. Like, it's really scary how quickly they escalate stuff.
Yeah.
Let me play this one. I'm gonna do two more and I'm getting out of here.
Had sent up aircraft to take a look at the balloon after it was first detected over Utah, and says it does not appear to present a threat to national security since it's not armed and not carrying any visible intelligence sensors. Who it belongs to and exactly what it's doing remain unclear. It cannot maneuver and is being blown by the wind from west to east at 43 to 45,000 feet, where the FAA says it does not pose a threat to commercial aviation. It's described as a small mylar balloon about 50 feet tall with a 2-foot square box hanging underneath.
Well, David, I do need to ask you, because there's such high interest in this because of that previous Chinese spy balloon. So how does this one compare?
Well, the Chinese spy balloon was traveling at 60,000 feet. It was 200 feet tall, and it was carrying a payload of intelligence sensors and solar panels the size of 2 freight cars. And of course, the U.S. military shot it down when it reached the Atlantic Ocean. This small balloon is traveling at about 60 miles an hour, and NORAD says it will continue to monitor it to make sure it does not present a hazard to aviation. Nora?
Got it. So much smaller, but they are on alert. David Martin, thank you so much.
Big Nothing Burger. It says the U.S. Pentagon is tracking a high-altitude balloon flying over West U.S. Officials say it does not appear to be armed or carrying spy intelligence sensors. So it's like, why is it a story? And this was going down my timeline too, when it's like, I don't know. It makes you wonder. It's like wartime propaganda. You know, everybody's on high alert. It's like, oh, it's a balloon floating. That's a news story.
Shit. They want you to know about it, man. Never know. I don't know.
Okay. A couple comments. It says, am I the only one wondering what's in the box? Another one that says, they're finding out how the wind blows for fallout, my guess. If I was president, I would shoot it down, but I have a backbone, and I didn't get 10% for the stand down. I don't know what that means. I think they were trying to make jokes. It sounds like a song or a poem. Another comment says, gender reveal balloon. Another one that says, here we go again. It says, the balloon is made by Israel, who put a note in the box for whoever wants to be the lucky one to read it that says, please send us in Ukraine more money. Jokes. He got jokes. I think I'm going to move on because this is a big nothing burger. It says, vote for anyone under 65-year-old. Another one that says, first AT&T, now here's a balloon again. You know, maybe it's something they're not telling us about it. Another one that says, we need to waste a missile, just land on it and poke it with a needle. No need to waste a missile. It says a couple 20 millimeter rounds, though, would make it pretty easy to determine. It says, do we really not have the capability to shoot these down on a whim? We are as much of a paper giant as the rest of the world then. I mean, like it goes like I said about the damn hammer and the gun. Like they want to shoot everything. Like, shoot it down. America. It's a balloon. Shoot it. Like, I don't know what it is. Shoot it.
Yeah. Ain't no telling what that shit is, man.
Yeah, ain't no telling. But, you know, if you don't know what it is, shooting it is probably not the good thing to do, you know. What if it's has something, some poison in it or something? You shoot it and you spread the damn shit out. Like, you need to do some investigations first instead of just fucking shooting. This is the last one I'm going to do. It says, jury finds Wayne LaPierre and NRA liable in civil corruption trial. Says Wayne LaPierre diverted millions of dollars away from the National Rifle Association for a life of luxury, while the gun rights group failed to properly manage its finances, a jury found. The case against the NRA was initially brought in 2020 by New York Attorney General Letitia James, who accused LaPierre and other current and former executives of flouting state laws and internal policies to enrich themselves. So it's interesting. Like, this one should be a bigger story. I'm gonna probably look in this a little bit more. I saw some stuff about this, so yeah, I think I'm gonna cover this again in a later show. But yeah, it's funny. Letitia James name's popping up like crazy. She's the one who did the one against Trump in New York. I want to say she's the one. You know, let me ask you this, Deuce. Do you think that Trump has $355 million to pay these people? I'm sure you heard the story.
Yeah. I mean, I think he does, but I mean, shit. If I had it, I still wouldn't want to pay it. Shit, I'd be trying to find my way out of that shit.
Yeah, nobody would want to pay that. But I don't think he has that. Like, 355 liquid cash. You know, even wealthy people don't have liquid cash like that. All their money is tied up in assets.
Yeah.
You know, $355 million just sitting in the bank. I doubt it, man. That's a nice little chunk of change.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's she came up because go ahead.
No, I was just saying he may have it. I mean, you know, he may or may not have it. You know, when is he like? Yeah, I don't know. I don't even
It's
know.
coming up where he needs to pay it, and interest rates are already hidden, and it's like I want to say $126,000 a day or some shit. It's like a huge amount for the interest. So yeah, man, he's in quite a pickle, and he's trying to appeal, but I think he's having trouble with that. Yeah, I think he's gonna have to pay, and if he can't come off the money, they're already talking about seizing assets to cover that debt. This is in New York, and he's barred from doing business in New York as a result of this deal. It has to do with him inflating his assets to appear that they're worth more than they were, so to secure loans. And they're saying that he made a bunch of money off of doing that, and that it was fraud, and that's the reason why they're making him pay this $355 million.
Man, I think they're just trying to find shit on him, dude. They keep bringing this guy back and forth in court. I think at this point, man, it's you know, the attention away from what they initially sanctioned him in court for, the January 6th shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like now they're just fucking with him on anything that they can. They're trying to deter him from, and they're hoping that this here will make people rethink about voting for him again and this and that. You know, it's just, bro, it's bullshit, man. How many other fucking business owners or corporations have inflated their businesses or whatever to make profits? They do it all the time, bro. It's corporate America. You know what I'm saying?
It is common, but it is fraud still.
Yeah, I mean, it's fraud. It's fraud, but it's like, it's one of those things, like, you know, like I hear people always like, yeah, he should do this, or yeah, you should pay. And it's like, motherfucker, it's easy for you to sit back and say that shit when it's not you being faced with it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can say what they will or won't do until you faced in the situation. And it's like, at the end of the day, if I was a corporation and I did that, I took that business practice, which is a known practice across corporate America, you know what I'm saying? And then now y'all want to come down on me, you know, yeah, I'll feel some type of way too. I'll be trying to appeal that shit too, because it's like everybody fucking does it. Every corporation known to man has done that shit, bro. It's like they do that shit to raise money in the stock markets and all kind of shit to get people to buy stocks and this and that, you know. And it's like, I don't know, bro. To me, it's like they just need to leave him the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? Let the man run for president in the election, and you know, let the shit be. And it's like they just keep fucking with him. It's at this point, it's like, it's nonsense, bro. It's a big fucking distraction from everything else that they're doing, that they're hiding from us, you know. And they keep putting him at the forefront of it because they know everybody's interested in what's going on with Trump, you know. And it's like, look at all of the other shit they slipping through the cracks that motherfuckers don't even hear about. Like at this point, it's like, I don't even give a fuck no more. Like, if you ask me, fuck it, you know, let the man run for president again, bro. Like, leave him alone at this point. Like, because it's they're our government, bro, and it's so crazy how people are so fucking emotional about our government. And it's like, dude, they're so they contradict themselves every fucking day, and it's like, come on, man, it's bullshit.
Yeah, we'll see how it comes out, but I think he's gonna end up having to pay this, you know, plus interest. It's gonna be a dent in his pocketbooks. I don't think it'll affect him becoming president, but it's going to affect his pocketbooks.
Yeah. He'll eventually get it back. Motherfuckers want to do business with Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this story right here is talking about the National Rifle Association and being shady, you know. So this guy was doing some shady stuff, getting paid, making a bunch of money, you know. And like Latita, she's pretty gangster. She's going after the NRA and going after Trump. That's kind of thing doesn't happen every day. Like, you know, I'm happy to see it. I feel like, you know, if you're doing shady stuff, you're breaking the law, you need to be held accountable. Nobody's above the law, you know, and you got regular folks that have gone to jail for this kind of stuff. You know, if it was me or you, we'd be locked up.
Yeah. But that's why I say, man, that's why for me it's like I give a fuck, but I don't give a fuck, because it just goes to show you, bro, that justice is not justice. It just got like this system is corrupt, bro. It works for who it's supposed to work for, you know. So it's like for me, you know, like at this point, it's like fuck it, you know. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's people out there that want to see him have to pay his fair share and pay his money for the corrupt business practices, but it's like at the same time, y'all need to hold all of these other motherfuckers accountable that's doing the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at all of the thousands of people that are sitting in prison right now because of this shit. They didn't get an opportunity to pay a fucking fine, or maybe they did, but they couldn't afford it. So guess what? They put them in prison.
Right.
You know, so it's like at this point, it's like I don't even give a fuck, bro. Like this system is corrupt within itself. The motherfuckers that made or wrote this, they need to be locked up, and the motherfuckers that still upholding this corrupt ass system need to be thrown away. Put them bitches in Guantanamo Bay or send them up there to Colorado where El Chapo locked up at. Shit.
Yeah, man. Freaking, I covered the story about the dude who did the what was the name of the company? Dang, Young Cat, and he's in jail right now. The one who he was FTX, the FTX company. I can't think of his name. And the picture came out with him in jail, and like he had a weird little smirk on his face or whatever. But yeah, man, they gave him a whole bunch of time. And wait, yeah, did he get his sentencing? FTX guy, I gotta look this up right quick. But yeah, this guy was sitting in jail, man. He was on the top of the world, man. He was so rich. So rich. You know who I'm talking about, right? Bankman-Fried, that's his name. Bankman-Fried. And super rich, bro. But he was shady. He was doing shady stuff, and they finally caught him. Now this dude is. It was weird to see him in jail because, like, he just, I don't know. It was a strange turn of events for that guy. Let me see, 59 seconds. This one, let's see, is this one going to explain it? He did. It was a Bitcoin deal that he had.
Oh, okay.
It was FTX. Hold on. I'm surprised you hadn't heard about this. This is a really big story. Let me see. Does this explain it?
If you really start looking into Dan Friedberg, this is the guy to look at. This was the general counsel of FTX. Literally, he is caught on a recording discussing the counterfeiting of tokens. Nobody knew that this was the guy that was, the general counsel for Sam Bankman-Fried. This shell game was set up so early on that it had the back end to where Alameda could go in and borrow customer funds whenever they wanted to. It only became a problem when prices started going down and they started getting liquidated in certain places and could not replace the asset. This has been a scam from day one.
Hold on. So really, this guy was scamming rich folks, and that's why his ass went to jail. Because if you could screw over people like me and you had to get a slap on the wrist, but they gave him a whole bunch of time. I'm trying to see where it was saying how much time he got. But he was scamming rich folks, and that's like the thing that you can't do. Even like we mentioned the banks and all of that earlier, they were screwing over regular folks. When you had the housing prices and all of that, they were screwing over regular folks. This dude was screwing over rich people. That's why they got his ass. They had to make an example out of him. You don't rob.
Verdicts now for Sam Bankman-Fried, the founder of the failed cryptocurrency company FTX. The verdict just came down in New York. A jury convicted him on all 7 fraud charges. Prosecutors say he diverted billions of dollars from FTX clients to make risky investments and enrich himself. He could face what amounts to a life sentence when he learns his fate in March.
Okay, so they haven't done the sentencing. It's going to be in March. So, but I want to say he's facing like over 100 years, like 120 years. How much time is he facing?
That up to life.
Yeah, so because they want him to die in prison. I want to say it's like 100. Okay, here it is, 115. Let's see.
Former FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried pleading not guilty to fraud charges in court earlier today. The founder of the now bankrupt crypto exchange is charged with 8 criminal counts, including wire fraud and conspiracy to commit money laundering. Bankman-Fried facing up to 115 years in prison if convicted on all charges. Former FTX.
He got convicted. And now he's just waiting for how much time he's going to get. And he's facing 115 years. It's crazy. And like you said, the justice system ain't just. It's not just. The amount of time that they're trying to give this dude is crazy. And not to say that he didn't do something shady. And like I say, people that do break the law should be held accountable. Nobody should be held above the law. It's just that the disparity between, how they do people. Yeah, they did this dude raw. Yeah, when you have time, look at this story, man. They got documentaries and everything. They got if it ain't a movie out about this already, there will be a movie. Because this dude was up there with the celebrities. He was influencing. He was thinking about being president at one point. They were talking about all the money that he was putting into elections and trying to influence elections. This dude was balling like he was on top of the world, like the highest pinnacle that you could think of. This dude was crazy amount of money, billions of dollars. And he went from that to prison. It was really strange to see him locked up and in jail. Really, really like surreal. Wow. Anyways, man, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna try to take me a short nap before I gotta take Kenzie to school. Anyways, it was good talking to you, bro.
Same here, man. Shit. Yeah, I'm waiting on my tank to be filled, but yeah, shit. I'm gonna sit here and take me a little nap too.
All right, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. We'll be back next week.
All right, bro. You take it easy.
All right. All right.
Yeah.